Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is a beautiful day in Portland, Oregon. It is Sunday, August 18th, 2024. We're out at the intersection of Salmon Street and Nadeau Parkway, which is pretty much first, down on the waterfront. But yeah, if you've never been to Portland, it's the city of bridges. Bridges all over because two rivers intersect here, the Willamette and the Columbia. And man, I have never seen the Columbia so dry. It is wild. Part of the Columbia that connects Washington State and Oregon. It looks like you can walk across the river. Half the river is a sand dune right now. Never seen that in my lifetime. And of course, I live further east along the Columbia, and we got toxic algae out in that part of the river. But yes, something else. Right as I was about to go live, Big Al reached out. Big Al said, "Did you see the news? Godfather actor dead, announced today." And if you look, the Godfather actor, is it John Abria? But died on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, and died 201 days before his March 4th upcoming birthday. As we know, the Jesuits in 201, first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. Of course, in that old letters and numbers code, Gematria, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, his name equals 201, like Catholic Pope, like Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits. We talked about how earlier this year, Francis Ford Coppola's wife died at 87, synced up with Pope Francis's 87th birthday. Godfather has that 117 connection, died 117 days after the Pope's birthday. So fast forward a few months, and next thing you know, one of the main actors from the movie dead in the Jesuit ritual. What you gonna do? So anyhow, I'm just gonna chill here on the bench for a little bit. I know a few people said they'd come out at least. It's early here. We're starting to get people. I was walking around downtown for the last hour just to check out things. They fixed up the downtown. It's not all boarded up anymore. Sadly, because of the homeless situation, a lot of the city has an unpleasant odor. They got all the public restrooms locked up, so where are people supposed to go? But, this guy's going for it. Oh, yeah. That's what you do in the summer. Should we do that, True Seeker? Should we just get in the water today and have some fun? Well, you saying everybody get in and then he chickens out? Come on, man. Oh, here he goes. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. You can tell this generation wasn't very athletic. What was that? Are you going to get in? How about lead the way, my man? This guy. But yeah, I'll hang out here for a bit. As the day carries on, we should get bigger crowds. Behind me, they're building a skate park right now. Apparently, there's going to be a free skating competition all week. It's my man Romero Taylor out there. Might want to come down south from Seattle, show him how to do it. Got a friend up in Seattle. He's getting old, though, man. He's 10 years older than me, so what's that make him now? 50? Well, he'll turn 51 August 26th. If you're out there, Romero, happy early birthday. But, yeah, my man, he's got skills on the skateboard. So, yeah, anyway, we'll hang out for a bit. I'll interact with you guys while we wait for the Truth Seekers to show up. Wait for more people to get up and get on their waterfront walk. We got the speaker here ready to go. I just forgot the stand to hold the camera. Whoops. But it's okay. You can hold it with your hands just as long as you're not hitting the buttons. If anybody wants to come out today and help me with the camera, that'd be sweet. So, while we're here with the Truth Seekers, what's up, Frank the Truth Tank? What's up, Rick James? What's up, Rob? Watch out for those tornadoes in Cleveland. I can read it, Aqua. I see your message, Aqua. I can read it. I don't understand the question. Why don't I dismantle the Bible? I often talk about verses in the Bible and how they use those verses like a playbook as they perform their rituals, like, case in point, what they did with OJ this year. OJ's dead 59 days after the Super Bowl. As the Masters tees off, they announce it when, again, it's Ephesians 6 verses 5 through 9 that says, slaves, obey your masters. He's dead at 76. Word slave has that gematria of 59 when you run the alphabetic order forwards. Gematria 76 when you run the alphabetic order in reverse. World Trade Centers came down on the 11th day of the 9th month. The Tower of Babel that divides the people of the world. That story ends in Genesis 11:9. I mean, the thing they just did with Trump, the little scare he had there in Butler, 133 days from the anniversary of the JFK shooting, when Revelation 13:3 is about the beast getting wounded in the head. And again, Revelation 13, it was 13 weeks from the anniversary of the establishment of the Secret Service on the 13th of the month, as he got the perfect photo op under the 13 stripes. Oh, I see. Brian's a troll. Is white a texture or a color? Well, again, the verse says white like wool, doesn't it? So wool is a thing, and typically people who have hair like wool aren't white people. So, we'll be in the zone. We'll be in the zone all day. Somebody help me out. What's the Godfather actor's last name who just got announced dead 201 days from his birthday? Is it Abria? I know his first name's John. We'll have to drop that one in real time. People will probably catch that one in the headlines today. You know what makes it so fitting to be out here today on a Sunday? Today's exactly 33 weeks into the year, and we're in the 33rd state. I didn't think about that until this morning. I thought, how perfect. Yeah, tomorrow's Clinton's birthday. Last year we had a Hurricane Hillary making landfall on Clinton's birthday. Jokes upon jokes. Yeah, Apria. Okay, that is right. Apria. Remember that, like a phone app. So yeah, if you're trying to find me, again, we're down here on the waterfront. Hopefully you recognize this fountain. Cross Street, Salmon, NATO Parkway. Sky Bridge is right over there. I'm just chilling on the bench in the shade. So one thing about streaming with a phone, you got to be careful in the sun. It's so easy for these phones to overheat. When that happens, your stream freezes up until your phone goes cooling down. But in the shade, it's all good. Somebody's burning one somewhere nearby. I can't see it, but I smell it. So yeah, this will be a long stream today. I'll eventually set up the speaker. Again, I imagine in about an hour or so, we'll probably start to get a lot more people out here. It's probably not going to be a bad spot to stay here because for blocks, you got construction, so you can't enter the waterfront except for right where I am. Again, they're building a skate park. I guess there's a competition for the week ahead. What's up, Chris? Hope all's well, man. Yeah, please, nobody bring me any weed to smoke today because that always parches the throat, and then I start sounding like Robert Kennedy on the mic. And I get like a third of the way in the 201, and I forgot where I was. If you guys missed the 420 special when we were in LA, it had been a long time since I smoked, but it just I couldn't stop it in Fort. Everybody was giving us weed out in LA. Got out of my car, I was walking down the street. There was this dude on his bike. He's like, "You need a puff, man?" I was like, "Well, when in Rome, why not?" No, don't even bring me weed to take home either. I told Sweet Lady I wasn't going to smoke anymore because she just really wants me to stop. Again, I've quit smoking weed about 20 times. And I still remember the first time I quit was like 2 days before Tom Petty died. And I thought, oh, is that a sign I'm not supposed to quit? Tom Petty was definitely chiefing it up. So he did have that song, Last Dance with Mary Jane. Yeah, exactly. If the problem is I start, taking it the edible way, then I just get my urge to want to smoke again. So, but yeah, edible's definitely healthier for you. My mom, she's got. My mom started. Her neighbor makes her weed brownies. She didn't want to share any with me. She's low on supply. It's like, look at that. My mom doesn't want to share her weed supply. Okay. Yeah, I normally don't eat or drink anything when I'm out. That way I don't have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, yeah, indeed. You drink too much water, you'll drown, right? I'll tell you something that was disappointing to me. My mom, where she lives, the tap water for all of my life has been good compared to other places. Like I lived in Arizona and the water's god awful down there. But man, I drank something out of her tap water when I got there, and things have changed. I felt like I was about to die. Things are not changing for the better anywhere you look. All right, chat. What all do you guys want to hear me talk about today? I mean, the election's coming up, so I was planning on talking some election. I was thinking the election. I was thinking about talking about the fentanyl thing, which is close to home down here, how the governor reversed the policy on the 68th day of the year. Like fentanyl was approved by the FDA in 68. Again, that year, the 68th day of this year was March 8th because it's a leap year. Typically, that's International Women's Day. Well, it still was this year, but remember it was 3/8. Fentanyl's got that gematria 38. I've heard nothing but horror stories about fentanyl since Prince died. Said Prince died from fentanyl is what they told us. Of course, Prince equals 38 like fentanyl. Again, there's 5 states that equal 38. Minnesota's one of them. Prince's state, and then Oregon's another one of them, where we are today. But of course, death, murder, killing, R.I.P. You know the 38 list. We talk about it all the time. Talk about football season. This is Portland. Portland's not a big sports city. They don't have any pro football teams. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot to say about Prince's death. The 421 death in light of I would die for you, where use the 21st letter. I'm breaking up. I noticed that the down here the cell phone signal was at half bars. You got 5 bars, and it was fluctuating between 2 and 3. So that was another thing I actually wanted to try out. Is the connection strong enough? How many times have I broken up? Yeah. I couldn't reply to comments if I was streaming through YouTube, but I'm streaming through StreamYard. StreamYard doesn't allow you to respond, so. All right, so far for most of you guys, it's been okay. There might be some breakups because for whatever reason we're not at full strength in bars, but talk about the key flick dollars and how all key flick dollars. I don't know what that is. We can talk about what they did with the Key Bridge on Pelosi's birthday. I'm visiting Portland. I grew up here, but now I live in the middle of nowhere, Washington State, agriculture land. Digital money, yeah. We can talk about what they did to Bob Lee. We gave that presentation last year live in San Francisco, just days after it happened. We can talk about how the FedNow system went live on the 201st day of the year after they had to show you that Bob Lee's killer lived in apartment 201. And when they showed that image of his apartment, they also showed a picture of Marilyn Monroe. I still haven't put that piece together, but you know there's something there with that. What's stopping us from blowing up? Well, big tech hasn't helped with all the deletions and the new algorithm that makes sure we get like 0 new people. I was shown on Twitter. Hey, again, I could show it every month. It's been that way for like 4 years now. It shows that the new people to the channels is the flat bar right next to 0 every single month. So they figured out a way to make it hard for new people to find the content. And then over time, people who've been here, some people just get bored. They're like, all right, I know it all. Zach's a broken record, which is true. I mean, talking about the same stuff day after day. I mean, it's usually a new story, but it's the same old, right? So. Flick dollars. I'm about to look that up. I don't know that terminology. It's a new one to me. Talk about how gematria is actually Hebrew. Well, we always have talked about how it came from Hebrew, but as we know, it's not just Hebrew. Again, it's an ancient Greek where it's known as isopsophy. There's books that were written before either you or I were alive talking about the gematria in the English language. You know, you like to always bring up the Wikipedia page that shows in the second paragraph, the gematria ciphers of English. So I know that's the gas station attendant out there. I hope better for you. Again, cover that song in your next video about why there's a song called Gematria, the killing name, and why there's a song called Murder by Numbers, where they're singing about how killing's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3, and in the English code, murder equals 83, like the song came out in 83. Same year Prince put out his I Would Die For You. You were there last year in the flesh when we were giving the Bob Lee presentation in San Francisco. You saw how we made everybody stop and listen, and you could tell that people were like, wow, I got to look more into that. So I don't know what you're so butthurt about. You're down there in the Bay Area. If I was you, I'd be out in front of Facebook each day showing everybody their headquarters address one hacker away. Sure you want to be logged into Facebook, headquartered at one hacker away? I can tell you all about that. I know that's more than an address. Still remember on the Ides of March 2017, I got every single account hacked. I got my Facebook account deleted that day as well, but it all started with Facebook. And then next thing I knew, every online account I had was hacked, and I didn't even use I used a similar variation of a password for everything, but I mean, some had an exclamation point, some had a few extra numbers, but somehow, some way, starting with Facebook, everything got hacked on the Ides of March of all days. I never predicted that Shapiro was going to be the VP nominee. I said it looked like a lot of the signs were pointing that way, but I said, as you can see, her 4 main contestants all have the 60 connection, going with the 60th election. I mean, to sit around and troll like that, it's like, that wasn't a prediction. A prediction was there was going to be an earthquake on 8/6 in California, synced up with the rock, and there was. That was a prediction. That landed. Exact magnitude with the exact number I talked about. They had to say a 5.2, going with his 52nd birthday on 5/2. But I've been showing about disasters in the rock because they have him in that movie San Andreas. Remember, it was 96 days after his birthday, like San Andreas equals 96, like it's a 9.6 earthquake. I like this guy keeping it fit. Sometimes I think I got to hang up the gematria and just get back to the fitness, start looking like that again. See her turning the head. She was impressed. She had to get a second look. I don't know if her man noticed. The trolls are always the most vocal in the chat. You know what? I'm just going to let it go. You guys are helping out the algorithm. Keep trolling away. According to the trolls, if you don't stand in front of a gas pump, it's not a real job. If you do research and type and produce material from your chair, it's not a real job. That's weird. I guess almost nobody at this day and age has a real job, because that's what most jobs are in this day and age. Information age, working in front of a computer age. So look up the word entrepreneur. Look up the word pioneer. Look up the word leader. Look at these little guys. Reminds me of the good old days. All right, actually, just so the troll's just not, spamming the chat, so some other people can leave a message. Oh, shout out to Mr. Scott. You didn't have to do that, Mr. Scott. Thank you. Thank you as always, Mr. Scott. He says I can talk about Iran in Israel situations. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about, dropping the 201s. We know how it all fits in, so we will do that today. Thank you, Rick James. What is 47? Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about 47 today. If you guys think the election should be the top issue I talk about today and all things related to the election, give me a 1. If not, just don't even post anything. I just want to see how many people in the room think that's a worthy top topic today. We're less than a few months away here from the day where people go out and validate the lie. I like it. That guy hit the water before he went on his run. Smart man. Smart man. We had a nice little lightning and thunderstorm out here. In what world would we be 1 in 177 in our major predictions? I think we're nearly flop. Did you come all the way from Tacoma?
Oh, yeah.
Look at this man right here. The first guy out in Portland came from the Seattle area. What?
Yeah, it's been 11 months, man.
Dude. All right. Well, I'm taking you out to eat when we're done, man.
Nice. Yeah, I just parked over there. I didn't even know him. Said I got to pay to park in from 1 to 7, so I guess I'm good right now.
I found an all day for $10 down here. That's what I did.
I'm gonna have to go move my car, then go find where that is.
Well, wait, you're parked from 1 to 7. What about until? Oh, is that when parking started? I see.
That's what it says. It says.
I saw that actually. Sunday parking started at 1. Yeah. Okay. If you guys don't know, this is Austin. He's pounded pavement with me several times in Seattle, and major effort to drive all the way down here as much as gas costs.
Got it. I thought it was. I don't know if I was.
Do you have a video on?
Yeah, it's your video.
I was like, what am I hearing?
I gotta go find him.
Yeah, you found me. All right, Portland. The man from the Seattle area should not be the first one down here. I didn't know you were coming out, but shout out to Austin. What's new with you? Got anything to say to the truth seekers?
Not much. It's getting crazy. It's getting wild. It's almost time for that selection, that fake selection coming up. But been out pounding paving. I was out there a few times already this summer, and I don't know if you were going out to Pike's Place at all. If you were gonna hit it up. I need to,
man. I feel bad that I haven't been out there.
I thought I was gonna see you back in April, but yeah, we can go out there September. Probably like another month and a half. It's gonna be nice, so go meet up out there, pound some pavement. Yeah. Vanessa moved away. She went back to Mississippi.
Yeah, so. She let me know.
Yeah.
Shout out to Vanessa. She's probably out there. If you guys don't know Vanessa, her channel is Gnostic Knowledge. And the closest thing I got to ebooks is what Vanessa did. Vanessa read my entire books chapter by chapter. So if you're not subscribed to Vanessa, Gnostic Knowledge, you can experience the book in essentially ebook form. So. All right. Again, if you guys got here, we're just doing a little warm up. We're going to see who gathers. I would have never bet that Austin would be the first one out here.
I thought there was someone else here too already.
Hey, shout out to you, Timothy Free. I appreciate that. You got the same name as my dad and my buddy Token Tim. Did you know they were doing that Nirvana thing at the Pop Museum right now?
No, I didn't even know that was going on either.
Yeah, I wish I would have known that. I felt like that would have. I'm gonna have to look if it's still going on because I might have to make a run out there for that.
Yeah, I'd have to even head out there too. I've been out there May and June. I was out there all day in May and June. And yeah, that's been the same without you. I didn't know if you're going out there again. I'm like, I know he's got his kid coming up. So I'm like, I don't know if he's coming back out, but I gotta meet him if he does.
Yeah.
I told you when I called you before, I'm like, I gotta do a trip with Zach. I gotta do a road trip. This is only 2 hours, so I gotta do one at least.
It's a little more than 2 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, about 2:10 maybe.
Okay.
But I live in like Parkland, so it ain't bad. 40 minutes to Seattle, about 2 hours here, a little over.
Well, I appreciate you being the first one out here again. You surprised me with that.
Yeah, you told me where you were. I'm like, I'm gonna go try and find him.
You found me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pike Place is probably the best place in our region to do it just because there's so much tourism there. Portland doesn't have anything like Pike Place.
Yeah.
So, yeah, overdue for Seattle. We're going to have to do it.
Yeah.
Austin coming out here is going to make me expedite the trip out to Seattle. So,
I was looking forward to meeting the Portland people today, too. Meet more people. I mean, people that are only 2 hours away, so.
We'll see if we get the same people who came out the day Antifa got us. I know Justin got in the fight with Antifa on that video. If you guys haven't seen the Antifa brawl when we were out in front of Powell's 2 years ago, it was weird. Right when I got into town, Justin called me out of the blue, and he asked when I was coming down to Portland again. I was like, this guy fed? Is this some kind of joke? I just pulled into town.
Yeah.
But no, I think he's going to come up today. He's got to come from the Salem area, so he might be en route right now.
I definitely expect to be the first one here.
The trolls are so heavy, man. They were starving for a live stream. They just couldn't wait. All right, again, if you guys are trying to find us, we're right by the fountain. We're on Salmon Street and NATO. And I'm hoping as the day carries on, we'll get more people out here coming through. If it doesn't pick up around here, we're about a 5-minute walk from the mall. Mall area could also be a spot. We might have to do a little stroll. And, shout out to Frank the Truth Tank, another guy who didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it, Frank. I don't think they're going to take us down. I've learned to talk around the algorithm without having to water down the message. So far, it's been working. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, it's a beautiful day. There's not going to be any rain today. Just little clouds passing over like you see. You guys never been to Portland. We're looking at the Willamette River out here. What's up, Austin?
We got that big storm that came through from Portland last night all the way up to my area.
Did you get the lightning and thunder up there too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good amount of lightning and thunder.
Big sweeping storm.
Indeed. So, another thing, for about the last 2 weeks, I haven't done many live streams. I think there's been 1 or 2 live streams in the last 2 weeks. I've just been trying out the short videos to see if I can do something to get back in the algorithm. It hasn't worked, and the more I've done it, the worse the views have gotten. So, again, just trying to experiment to see if we can bring in new people, but I don't know. I don't ever want to leave YouTube because that's what they want us to do, but to reach new people, we're going to have to figure out something. BitChute's killed me for about the last 3 years. I can't get views on BitChute. I've never been able to get any views on Rumble. Instagram, I have a hard time with every single time. I just get annoyed. I can't even log in the thing. Facebook never really had any luck either, so I don't know. Tough times to be a truth speaker, I suppose, on social media. Oh, are you doing social media?
No, I'm not doing on social media. I heard your shout out yesterday though. I was driving around and I watched that video. I'm like, oh, Zach gave me a shout out.
Yeah, well, I saw the Kurt Cobain thing. Anytime I see that, I got to give you a shout out.
Right.
If you guys don't know Austin, when he gets on the mic, he's got to talk Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, I got to get that Kurt Cobain in there.
I'm surprised you don't have the Nirvana gear on today.
Yeah. Well, I always got this on, so.
Okay.
My gym thing.
All right, I got it. See if anybody else makes the trek from Seattle. No pressure, Seattle people. I know it's a long drive and gas is expensive, but Austin showing dedication. Man, every time I look, how many accounts? Like, trolls are just amazing. All right, trolls, you just have your way, man. I'm not going to keep blocking. You guys got infinite accounts. But seriously, trolls, like, what is it, man? Are you guys paid to do this, or like, why be such haters? So, if my work was totally fraudulent, then I mean, would I be able to get on every day and just show the same stuff? Don't you think it's funny that breaking news right before I was about to fire this thing up, we got a new 201 story. Wasn't even planning on talking about it. Reminds me why I can't finish my book. Again, Godfather actor announced dead today, but he died on the Jesuit order's birthday, 201 days from his own birthday. I mean, come on. What's fraudulent about that? I think that's something people should understand. Well, you know, I got to admit, when I was able to live stream on Twitter, I mean, technically I could still live stream on there if I paid Elon Musk his money. I was getting good views on that. I noticed I was getting like 1,000 people just watching in the live streams and getting some pretty big views on those. So I got to admit, I am kind of tempted to pay the Twitter fee to stream on there. But I really don't want to give that guy any money. It's kind of a principle thing. So... But what do you guys think? Should I pay Elon Musk the monthly fee to potentially reach a greater audience? Is it worth it? Is it a weighing the scales type of thing? I haven't been blocked or banned in 3 years. What are you talking about? I just lost 2 channels. I just lost 2 channels that had more subs than this one. What are you talking about? Well, here, I'll let you spam away, troll, but if I just see you spamming the same false things over, then, I mean, come up with a legit argument. Come up with a real criticism.
Crazy, only 153 watching.
It says 153 on your end?
That's what it says on mine.
Check out my end. It says 218.
Huh. My phone's a bit laggy. It's old, so maybe it's not.
No, it just shows you. It's different numbers everywhere.
Yeah.
We're up 219. We
started
gained 1.
33 minutes ago, 153 watching. Oh, 145.
Yeah, we're about to eclipse 34 minutes. Did you guys give me any feedback on the short videos? What do you think? Are you guys able to watch more of my content with the short videos, or do you prefer the live streams? The one other advantage about the short videos is I can put up a title that just has to do with that content. Whenever I do a live stream, I typically cover 20 things, and I can only fit 3 things in the title. Tell everyone about your fraud company, Ted's Investments. Well, if you really want to know about that, the T's for my dad's first initial. The E is for his wife's first initial. The D is for sweet lady's first initial. And the Z is for my first initial. And we set that up for the sake of, acquiring a little building that we got plans to have a studio in someday. So, I don't know. Is that fraudulent? I don't think that's fraudulent. Just a little family affair with plans to take the work further. So, I don't know what you're so mad about.
Maybe I'll be an employee.
Yeah, Austin says maybe he'll be an employee. Austin would obviously be a worthy employee, you guys. He dedicates his time, and here you see it. He was the first one out here in Portland, traveling from the Seattle area. So.
Fifth time I've met you now. Fifth time.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Time number 4 was last September, right?
Yep.
Time number 3 was the All-Star game.
Number 2 was Pike's Place, April 2nd.
Was it 3 last year? Oh, I remember what the first time was. The first time was the March for Our Lives gathering. Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Kids.
Indeed, I did.
That was a classic.
All right, we know Tracy's coming out from the Clackamas area. Thank you, Tracy. I know Logan Thomas is coming out. Well, you know, Portland, you know, it's got a bad rap now, but it used to be a good place. I'm sure there's still plenty of good people out here. So, hey, yours truly is from Portland. So, hey, just a question for the troll. If I'm a CIA agent, how come YouTube hates us so much in the algorithm? Why would a CIA agent get his channel deleted 20 sometimes? Hey, Nathan, if you want to block trolls, I'll leave it up to you. If you want to use the troll hammer, go for it. But like I said, they're actually helping the algorithm. Supposedly how it works, the more comments. I'm sure they're hitting the thumbs down too, which also actually helps the algorithm. Anytime I post a video, there's like instantly 20 dislikes. It always starts with a horrible like ratio because there's somebody on there that goes through all 20 of their troll accounts to hit a dislike. Serious dedication. I got to give it to them. You know, Gematria32 just did a decode I'd never seen before. He showed that the day that they found Saddam Hussein in the... You guys remember that when Saddam Hussein came out of the hole in the ground? He showed that it was 201 days from Bush's birthday and 177 days from Dick Cheney's birthday, the 2 Jesuit order numbers. So, shout out to Gematria32 for bringing another piece of evidence to the table. If our friend comes up from the Salem area, he was telling me, Zach, I didn't get to sign your book last time because Antifa jumped us right as you were about to sign the book. So he said he's going to try and make it out here today and get him signed. He's a businessman, though. He's got his own company, so his job permits. He'll be out here.
Now, last time in Seattle, we got doused with the... They're spraying us down, trying to light us on fire and poison us there with that lighter fluid.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They were trying to set us on fire last time. I forgot.
I still don't know how he snuck in the picture. I looked over him and I was like, what?
They stole my water bottle and the only books I had remaining. I still haven't had a copy of my own book since that day. Thank you again, John Mendoza. I see you out there. Appreciate that, John. Thank you, Sig310. Appreciate that as well. And thank you also, Bird's Eye Video. So, Bird's Eye Video says, thanks for all you do, and here's a little help with gas. I appreciate that. I know your goal isn't sports betting, but I've made quite a bit the last few years thanks to your teaching. The trolls and haters suck it. Well, they're still going to call us a fraud. They're going to be like, oh, that's one of Zach's alt accounts. He's giving himself a super chat.
How's support been lately? Still going down, or?
Say it again?
Support still going down, or going up, or?
You mean like support for the work?
Yeah.
Well, the sports community just stays consistent. We're not really reaching new people, so it's hard to build it, but right. the sports people are loyal.
Yeah, I'm always, like I said, I always support them on your 11. I'm never, like, I'll bet here and there, but I'm never, like, in the chat or anything. I'm usually on your live stream, so.
Here, you know what? While we wait for the Truth Seekers to come out and the action to pick up here before we set up the loudspeaker, I mean, people love drama, so hold on here. I'm trying to figure out something. Trying to remember how to invite somebody. Invite, yes, that's what I mean. All right, for the active trolls in the chat, you guys, I'm going to give you guys your shot. I always give you guys your shot. But you got to come on. Oh, snap. How do I do it? Snap. Never mind. I can't do it. There's nowhere to comment. I was trying to drop the link for you guys to come in, but yeah, I can't do it actually. Sorry, trolls, you're out of luck. What's my birthday? July 21st. Got my big present with the Kamala transition prediction. Yeah, TikTok's another one that I can never remember how to log into. You know, my TikTok started out great because the first two videos I did on there each got over 100,000 views. And then the second one was filming the lady getting thrown out of the airport, or not the airport, I mean the post office, for telling me to put a mask on. But after that one, I just couldn't get any views. For whatever reason, after that one, I just got no more views. Yeah, I know. I gotta, maybe I will try and get the TikTok thing going. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean with the trolls. It's like, why spend all your time in here calling me a scammer when there is no scam, you know? When you got a media that literally is lying to everyone every day. I mean, that's why we spend our time exposing, you know, something that's actually reaching almost everybody's face, lying to them every day. We're actually trying to counter a scam. And again, I asked you a little bit ago, like, why you were following me around all day in San Francisco, acting like you were down for the cause. Seems weird that you came out all day and now you spent like ever since then every day trolling. See if anyone's excited for President Kamala. Yeah, we'll find out here. We're going to get the speaker going. We're going to be out here for a long time today. This is just a little warm up. Again, I want to see more people out here. And
you said it was $10 all day down that way?
So where I'm parked at is right when you come off the bridge, which I'm sure you came off of. Immediately to your right, there's a parking lot right there on 2nd, and it's $10 all day. It actually says $12 all day on the sign, but then I went to pay and it said $10 all day. So I said, all right, $2 off.
Oh, maybe that's a Sunday or something.
Yeah, it must be. That is low to have a troll account mocking Vanessa's channel. Come on. Are you seriously trolling Vanessa too? That is bad. I'll tell you what, if you guys are ever in Portland and take this river cruise, don't eat the food. I did it one time a long time ago. It was bad. The food was bad. Yeah, I think my trolls must be on payroll to be as dedicated as they are. I mean, I've had nonstop trolling every day since 2015. I mean, we hadn't even hardly reached anybody in 2015. We were already getting trolled. 2016 was our breakout year.
I still remember you getting millions of views back in 2016, 2017. It's like, where did millions of people go?
Well, over a course of a month, we've only broken 1 million views 2 times out of about 12,000 videos now, but I know these days I feel good if I reach 5,000. I'm like, oh, 5,000 views, not bad. Donna answered the question. She said she prefers the lives. How long can you stream for on TikTok? How long can a TikTok stream go on for? The last time I used TikTok, it was like 1 minute limited video, so they must have switched it up. Can I stream all day on TikTok? Well, I lost 2 of my YouTube channels in the last year. And they didn't get strikes, they just took down the channels. And I noticed there was a wave of deletions in channels that I follow in about the past week or two. It seems like ever since the YouTube CEO died, the former YouTube CEO, they went on a censorship wave. And yeah, I feel kind of grateful that I made it through the wave. Usually when there's a censorship wave, I'm usually one of the first to go down, but I don't want to jinx anything. Change the name to Mr. Beast Gematria. Yeah. Well, you know, that might work, but I would feel bad about doing it that way. I feel like that's a cheap trick. So. Little cloud cover right now, cooling it down. You know, a common comment I see in my chat, I mean, they're not even chat, just seems like almost every video I do, there's a comment left, and then there's hardly any comments, but I always look and there's somebody that always says, cover the fake sun that they're using. If you guys are out there and think the sun is fake, I mean, listen, there's a reason that people like my sister will not listen to anything on YouTube because she kind of associates everything with that level. When you guys like claim the sun is fake, who invented this fake sun? Where did the normal sun go? And I mean, how do you put a fake sun in orbit that keeps the flowers blooming? And
I heard of that, the artificial sun simulator. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think about that, Austin? Do you think that sounds legit?
I mean, you know, it's hard to like say really, but I don't. If it's something else, or they're mimicking the sun with something else or something, but I mean, not that I say that I've seen it. I mean, I've experienced like ghosts and supernatural shit. I mean, I've seen a UFO, so I mean, I've seen some shit, but I mean, that's not something I can kind of confirm. It's like, you know, people saying, you know, the Earth is flat. Well, what's the, you know, where's the real proof in that? You know?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I say if you're gonna make claims, you got to have good evidence. I mean, I'd be blown away if somehow they replaced the sun with a sun simulator. That sounds wild. Yeah, these are actually real clouds. And you know what? I don't even see any trails up there right now, but I don't want to jinx that either. I still remember when they declared the pandemic, there wasn't any trails for like a week, and the sky got so much bluer. It didn't have like the white haze from the leftover stuff. I guess the barium or whatever it is. And by the way, that was another channel that just got taken down last week. Did you see that? Dane Wingington's channel got taken down. His channel is gone. Last year, they reported 670 people died from the sun in Phoenix, huh? That's an interesting number there. 6-7. Try the vertical screen format. You think that's better? People usually want the horizontal way. Sam Tripoli has been very disappointing, I gotta say. These people he brings on, man. He hasn't had, I mean, think about that. He has not brought us on since Kobe died. I mean, you think he would have had us on to talk about Kobe? We've been on Sam's show for over 4 years. He calls it Mount Crushmore, the top deal. Come on, and both times he said, "You're the first face that goes on Mount Crushmore." How's he not going to bring us on? Don't tell me somebody's telling him we can't come on. I can't hate on the guy too much though, because he really did bring a lot of new people to the work the first time he had us on. Got the not so shy pigeons over here. The other day, the radio had on the. Do you remember the TLC No Scrubs and then the response song No Pigeons? Actually heard that on the radio the other day. I was laughing. Forgot about that one.
What all the animals around here, they just come right up to you, whether it's a deer or birds, whatever. You can just walk right up to it, pretty much pet it. You do that like in the Midwest, like back in Wisconsin or something, the shit will just run away from you. You can't even get close to it. Here, it'll basically come sit in your lap like a pet.
I had a deer get way too close to my car on the highway on the way here. Closest I ever came to hitting a deer. The brakes worked. What was your post, Brian? Sorry, I don't have my eyes on the chat the whole time. What'd you say? What was your post? Every time I've seen your comment, it's been about money flicks or something. Like I said, I don't know what the terminology is for that. Yeah, we talked about the BlackRock Matthew Crooks thing. I covered that. I think I did a short video on that. It might have been part of a live stream. I can't exactly. I know we covered it though. And again, just another. What are the odds? What are the odds that Matthew Crooks did a BlackRock ad? Someone will say, well, it was actually for his teacher. Still, what are the odds? How many classrooms are there in the whole nation? Just the fact that he's connected to that brand. Okay, Brian, I see your comment. Am I supposed to respond to that? I mean, what do you want me to say? I understand the people who control the money supply are the cabal. I'm very aware. Welcome to the channel. Well, Brian, the things you're accusing me of, I mean, I can tell you're not familiar with the channel. I've always said that the money system is fake and it's used to control us. I mean, yeah, you're preaching to the choir over here.
Well, they want that digital currency up soon.
Yeah, because then it's even easier to keep track of everybody's money. And again, how are you going to help out homeless people when everything's digital? How are you going to buy from your weed dealer when everything's digital?
And then let's control your money, how much money you got. Oh, you don't got no money, we're taking your money away.
Logan, I see you in the chat. I've been waiting for you. Logan, we're out on Salmon Street and NATO Parkway by the fountain, down by the waterfront. You'll see there's a whole bunch of construction because they're building a skate park right now. I guess there's going to be a skate competition down here all week. So where the fence ends is right here at Salmon, because for blocks, it's all fenced behind me. So, yeah. And this is the only water fountain down on the waterfront, so you'll find us for sure. Smell some of that green stuff.
I can smell it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Brian, I don't know what all these arguments you're coming with. I've definitely said war is about depopulation. I mean, I don't know if you're just a troll or what. I never said wars are just about money. But wars are about money too, because it funnels the money to the people on top that run the system. I mean, all of their agendas are multifaceted.
We get all our technology from the wars, like the cell phone and all our internet stuff that we have now that we didn't have, say, back in 2001, 2002. We went over there in Iraq and Afghanistan, Iran, go over there and bring all that shit over here and create the phone, get the control going.
Right. Yeah, again, I mean, Brian, in the chat, the point of my work is to point out who is behind these systems, who's really doing this. You have the majority of the truth community, blaming Israel, and that's not right. Israel came out of the agenda as well. Again, it's just like, when did World War II officially end? It ended on the Jesuit order's birthday. What just happened the other year after 20 years of needless war in the Middle East? Afghanistan's government collapses on the Jesuit order's birthday. I see a lot of people out there taking shots at my work and mocking me, but we'll never have a debate. Everyone who knows Adam Green out there, No More News, he's always harping on about how it's all Israel, Israel, Israel. And remember, I was the first interview we did after he came back from Israel. Mr. I Hate Israel actually went to Israel. But then he also took down that interview the very next day, because I was telling him he's got to look into more things. Somebody says, yeah, I don't know, Frank. I don't know who Brian is, but yeah, Adam Green just declined to debate me. He debated Johnny Cerrucci about if it's the Jesuits or what he says. And, I like Johnny and he does good research, but he didn't do a good job in that debate. And then he got all into his religion, and then it became about how, you know how Johnny is. He's just so religious. And then it kind of looked like he lost the debate because he went off topic and made it all about his religion, and then Adam was making fun of him. And I reached out right away and I said, well, hey, let's do a follow-up debate and let's do the same argument, but I'll bring my side of the equation. And he declined to have that debate. So you got to ask yourself, Adam Green, who's debated probably 1,000 people over the last 6 years, why did he delete my interview the day after he put it up? And why will he not debate me? Why is that? You know? And what's crazy too is Sam Tripoli recently had Adam on, and Sam Tripoli said to him, he said, I don't think you're right. He said, I think it's the Jesuits who run it all. And I thought, oh, good, Sam, good for you. And the next thing I know, every broadcast Sam's doing now, he's playing down the Jesuit narrative. Like, I don't think the Jesuits, they're just another one of the control structures. I mean, yeah, there's more to it than the Jesuits. That's not the whole piece, but you got to identify the tip of the spear. And I am quite certain they are the tip of the spear. You know, could I be wrong? Sure. But, I mean, I have a lot of evidence to make the case. And when you hear Sam say now it's not the Jesuits, he also can't identify who it is. I heard him say Illuminati one time, but again, who founded the Illuminati? A Jesuit. I mean, you could say things like there's families behind the Jesuits, like the Orsini family, who's put more popes in there. And of course, the Jesuits are carrying on something that came before them. So it's not like all this started with the Jesuits, but they are the tip of the spear of this day and age. They're carrying on the traditions of the Cabal that goes back to Babylon. By the way, you guys, I mean, do you guys know what's on the Pope's ring? I rarely bring that up. I should bring it up more. On the Pope's ring is the Roman letters, IXXI. I mean, what's that? IX is 9. What's XI? It's 11. 9/11. You look at the flag, the U.S. flag. How are the stars? How are the U.S. stars on the flag? You have 11 columns of stars and 9 rows of stars. If you weren't aware of that, just look at the U.S. flag. 11 columns, 9 rows. Think that's an accident? We know in the Jewish cipher, a.k.a. the Latin cipher, as Derek renamed it. I don't know why Derek renamed it. Him and I both learned of the cipher from the same spot online, and it was always called Jewish Gematria. But Latin, I suppose, makes sense. But Vatican Hill equals 9/11. Do you remember all the 9/11s in that cipher that go with 9/11? Crazy enough, in that same cipher, Al-Qaeda terrorist attack equals 9/11. Tisha B'Av equals 9/11. To remember the destruction of the 2 temples. First it was the Babylonians who destroyed it. Then it was the Romans. Jihadists equals 9/11 in that cipher. On and on and on. IXXI, similar to the Tree of Life. Yeah, that's thinking a little bit outside the box, I suppose. Today's 43 days after Bush's birthday, huh? July 6, 25 plus 18. Yeah, that works. Yeah, right. There's our NYU student. Division in that same cipher is 9/11, absolutely. There's a guy out here in Portland. It's funny, he got a lot of attention because he goes around. I sent him a message on his Twitter. I'm hoping he'll come out and debate with us. He likes to go around Portland and debate people. He's a younger guy, but he got a lot of attention recently because he goes around with an abortion sign and kind of gives people a hard time about abortion. He's a Catholic, but he went viral online because a woman attacked him on the streets of Portland. And for that attack, you know, Jesse Lee Peterson flew him down to LA to interview him. It's like, why didn't Jesse Lee Peterson bring us on to talk about the 5942 thing in Black history? But I was actually glad to see that kid do that interview because I actually didn't like that viral video because he gets kind of physical with the woman. It's sad to watch because he was trying to defend himself because she was attacking him, but she was out there with her daughter. And he actually knocked the woman down into her child, so they both smashed to the ground. But people are like praising him as a hero. Like, I don't know, man. If that was me, I would have just, I mean, I would have blocked, but I wouldn't have gone back physically against the woman and knocked her to the ground. But anyway, in the interview, he said he actually felt bad about that, and he said he grew up in a house with domestic violence, and he said it reminded him of his own household when he took the woman and the child to the ground. But yeah, if a woman ever attacks you, I mean, you have the right to defend yourself, but I don't think you should fight back.
Give her a simple takedown and subdue her. No need to do some punching or kicking her.
Well, he did do a simple takedown. He didn't punch or kick. And that's what he did. He did like a wrestling submission, taking her to the ground, but it knocked down the little girl. It's sad to watch. Some of you guys might have already seen this video. It just showed up in my feed one day. That's how I saw it. And then I was like, oh, shoot, he's in Portland doing this. So. And you know, he's another one of these Christian guys for Trump. I just feel like every Christian for Trump should know about old MAGA. The old Church of Satan parallels there. All these Christians think they got all this spiritual discernment. Here they are behind arguably maybe the wickedest man in the spotlight. So I just can't get down with the religious thing and all these people that think they're holier than thou because they believe in what was written down in the book published by the Vatican. No, I got a Protestant Bible. Well, I'm pretty sure the Protestant Reformation was just another way of spreading the Catholic brand. Like how some of these companies just buy up a whole bunch of other food companies. You think you're not shopping General Mills or Coca-Cola, but lo and behold, they own 5,000 other companies.
And how can you possibly fall for that assassination? I mean, how fake can it be?
It's just mind-blowing. Yeah.
Not even no blood trickling down. It's just, I mean, it looked like they just painted his ear. It looked like just paint and shit. Because otherwise, even if they did a little poke to his ear, I mean, there'd be blood coming out. You could scratch yourself.
Well, and if a bullet went through your ear, I mean, you could argue it just barely nicked it. But I mean, if a bullet went through your ear, you should be missing a chunk of your ear.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And not even no blood dripping down, no mess, just like just dark paint blood, like it's already dried up. Just totally fake as can be. And they show a picture of the bullet. The bullet's this big, and it just missed his ear. Oh, where was it? It would have hit him in the head. It would have been in the ear if it's that big. Would he get shot with a BB gun? I mean, come on.
Hey, I just looked down and caught the chat. You guys, if I'm missing comments in the chat, I'm sorry. I'm not always looking at it, but I just saw D. Taylor's message. That's sad, D. It must be the truth seeker consequence. The family won't even say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, and I hope everybody in the chat wishes you a happy birthday, too, to make up for it. But, yeah.
Who is that? D26?
D. Taylor.
Oh, D. Taylor.
Shout out to D26 if he's out there somewhere. D. Taylor said, no love from the family on the birthday, so happy belated birthday. Sorry to hear that. I know the feeling. Happy D-Day. I don't know. Yeah, never forget D-Day, just another one of those World War rituals by the numbers. 6/6 at 6 a.m. the attack started. Can you imagine being on that day? You're like, wait a minute, they're sending us this at 6 a.m.? This doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound good. They had to make the movie Saving Private Ryan, where it starts off with D-Day. And then Tom Hanks' character dies on the day, leaving 201 days left in the year. Remember Tom Hanks in that other Spielberg movie where he's stuck in the airport? Opening of the movie, Department of Homeland Security is watching him on monitor 201. What's the other Spielberg movie with the Encounters of the Third... Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something? You got the scene where it's all zoomed in on the mailbox 201. If I'm not mistaken, that movie came out 201 years after the country was established, which is also 201 years after the Illuminati was established. Hey, you guys, when that wind is blowing, how's that sound for the audio? Can you guys hear that wind gust real clearly? We got a nice little wind gust right now. How's that interfere with the audio? Does it drown me out? Can you still hear me? All right, it might be a speaker thing. I saw one person said it was muffled. Audio still fine? Okay. It's probably not going to get windier than that, but, well, as I say that, there's an even harder wind gust. Spoke too soon. But that's probably going to be the max for the wind.
I'm thinking the wind will probably die down as the day goes on.
Well, it comes off the river.
Yeah.
And once we got the speaker set up, we'll be way louder, so...
cut right through it. Yeah, and I got my megaphone too. I was gonna tell you, I still got mine in my trunk. So.
Is that what you've been doing when you go down to Seattle, busting out the megaphone?
Yeah. Yeah, in case they shut yours down again. I didn't have it then for that MLB All-Star game. I could have just whipped it out.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about that. That was the weirdest day. That was the day the alarm went off right above the speaker where it was charging. I was like, God, is this some kind of curse?
Yeah, because we went out there April 2nd. It worked fine. You know, we both got on it, and then we both got on it in September. It worked just fine, but that day it was just the magic. Magic shut us down.
Speaking of weird stuff, when I got into town to my mom's house, next morning my mom's neighbor comes over and goes, hey, Zach, I just want to give you a heads up. Some guy pulled up real quick. He said he was real muscular, looked military. He said he just got out of his car and quickly went around your car and took several photographs and then drove off. He said, did he catch his license plate? He said, I couldn't see it through the window. He was in and out. But
when was this?
Just the other day when I got into town, and just trying to hope maybe he liked the car. I mean, it's just a Toyota, but maybe he just liked the car. So hopefully it was nothing nefarious.
Yeah, hopefully.
But he said the guy looked real military.
It's getting crazy. It's getting wild. Things are getting weirder.
Yeah, and we're in the city that's motto is keep Portland weird.
Yep. We're in some strange times.
Yeah. Well, so far still a little bit slow. And what are we approaching noon? Is it getting pretty close to noon?
Yeah, I think 2 minutes to noon. I'll have to go to my car soon, either move it or find out how expensive that spot's going to be.
Okay, because you got free parking until 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was Seattle, Washington, we'd be free, and it's free on Sundays up there. So
you'll see there's on Second, there's like 3 lots right as you come off that bridge. You can just go back this way a few blocks. And
you know what corner it's on? Second and
okay, when you came into Portland, you came probably right off that bridge into downtown, right?
Yeah.
So if you were driving right when you come off that bridge, right when you get into downtown at the first light, you just look right to your right immediately. There's a lot right there. And there's a lot across the street. I think has the same price. So just right there at Second, right when you come in, just straight down here. Again, it's $10 all day parking.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how expensive that spot is too. Because if it's gonna be $10, I can just leave the car there around that. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, you're on the street, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's 2 hour max because
it says 1 to 7 on the sign. So
so maybe you can pay for all that.
Yeah.
Well, if it's only like $1 an hour or something, then it might be cheaper.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put it somewhere where I wouldn't have to mess with it all day.
I mean, if it's right there, but I can go to my car every hour. That's what's nice with that close.
Somebody says, what's that dude hauling? Probably his life. I'm guessing he lives on the street. So. Caitlin Elizabeth Clark's 201, huh? I don't think I noticed that before. Go figure. Go figure. Reminds me how they did Jerry West dirty 201 days from Braun's birthday. Who will the next president be? Well, we still have the Donald Trump split-term Grover Cleveland narrative in effect. And if Biden doesn't finish his term and Kamala becomes number 47, again, Grover Cleveland, the man who was president between his terms, was named Harris' son. So I was talking about yesterday. I mean, some of you guys just come in here and spam the same questions. I mean, did you watch yesterday's video? I mean, I put up a video about the significance of the Andre the Giant Obey sticker made by Shepard Fairey, who did the Obama Hope poster and now announced the new Kamala Forward poster, and how forward's the state motto for Wisconsin. And Hulk Hogan was just at the Wisconsin rally for Trump, and Hulk Hogan beat the wrestler Kamala in the '86 WWF Championship. And remember, Kamala the wrestler died 2 days before Kamala was named the VP pick by Biden. So, I mean, that could be a little bit of predictive programming right there. That was in '86 that Hulk beat Kamala, and Kamala Harris has that 86 gematria. But I got to admit, I'm a little bit more torn on it, just because, remember what we talked about with The Simpsons and how that episode of Lisa Simpson being the first female president. Well, again, if Kamala becomes president, she would be the first female president.
That's the thing I'm thinking too, because, you know, last time it's like, you know, Trump goes against Hillary, so, you know, he went up against a woman, he won. You know, and then he went up against, obviously, Joe Biden, and he won. Now he's up against a woman again for the second time, but that was 2016, 2017. Now it's 24, 25. Does he go 2-0 over the woman, or is this the time for the woman to win? You know, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing. If Biden doesn't exit and Kamala doesn't become president, then that's where the narrative, in my opinion, increases that maybe Kamala could beat Trump, because one more time, the pass the torch thing happened on the 21st day of July, 217, 217 days after the Pope's birthday. This year, Obama's birthday, because it's a leap year, was the 217th day of the year. But again, women had the right to vote in New Jersey until 1807 and lost it that year, which was 217 years ago. And remember, Whore of Babylon has that gematria 217, and we know how Kamala climbed to the top, dating Willie Brown when he was 60, when she was in her 20s, and now here she is the front runner for the Democratic Party just before her 60th birthday for the 60th election. But yeah, again, the Lisa Simpson cartoon where she wears the purple dress and the pearl necklace like Kamala wore on Inauguration Day, that episode came out 152 days after Kamala's birthday. And remember, Kamala Debbie Harris equals 152. Pass the torch equals 152, the motto for Biden. You had the Snoop Dogg carrying the torch at the Olympics, who has the same birthday as Kamala. So, yeah, I think if Biden doesn't finish, Kamala becomes president, it might be a real short term. But then you also got to think about the Gerald Ford thing, because he says in that prediction about how we'll get the first female president, he says once that happens, you're not going to see many men presidents after that. But he does say not many. So, I mean, you know, maybe Trump does become president, and maybe Trump has a terrible term, and then we're just in full female president mode, kind of like every Hollywood movie these days is about a female action hero and some dopey guy. So, I don't know. They've made things a little bit more interesting. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who the president is, which is the main message, too. It's a rigged system. It's like, we got to stop with the rigged system. That's what people really need to understand.
The next inauguration is going to be 2029 after 2025. So where are we going to be by 2029? You know, that's basically going to be Agenda 2030. So where are we by that point? That's what I'm looking at. You're going to own nothing and be happy. Well, I mean, Schwab's talking with certainty, saying that we're pretty much dead, gone, and out of here. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, hey, I realize more people are starting to come out. All of a sudden, I feel like there's a lot more people here. I'm guessing, you know what I think it is? I think the river cruise just unloaded, because the boat park's just down here. So I think these people are coming off the river cruise right here. So we got a nice little wave. But yeah, as the day goes on, if we can consistently keep a crowd like this, we'll get the speaker going. Start dropping some truth bombs. Talk to this guy in the Dodgers hat about what they did to old Chadwick Boseman the year the Dodgers won the World Series. But yeah, we're getting closer to showtime. It's looking a little bit better out here. It's definitely not Pike's Place, but again, if you're trying to find us, Salmon Street and Nadeau Parkway, which is pretty much first. Again, can't miss the fountain. And
you'll walk right into us if you're coming this way.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mike Rawson. Appreciate that, Mike Rawson. All right. You know what? I don't know what it is today, but the face diapers are off. I came out here 2 days ago and everybody had them on. So I don't know. It's weird.
That is a good point. I haven't seen anybody with one on.
Yeah, it was weird. I was down here 2 days ago, or maybe it was 3 days ago, and everybody was wearing them. But yeah, this Sunday crowd has lost the face diaper, which I'm happy to see. I don't know if it was the work people, because it was a weekday. I don't know if everyone's going to work in their face diapers, or they're still requiring them at the office, or what. But I was like, what in the world is going on? So yeah, Sunday crowd's looking a lot better.
I'm still the only person here. I would have thought someone else would have showed up by now.
I thought more Portland people. I mean, the problem is nobody gets a notification anymore. I mean, it's possible that nobody even knows I'm out here.
Yeah, I mean, I just got that notification. I mean, I heard your shout out yesterday. I was driving around and I caught that. And then last night, before I went to bed, late last night, I seen. I think it was Nathan Disambiguation posted your video saying you were going to be out here today. I'm like, oh damn, I didn't know this happened. I got to quick get ready for this.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like we got the father-daughter across the way. Probably just went to church the way they're dressed. These electric bikes, man. No more exercise.
Yeah.
I see the trolls back to spamming. All right. Let's.
I had that trampoline park for the lunch is over.
What did I just do? All right, there we go. I remember when I was in Buffalo, I was blown away. There were 3 Masonic lodges within blocks of where that top shooting was. 2 were Prince Hall, and then 1 was the traditional Masonic lodge. It's like, wow, got as many lodges as you got blocks here. And then, of course, that Peter Canisius University was there too, Jesuit University. Remember that top shooting was 144 days from his death anniversary. And the next thing you knew, days later, you had the Uvalde shooting on the 144th day of the year. Those Jesuits in that 144, getting biblical, the chosen, the 144,000. This guy went for it. Why not? Oh no! Oh no! Do it again. Do it again.
I still remember that kid singing Crisscross when we were out there.
Oh yeah.
That was so cool. We were leaving there. That was for MLB, and we were walking away. That was so cool seeing that kid.
Yeah. Yeah, Austin talking about last time we were down in Seattle, we were departing. There was looked like older brother and little brother. They were playing some famous hip hop beats and freestyling over it. But this little kid, man, he was super impressive. I think, how come he doesn't have a record deal?
Yeah. He's got his whole future ahead of him.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to do something to his mom or dad if he wants to ever make it on the radio, unfortunately, in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready. We're all ready. By the way, if you're out there, Laura, Laura must be a psychic, because Laura started to send us stuff for a little girl before I said anything about it being a little girl. I don't know how Laura knew. I guess it's a women's intuition, but Laura, if you're out there, you do not need to send anything else. I appreciate all your generosity. There's a woman, Laura, she's been sending me almost something a week for the little girl on the way, which is very nice. But yeah, Laura, you have done your part. And for other people who have been asking, can you send something? I mean, you're welcome to, but I don't think we need anything. I think we're prepared. We went out and got pretty much everything we could think of that we'll need. So
we got a few months anyways.
Yeah. It's funny of all days, the expectation date is November 9th. We'll see if it ends up being that. It's rarely the exact date they give you. But
like Trump back in 2016 on 11/9.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Who knows? It might end up being on election day.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Got a chin diaper.
What is it?
Chin diaper.
Oh yeah,
that's face, but it's chin.
Yeah, that's the. Hey, I don't know. It's a lot different out here than the other day. So.
That's where too. I'll be driving around. My area too. Up in Seattle or even Parkland. Where I'm at. That's how it is too. Some days people you'll see face diapers everywhere, and some days you won't see it at all. It's just weird. It just comes and goes.
Well, what else is weird is it was the day before the WHO announcement, or whatever that announcement they put out to put it back on your slave muzzle. Hey, thank you, Dave. Yeah, it'll be nice to have a little one, but again, I worry about the world. Are these waterproof, these things? I feel like that's a dangerous move right there. Are those electrical? We have to go give this dude CPR and drag him out there and not get ourselves electrocuted. Damn. Okay. When we were in Oklahoma City, it was funny. At night, it was like Children of the Corn came out. That was a ghost town, Oklahoma City. But at night, all the kids came out and rented all the electric scooters and just took over the town. I was like, where are the parents at? It's ran by children. I don't know if nobody cares about what the WHO says. I remember everybody getting down for their agenda in 2020. That's what I remember. Little dachshund. When I was a kid, I thought those were the coolest dogs. Little dachshund.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's a miss.
We both got the woo on that one because we just got blasted. I'm tempted to go walk around and check out other spots, but by the time I do that, it'll be the time people finally show up here. So we'll wait till some more.
My car soon again here.
Yeah, don't get a ticket.
Yeah.
If you need to go, why don't you go do that?
I'll go do that.
I'll be here. I'll wait.
Okay.
All right. Austin's gonna go relocate the vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be here. All right, Portland, the man from Seattle. He was the first on the scene. I'm blown away. Last time I came out to Portland, you guys beat me out here. There was like 5 or 6 people waiting before I even got here. I guess it's just symbolic of the way it is. Just everything is way down, including truth seekers on the ground. Again, if you guys got here late, we will set up the speaker, start doing some street teaching, try and start some conversations. I'm going to open the mic up too, like we did in Seattle, see if we can get some other people to come out and speak on the mic. Did that in LA, did that in Seattle. Some people didn't like that so much. They didn't like hearing the other street speakers, but I think it's fun to just hear what's on other people's minds. Uh-oh, little one's having fun in the water. Uh-oh, here comes little, oh, he was thinking about it. He started to make the charge and then stop. Big sis. Big sis got to show him how to do it again. Yeah, that wave of people must have just been getting off the boat because, again, there's a few people out here, but hopefully it picks up as the day goes on. There's only so many more beautiful days left in Portland before it turns into cloud and rain city. Again, if you've never been out to the Pacific Northwest, west of the mountains where Portland and Seattle are, weather's pretty similar in San Francisco too. From about the end of September till late spring, early summer, sun is limited. You get a lot of cloud cover, a lot of rain. Doesn't rain hard, but just a lot of light rain. That's why you look at a lot of U.S. cities like Portland and Seattle won't even be in the top 10 for total rainfall, but in terms of days of rain, they'll be at the very top. It's because you got the ocean and coast bringing in all the moisture, and then the mountain range creates like a barrier that keeps the western part of the state super green and wet. Are you talking about Vancouver, BC or Vancouver, Washington? I've been to both. I was born in Portland. I moved to Vancouver in the middle part of my childhood. Vancouver, Canada used to be an awesome place. Like the rest of the West Coast is on a pretty significant decline. Brian, I think the only one who needs to check their ego is you. If you're so smart, why aren't you out in your community getting out the word? Where were you at the beginning of the scam? Were you out in front of major centers, places to be, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, calling out everything that was going to happen in spades? You put a book out middle of 2020. You work your ass off to get out a 400-page book with nothing but facts, calling exactly when the scam was going to end before it did. I know I put out a book saying they're going to run their scam through the year of the tiger. As soon as the year of the tiger came, bam, scam's over. Well, mostly over. I find it weird. All these people on the channel always trying to talk nonsense. Like, who are you? What are you doing? What information did you reveal to the world? Yeah, and I went out and lived like an example too. I showed how people to go out in public and not comply with all the bullshit. I said, look, you don't have to do it. You don't have to be afraid. Look, here I'm out doing it every day. I know we help a lot of people not get that pokey dope. Brian's in here dropping the life-changing knowledge that the bankers run the world. Okay, Brian. Wow. I think almost everybody knows that one, Brian. Tell me more. I still remember the first day they had the monkeypox in the news. It was the day I was in the airport flying out to Buffalo. It was the 138th day of the year, and it was all over the headlines. And what's monkeypox equal in Gematria? 138. The one thing I got to admit about the WHO, they tripped me up because they announced the monkeypox thing one day after 13/8 on August 14th. And then the next day was the day leaving 138 days left in the year. I was like, huh. They had 2 days. So they essentially announced it in the middle of the two 138 dates. I mean, they weren't that far off, but just find it kind of funny in terms of how they typically operate. You think it would have been on 13/8 or the next day, August 15th. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Figure skating with the roller skates. Now, I got to admit, that's pretty impressive. It's not easy to do that on roller skates. He's mad they shut down the ice rink at Clackamas Mall. Tanya Harding, when I was a kid, you could watch her skate at Clackamas Town Center Mall. Now there's not even an ice rink there. Brian's much energy to run the frozen ice in the mall. Tanya Harding, she's from this area, if you guys didn't know. Of course, her reputation got wiped with the whole Nancy Kerrigan thing. We are going to pound pavement. Again, I'm going to be out here all day. It's just I wanted to wait till we have more of an audience, so I spend the battery on the speaker wisely. And I was hoping we get some more people out here who might be interested in speaking. As you guys know how my voice is. It gets parched. So I'm gonna try and use my inside voice and let the speaker carry, so I'm not sounding like Robert Kennedy in the first 20 minutes. Oh, good one, Joseph. Now, here I'm gonna throw Joseph. I saw that Joseph's channel got deleted, and I'm no big fan of Joseph, but I do appreciate that he helps share the knowledge. Problem with Joseph is he doesn't give his teacher any credit, and he likes to slander his teacher. And he also likes to connect everything to Obama's the Antichrist, which, Joseph, come on, man. This stuff that's been going on predates Obama by a long time. Yeah, he's part of this beast system, but when you say Obama's the Antichrist, I'm telling you, you're appealing to a group of people. You're appealing to, again, that was like 2009 YouTube, right? Obama took office. Everyone on YouTube was saying Obama's the Antichrist. All these white Christians, they're mad we had a black president. Like, man, these people are racist as hell. They didn't think Bush was the Antichrist. And all the stuff he did. Bush, pretty wicked guy. Why is not he the Antichrist? And this is no defense of Obama. I'm no Obama guy, but that Obama the Antichrist, come on, man. That stuff was played out over a decade ago. But yeah, it's not right they deleted your channel. I sympathize with that. Don't be discouraged, buddy. Start a new channel, build it back up. You'll get it built back up. They might delete you again. Just come back again. Trust me, I've done it 20 some times. I know you've been deleted before too, so. Well, my number one troll right now is a few months older than me, actually. Yeah, Brian, we've covered the Veep and House of Cards thing. We've covered that. The first female president. We've been covering that since about 2016. You're like almost 10 years late to the party. Gemini King 97 says you got a few questions. Yes, Bird's Eye Video. I covered that earlier. John Apria announced dead today from The Godfather. If you look, he died on the Jesuit Order's birthday, August 15th, and he died 201 days before his March 4th birthday. And we know what happened to Francis Ford Coppola's wife earlier this year. Dead at 87, 117 days from the Pope's birthday when The Godfather's 117. Like I've always said, the Jesuits are the real mob. You know what I noticed too is Netflix added that Equalizer 3 movie with Denzel Washington. Of course, he's Jesuit educated. He went to Fordham just like Trump. And if you guys seen that Equalizer 3 movie, probably the most, well, I know they made that movie super gory, but, you know, I mean, one of the scenes, more memorable scenes is the dude gets shot in the ear, right? I was like, is this an accident? This is on Netflix right now? Dude gets shot in the ear. Some kind of joke. Well, Joseph, I'd consider you to think about your lane. I'm telling you, man. Obama, the Antichrist, isn't it? Here, just think about this, Joseph. Again, part of the satanic cabal, absolutely. But, I mean, tell me what the big 666 ritual was in the time Obama was in office. you could make a more convincing argument that Trump is the one. Mr. Mega. Again, it was Obama on the Church of Satan's 45th birthday. Joked Trump would be number 45 at the White House Correspondents' Center 45 days before Trump's birthday. Again, they're all in the same club, but I just think harping on about Obama being the Antichrist, I think that's so 2009, Joseph. So 2009. Yeah, Michelle Obama's mom died on the exact day we circled January 20th, 2021, didn't she? She died on the 152nd day of the year. What have we been saying about 152 and Kamala? Remember, Kamala Devi means lotus goddess, and a lotus flower is in bloom from June to August. So Michelle's mom dies on the eve. That news broke the eve of June 1st. Then in June, we got the debate by the numbers where Joe lived up to the hype. We thought it would be a bad one for him on the day, leaving 187 days left in the air. His political career, since he got the 187 treatment, not as bad as what they did to Ruth Bader Ginsburg 187 days after her birthday on Rosh Hashanah. But so, that was your June thing. And then July, they do the nice little Horror Babylon tribute to Kamala with the passing the torch. And now in August, on the Jesuit Order's birthday, we get the new forward image. And again, one more time, that forward is the motto of the state of Wisconsin, where Trump just had his convention with the Hulkster there, Hulk Hogan. And again, Hulk Hogan beat the wrestler Kamala in the 86 WWF Championship. And it was Andre the Giant who brought Kamala the wrestler into the WWF, and they had their match one day after Kamala's birthday all those years ago, going with him dying 2 days before Biden made her the VP nominee. So. And Joseph, I mean, if you don't know this, I would assume you would know this, but don't you know that the Antichrist in the Bible is Nero? I mean, that's understood. The Bible scripture is talking about something in the past, time of Rome. It's Nero who that scripture is about. So, I mean, we know they recreate the Bible prophecy all the time. They use the Bible like a playbook, but I mean, it's understood who the Antichrist is, who the 666 corresponds to. That was solved long ago. Brian, the next time I do a live stream and I'm at a computer where I can actually respond to comments, I'll drop the link and you can come on and have your 15 minutes. Or if you have something more important to say, you can have more than 15 minutes. But I don't see you saying anything that I really disagree with. It's just like you're just like trying to make an argument for, I don't know, for the sake of making an argument. You see a lot of that just online, just like needless fighting. I mean, I don't know what you're so sore about. Here, Brian, entertain me. Do you disagree that it's the Jesuits that are running the money supply too? I always point out how the Federal Reserve was created at the tail end of Woodrow Wilson being 56. Right before they had their World War I by the numbers. The first war had to end at 11/11 at 11 a.m. Franz Ferdinand's license plate had 11/11/18 on it. The war ends on November 11th, 1918. It might have his license plate actually might have been A11118, but A is obviously 1, something like that. World War II ends on August 15th, formally the Jesuit Order's birthday. You're welcome, Chris. Thanks for sharing your piece of the community and helping people out too. it's really hard for the Trump people. Yesterday, my mom, she's big on the Shackley vitamins, and for years she's bought her Shackley vitamins from a woman out in Portland. And that woman is, she's very Republican. And I haven't seen her since I was a little kid, but I always hear about my mom and her, their political debates. My mom's always telling me about it. But I'm hanging out with my mom down here this week. So I went over to pick up the Shackley vitamins with her. And, you know, naturally they started to talk politics and stuff. And I had to ask her, I said, so her name's Ellie. I said, now, Ellie, you're still Christian, right? She said, yeah. And I said, you're voting for Trump in this election, I imagine. She goes, oh, yeah. And I said, okay, I got to run some things by you. And I'll tell you what, Ellie listened very carefully to everything I said. And you can imagine what I was telling her about Trump and the MAGA thing. Again, MAGA, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. On the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan was the day of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where Obama told the joke that Trump would become number 45, and it was 45 days. So she's listening to all this, talking about the Jesuits, the Ignatian year, his ex-wife falling down the stairs and dying exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year. The same day he announced this later, or actually announced just before that news broke, that he was going to run in this upcoming election, which was the 60th election. She's taking it all in. She's listening, and she was very concerned about all this, and she didn't think I was bullshitting. But I could still tell by the end she was saying, well, she's like, listen, we all got to vote for somebody, and there's no way I'm supporting Kamala. And I was like, okay. I said, and she didn't consider the idea that the vote's totally rigged. But, you know, I mean, she's a 70-some-year-old woman, right? She's actually 79. She told us her age. So people are locked in their ways, and she was listening, and she's like, maybe this is all true. And she's like, I guess that's why they call it the voting for the lesser of two evils. But she said, I can't let this Kamala person win. And, you know, it's just kind of amazing to me how that's how people are, though. They feel that they have to vote. And, you know, it's almost you look at the way political ads are, it's almost all negativity, right? It's you hardly ever see a political ad where it's like, here's how great our candidate is, and that's why you should support him. It's like, here's how awful the other candidate is. Usually like some dark music, you know, all these, you know, the coloring, just everything they do. All the little gimmicks in marketing that they know how to manipulate people. This lady's learning how to get her skating on. She's going to be out here on the half pipe this week, I think. But yeah, it's just, you know, America, we've been trained, right? People are trained in their ways. A very trained society. And you can't get people out of it. I think if I'm sitting there talking to her every day from now until the election, she might just not vote. I had her entertaining that idea yesterday. She's like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I have a feeling, though, come election day, or I think in Oregon you can mail in early. I think she's going to be casting one for the old Donald. She's probably going to put her hands together and pray to Jesus for forgiveness. We got into that at some point, too. She's like, now you're not like your mother, are you? Not believing in Jesus. And my mom, you know, she used to be a big believer herself. But I told her, I said, Ellie, I said, you know, I was raised in the church, and I still, you know, go by the golden rule. I think that's the one that matters. But I said, I'm not sure about the rest of it. Yo, I just looked at the chat. Yo, with the fire. You guys are getting here late. We are going to get this thing kicking off, but I was hoping that we'd start seeing bigger crowds and waves of people coming through. We might have to end up relocating by the mall, which isn't too far away. There might actually be more traffic by the mall. Everybody loves their malls. But yeah, I was surprised. Before I went live, I was walking around downtown just seeing what things look like right now. They have fixed it up since last time I was down here. And there's a lot of funky odors in the air because, sadly, there's a lot of people outside with nowhere to go to the bathroom. It's like about 200 yards in front of me is the public restroom, and they got the doors welded shut. It's like, oh, that's nice. They had to weld the doors shut for the restroom. This guy, man. Put this guy in the Olympics. Oh, Chris, I appreciate the enthusiasm. I don't know about huge, man. 2018, if we did a live stream, we had at least 1,000 people in here. These days, it seems like every time we do a stream these days, it's right around 200. It's also why I haven't been streaming that much, because I thought maybe if I just start doing some short videos, we might get some people back, but I don't know. I think they just got us capped. Some of you guys though seem to always find your way here. I don't know where everybody else is. Seems like a lot of people that are subscribed to me just wait for a rapper to die. That's when I hear from them, like, oh, they're just waiting for the next rapper to die. Apparently that's all they care about. I mean, it is sad. It's sad we got to cover that and show what's going on, but other issues, I think a lot of people around just don't care. People are just, they've accepted the new normal. It's not a good normal. Oh, in Vegas, yeah. I should come back out to Vegas. It's been a minute since I've been down to Vegas. Yeah, Vegas is the only place that I get recognized on the street. That's because I think the one thing most people care about the most is sports, and that's because you can make money off it, you know. But yeah, don't forget, at the end of the day, the money system is theirs. We all got to pay the bills and eat. But you know, once upon a time, our ancestors, they didn't have bills to pay, and they fed themselves. And you know, really, that is the only solution to what they've done, making everything so expensive. As long as we continue to live in this system, things are going to stay expensive. That's what they want. They want it so, like Klaus Schwab said, by 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy. And again, that'll be because beyond basic necessities, people won't be able to afford much more. Woo! Getting a little blast there from the mist. But yeah, I mean, the only way to escape this inflation is to escape the system. Go back to being the caretakers of our own food. And it's sad. I think about, like, even if you know, I told you when I moved out to agricultural land where I live now, there was a lot I wanted, and then there's the home we live in now that sweet lady wanted. I personally wanted the other spot. The other spot was perfect. The address was 721, like my birthday. I thought it was a sign. But, you know, it had an acre, so you could grow land there. But I was thinking, God, if I was doing that, I'd be watering it this year with this crazy irrigation water that's just got all kinds of nastiness in it. If my pipe wasn't all clogged up. Our irrigation line for the neighborhood, my dad just let me know it's clogged again. It's the 5th time it's been clogged this summer. So we've been having weeks without water because they have, and again, the reason the irrigation line's all clogged is because there's so much algae in the river and seemingly other stuff. Like, I don't even have, I have to clean out the filter almost every other day in our backyard. We all have filters in our yard for where the irrigation water comes through, and it just gets all full of just, I don't want to call it stuff because I don't even know what I'm looking at. What is this stuff? No, it's crazy and it's concerning. And then I was blown away because I didn't realize it, but Treetop, you know, the Treetop brand, like Treetop apple juice, they have several plants in the area, but they have a massive one right in town. And one of my neighbors is actually, he's in charge of that plant. Right before I left, he was telling me this disaster that just happened. He just got scolded because their peach shipment came in and there was just one little, I guess, I don't know, carton of walnuts in there with all these peaches. It wasn't supposed to be in there, but they didn't stop it from going in the grinding tank or whatever. So he said they had to throw out $50,000 worth of peaches because the walnut thing went in there because people's nut allergies. But yeah, anyway, he was explaining to me that their plant actually produces all of the Gerber baby food, and I was like, "What do you mean, for Washington, for this region?" No, he's like, "No, we produce all of the Gerber baby food." And I thought, that's scary, man, because I mean, it's, you know, it's not going to be on the label that, hey, this year your Gerber baby food was watered with irrigation water that we don't even know what the hell's in it. And I mean, I'm sure that's true for a lot of the other food we're eating. I live in a major agricultural region. A lot of the world's apples are produced there, cherries, hops, a lot of tobacco out there. I mean, I'm sure this kind of stuff's been going on all over, which is, you know, the contaminated world we live in. But it's it's just something else, and that's what I think about with the little one on the way. Like I said, when I first started this channel, I used to talk about, when I first started, I was 30 years old. And I was saying someday I'd like to have a child, but I don't really want to have a child until I start to see that the world's on a better path. And reality is you start to get old, like I'm 41, it's pretty old to have your first child. By the time they're an adult, in terms of what we say an adult is 18, I'll be nearly 60 years old. I remember when I was in high school, I had one friend who had a dad that was like that old, and I was just blown away. I was like, why is your dad so old? Everybody else's dad was like in their 40s. That's going to be me now. It's like, oh, I see how it happens. It's because you have your first kid when you're in your 40s. But yeah, it's just, we wonder why more and more disease and illness in everybody, and it's things just like this. I mean, I know that Gerber baby food's not going to be as good as it was 30, 40 years ago. Just a more and more contaminated world. And I just think about that too, like if our leadership, I mean, just incentivizing taking care of the world. Well, what if there was a way that you could prove that you essentially produce no trash each year, and you that was a way to have no income tax or something? I mean, people would figure out a way to do that. Take your Tupperware to the grocery store, only shop produce, no bags, Tupperware from the bulk bin. I mean, it could be done. I was trying to get people to think about those ideas like 20 some years ago. I've always thought that's the more important thing than the whole climate change debacle. Just the trash everywhere. When I was driving out here to Portland, I saw this guy, and I thought, good for him. He was older, man. He's probably retired, looking for something to do, but he had two big old garbage bags over his shoulder, and what he was doing was just walking along the side of the highway picking up trash. And it's sad. Anytime you drive along the highway, there's just trash everywhere. And I just think, like, I never understood that. Throwing trash out your window. I mean, maybe it happens every now and then by accident. You got the fast food bag in the car. You're driving. You roll down the window. You don't think about it. It blows out. I mean, I could understand a mistake here and there. But, a lot of people just throw their trash out the window. It's like, don't you respect Earth? I mean, like, really just throwing it just... Then again, I mean, you put your garbage in the trash can, and what? They send it off to the ocean these days? I mean, they say there's essentially a landmass in the middle of the ocean. It's full of trash. That's tragic. My mom's maintaining the faith. RFK Jr. is going to be the president. But again, they're never going to let a guy like RFK Jr. in there because, again, like I told her, the real reason they have him running is so that they can demonize him on TV and say he's a wacko, when really he's the only one talking about anything substantive. And you look at Trump, he's just coming up with new nicknames for Kamala and Tim Walz, bragging about his crowd size. It's amazing how people like Trump. It's just like, I mean, he really is. He's like what is he, 78? Has the maturity of an elementary school child. And I mean, Kamala, I mean, you talk about, I mean, she might be considered the Democrat, but I mean, I don't know what she stands for, the prison industrial complex. What's up, man?
It's Logan.
It's Logan. All right, what's up? Did you want to be on camera?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't mind.
All right, guys, this is Logan Thomas. He's super... We haven't met before, have we, in person?
No, not yet.
All right, I got your mic for you.
Okay. Cool.
I remember that. I just forgot my thing to hold the camera. And you brought out your friend as well?
That's my son.
That's your son. All right. You guys look like brothers.
Yeah, he'll be passing. He's already passing me in height. He'll have me everywhere.
Okay. Did you want to say anything to people?
Welcome. If you're in the Portland area, come on out. I've seen a few of you in the comments talk about Portland. Come on out. It's a beautiful day to do it too.
It is. It is. And the beautiful days are limited.
Yes, they are.
All right. Are you from Portland originally?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you find my work, and how long ago?
I'd say It was definitely during the start of the pandemic, I believe. I don't remember exactly what video it was, but there was a video where it was the first video I watched of yours where I went out to my garage. At the time I was smoking still, and went out there, and I was kind of just, taking in your video and everything. It's the first one I seen of you, so I didn't know what it was all about. I've always been like pretty iffy on the status quo and knew things weren't right and everything, but I just had this like weird, almost out of body experience when you were explaining some of your stuff, and it was just like I had like this flash of like everything I'd seen as a kid and all the like symbols and things that I internalized and didn't know what they meant or anything like that, and it all just kind of kept flashing for me, and then I started to watch more of your stuff and everything, and understood the message and understood what I had been seeing all my life, and kind of fit that missing puzzle piece that I didn't really know I didn't know. So, but I would say it must have been it's been quite a few years now that I've been following you. I tried to support you as much as I can.
You've been super generous. Thank you.
Yeah,
you don't need to make another donation in your lifetime.
When I can, I do. So.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I've been hanging on to the mic for you. It's in the trunk of my car right now.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, you can have your seat back. I know it's a good spot.
All right, we got Logan out here. We got Austin, who came down from the Seattle area. He's back. You figure out the parking spot?
Yeah, I parked on 2nd and Harvey Milk. I don't know if that's where you parked.
Was it $10?
It was 12.
You might be right across the street. I saw both lots said $12 all day, but then when I went to pay, it said $10. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I seen that too. I seen one that said 15 too. I'm like,
yeah, right. We're close to the same spot.
Yeah.
I skipped the $15 lot for the 12, and then I got the surprise of 10. Unless I hit the wrong button and I get there and I got a ticket.
Yeah. Yeah, the options were weird. It was like, it wasn't like till like PM. It was like 9 a.m. the next day, or like.
That's what mine says. I have to move by 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's typically how it is when you pick all day. When I was in LA, I kept doing that. It was always until the next morning you had to be out of there.
There's an overnight option too at the bottom.
Which is like, well, why pay for that if I have to be out here at 9 a.m. tomorrow? Well, I just saw somebody in the chat. Ducks. We are at the waterfront. We're at Salmon and Nato Parkway. I'm debating on moving over by the mall, which isn't far from here, Pioneer Place. That's just a few blocks from here. But, yeah, because, I mean, there's some people out here, but, again, it's nothing like Pike Place in Seattle. In Portland, it's a smaller, slower town, so. We've gone out to Portland in front of the Blazer Stadium the day of Blazer games, which, you get a crowd then, but I don't know. We'll figure out somewhere to do a little street teaching. It's been a while since pounding pavement. And again, what I want to get better at is not blowing out my vocal cords. Woo! But yeah, come if you're in the Portland area, man. We had quite a few people come out last time. We were at Powell's Books. Be nice to see some of the same faces. I remember last time we had some musicians come out too. Once we got the mic set up, might get some street performances. When we were in LA, we had that woman come out who was a wonderful singer. She's out there. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody who came out in LA and all throughout California. Actually, we made several stops in California. I can't remember if those live streams are still on this channel or if they were on one of the channels they took down this year. I lost 2 of my channels earlier this year. A ginger shot before speaking works wonders. I've never tried that one before. I will have to remember that. I actually meant to buy some cough drops I forget, there's a certain brand that I was using a lot in LA, not because I'm sick, but just, you know, it's good for the throat. It's helping me keep it going in LA. All right, chat. My eyes are on the chat. Okay. Again, earlier I was talking about the election being a good speaking topic today with it coming up and so much to say about it. What other things should I hit today out in Portland? I want to talk about the fentanyl thing that they did because that's very local here. Well, what are some other things I should definitely talk about here in Portland? Damian Lillard's very Jesuit trade to Milwaukee. If you don't know, the suburb of Portland, Oregon is Milwaukee. So they had to send Damian Lillard from Portland to Milwaukee on the Jesuit Order recognition anniversary. And you recall that was 74 days after his 33rd birthday. Like Oregon's the 33rd state and the only one that equals 74 in the most simple cipher. Damian Lillard also has the Gematria 56, and they sent him to the Bucks, which equals 56 for their 56th season. It's a disappointing season for them. We had the Pacers stuff set the Bucks in the first round, though. That was a nice little payout. Talk about gun control? Yeah, we can talk about gun control. We can definitely talk about gun control. Probably a good topic here for Portland because there'll be this current population here. There'll be a lot of people. They'll be the first to give up their Second Amendment rights. What day are they releasing the third and final Kobe statue? Have they announced that? I remember the one they put out on February 8th. Did they do another statue since February 8th? If so, I forgot that already. Talk about Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation. Well, we could just talk more about the year 2025. All right, my eyes are on the chat for suggestions for what you guys want to hear once we get the speakers set up. Do you think just go over to the mall right now? We'll head over there pretty soon if things don't pick up here. I just saw Ducks in the chat say they wanted to come over here. They didn't say how far away they were, but I didn't want to run away while they said they're coming. Again, you guys, if you get bored of the stream, just come back later. I'm going to be out here all day, many more hours. We're waiting until the time is right. Like I said, want to get the speaker. You know, it only has a limited life, so I want to make sure that when we're using it, we got a little bit of an audience, get some interest. But yeah, you guys, the other day when I came down here, it was crazy. Everybody had a mask on, and what's been nice today is people are not wearing their masks. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what was up that day. I can only think it's a work thing. Maybe the work people are wearing their masks at work. I don't know. But I do feel encouraged to see that everybody doesn't have the muzzle on today. Somebody says, what is matching gematria? Well, if two words have the same numerical value. Well, the Blazers already won a championship. But you know what? That reminds me, we can talk about what they did to Bill Walton. That might hit home. Bill Walton won the only championship for the Blazers. Bill Walton did it 71 the day the Celtics advanced to the finals. Of course, Celtics has that gematria 71. Well, it's not like whenever we're in Seattle, the police show up right away. First police sighting. But they're transporting someone. Nice. What's up with that? You get the transportation for the police? I don't even know what's going on here. Wild. Okay. The police taking down here goes right in the fountain. Funny. Wonder how that works out. I've never gotten a police escort like that in my life. How's that work? Well, except for when they took me to the station. Definitely wasn't to the fountain. Lincoln Karam, if you're out there, I was watching your video about the crime in Central Park in New York. That big police chief that they had talking, is that the same guy that was out there? If you guys missed it when we were in New York, oh my God, they brought out the police in full force, put up a big barricade in front of us, wouldn't let us enter the grounds. And the police chief was out there, and he was the size of 4 men. It was all in his gut. And I was trying to get him to, I was challenging him to a foot race. And I was saying, hey, if I win the race, can we go on the grounds? But no, I'm pretty sure that was the same guy he had there talking about the crime in Central Park. What's the information everyone needs to hear right now? Where to begin, right? Where to begin? I try to meet people where they are. I mean, what's on everyone's mind right now is the election. Let's talk about how corrupt our elections are. You could argue that there's 20 other things that are more important than that, but you got to start somewhere with people. And I always heard meet people where they're at, so I know that's on the mind. I guess you can talk about how expensive everything is. Talk about that too, how we really got here. Yeah, I'll when I talk about the election stuff, I'll definitely talk about Beau Biden, Trump's ex-wife. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the shooting. You'll probably find a lot of people here susceptible to the idea that it was not real, because this is not Trump territory, Portland. This is definitely Kamala town right now, as sad as that is to say. Isn't it crazy how they can just get people behind such an unworthy candidate just overnight, just because they got people dialed into their political parties? I almost want to go ask that guy how he got a ride from the cops. That was wild to me. Might have been some de-escalation tactic. Maybe they took him away from some area. Like, where you want to go, man? He's like, the fountain. And honestly, if that's what happened, that's the way, to me, community policing really should be. So put people in prisons and writing tickets just help solve problems. Oh, Dux was a troll. That wasn't a real person, huh? That's too bad. Yeah, weather warfare is a deep conversation. We can try that one out here. And again, you guys, just when the truth seekers unite, there's just always an instant conversation. That's what's nice about coming out to the gatherings. When we did Seattle to New York, stopping city to city, just a lot of people came out, and it just felt like it was a family gathering every time. Just instantly, a lot for everyone to talk about. So every city we had a good turnout. I was getting a lot better views then. Post that, support's been cut in more than half, and since Kobe died, man, we just been, woo, we just can't get any views. Let me get in the truth seeker conversation.
I should be doing it, and that just propels people to be able to do things that they normally wouldn't do, or normally, just like the everybody put on a mask. Everybody do it. Well, everybody's doing it, and people I know are normal are doing it, so I should be doing it too. And even if I don't believe that I should be doing it, it's the least I could do. It makes you feel like the decision is kind of like meaningless. Like, the best thing I could do is just not offend these people. At least I won't be offending these people. All I got to do is wear a mask. Well, you get enough people to believe that, and you can push any agenda. And that's like the bottom floor of what the pandemic was pushing, was getting everybody to be okay with what they thought was the bottom of the status quo. And then they just raised the status quo higher and higher and higher. And before you know it, you got people who were normally even-keeled have become zealots, and they want to drag down everybody into what their narrative is saying about it, whether or not it's the right side or the left side. And I didn't see a whole lot of the right going against the pandemic when it was in it. And now they want to.
It's crazy, like back in 2020, because, I was everywhere from, Seattle to the middle of Wyoming, in the middle of nowhere. And, I'd be out in Orland, Wyoming. They got the whole town locked down. The whole town is closed. There's, one little town that's open. Or one little, little restaurant to eat or something. Everything else is closed down, a town of 5,000. But every place you went was social distance, 6 feet apart, stand here. And, they had this everywhere, which, tells you it was, planned, obviously. Because they had it all set, ready to go. Everywhere there was the face diapers, 6 feet apart, social distance, wear a mask, do this, do that. You just couldn't get away from it. It's just amazing how they had this, just how they did it so perfectly, It's amazing.
And what was really sad is, I'm sure a lot of people feel this way, is the personal aspect, the people they knew. I know one of my best friends at the time, I work at a restaurant, and Portland is very much the same way. They closed everything that wasn't deemed necessary or whatever, and it was we had to close down our restaurant. But at the time, one of my best friends, I made music with him, I made videos with him, and we were so tight, and he was nothing like a government dog or anything like that. But as soon as the pandemic hit and it was the mask, he was on everybody that walked in the restaurant. Oh, they don't got a mask. And I'm just like, bro, I don't want to be wearing the mask. Are you going to be mad at me if I take it off? It's and it just went downhill from there. I'm pretty sure he was bragging about his shot he got and everything. And it's just, he was nothing like that. And it only took a few months into that mess of a fake pandemic, and everybody, my mom.
Well, they did so much damage. From, the COVID and all that, the lockdowns, and, the riots and the BLM. I was up there in Seattle, and they had, you get your emergency alert on your phone, stay out of downtown, just stay in your house, get out of Dodge, because people are killing each other in the streets, get out of there. And, even then, everywhere was on fire, burning down. I was in Wyoming, the sky, it was daytime, it was completely dark. You had your headlights on during the day. The sky is orange, red, there's fire and ash coming down on top of you. You can't even breathe outside. You can't see. There's just smoke, ash, fire everywhere. It's just,
that's really
they just target everywhere. It's just, fires, devastation, riots. And the BLM cars, they'd be driving around the middle of Wyoming, I'd see them all.
That's the exact same formula that they did here. I mean, we had one of our like hottest summers on top of fires that Zach talks about it all the time. It was like the worst. It was black skies for I don't know how long.
It was like that all the way to Wyoming. And
that was the 106th day of the Black Lives Matter protest. When Black Lives Matter equals 106, like I can't breathe. And we had that day circle. We said they're gonna do something, and I was like, oh my God, look what they did. They turned the sky black so people can't breathe.
What was wild is where I was living, I was still smoking at the time, and my dumb ass was still going outside. But like people are still walking outside with masks on. I'm just like,
that's when I started to think though, when we had the smoke too, because we had crazy smoke where I was like, maybe this is what the smoke's about, like, because maybe it's actually helpful to wear it when all this crap's in there.
This makes more sense, but I bet if you asked him, it would be like, oh, stay away from me.
Right.
Like, go out and riot without the mask.
Exactly.
But you're done with that BLM, you got to put that mask back.
And speaking of Seattle, I mean, Portland and Seattle are very much so, at least from maybe it's just because of the pointed news that I got, but they were pretty much like havens or meccas of the whole riots and things for the West Coast at least. Obviously in Los Angeles as well, but because you guys had the autonomous zone and everything that was actually like forced police stations to shut down, and police force was told to get out of there. And
I lived on 23rd.
How long did that go to?
I was going on right after, and then I left. But I mean, they were marching like right before I left. They were marching. I lived on 23rd Avenue East, like East Madison there, and they had protest people marching right up and down 23rd Avenue. You know, and like everything all the way down to like down by like Pike's Place there, like was just calamity. And I remember that the autonomous zone and all that. That was crazy. People driving 100 miles an hour, hitting people, bodies flying in the air. I mean, it was.
I remember how the city set the bricks out there.
Yeah, they had the bricks already.
Just shows you how organized it is.
Yeah.
I remember how the day after the autonomous zone was the news, the market dropped 1,861 points, like how 1861 when the Civil War happened, and technically the Confederacy was an autonomous zone. Just shows you what a joke it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you guys want to try going over to the mall?
Yeah.
Do you think there's more people there? Yeah. All right. I guess we'll keep the stream going, and we'll just walk. We'll do a walk over to the mall and see if we can find a greater crowd to do a little street teaching for. So we're probably in for about a 5-minute walk here, maybe a little bit more than that. All right. Yeah, if you guys got here late, we haven't set up the speaker yet. I was hoping that it was going to get busier down here, and I'm thinking, I don't know. It's the Netflix era. It's the post-COVID era. It's just like
everything is dead nowadays.
Yeah, it's just that's why New York. Well, Pike Place in Seattle's good because there's always tourists there. But New York and Seattle, everywhere else we've gone, it's been largely a ghost town. So it's a different day and age.
I left. I couldn't find the comments anymore. I was like, oh, did he delete it just so he didn't have to act like he's not going to make it? Or I don't know. Sorry.
I don't know. Last time I was out in Portland, we had more people. So. Anyway, we'll make the trek over to the mall, and hopefully we can find a nice little crowd and get some engagement. If not, we might just have to just go with the small audience. Just never know.
We got 2 Washingtons, 2 Oregons with us.
Yeah. I forget where the Portland World Trade Center is. It's somewhere near here. Portland's got a World Trade Center too because it's a port city. It's somewhere right down here. I don't come to Portland enough, so I've forgotten my own city where things are. It's got a nice big, you seen a bike lane like that? Portland's got a super-sized bike lane. It's bigger than the traffic lane.
Yeah. See those big bikes, the big tires on those monster tires, right?
Yeah. Everyone's got those electric bikes. Logan, since you took the max down, if you're going to stay out here until I go, I can take you guys back to your place too. I got the mic in my car. right, so I'm making a little trek to Portland. The mall's on 5th. If you want to come down here and meet us and somehow don't know where the mall is, just got navigation, just put in Pike Place. Not Pike Place, don't put that in. You'll be 3 hours north of us. Put in Pioneer Square. That's what you want to put in. Or is it Pioneer Place? God, I can't think right now.
I think either one will get you.
Yeah, one in, I get it confused because one in Seattle's Pioneer Square Place and then Portland's the other way. Portland's got a smaller skyline, shorter towers, less to dodge if there was a crazy earthquake.
That's crazy when some of those Seattle buildings were built. That one that's like.
I think we can just go this way because it's down this way and then up on 5th. This might be the World Trade Center for Portland. All right, here's the World Trade Center of Portland. Thus all the flags. I know the Portland airport just got a huge remodel.
Not even that long ago when I was more frequent of the public transport down here, I remember it's like getting on the Max at any point when I was reaching. I used to go from Southeast Portland to North Portland, and it was always, an influx of people would get on around downtown and Lloyd Center. Dude, our Max had I don't know, 10, 12 people on it the whole time cycling in and out. There was like nobody on the Max the whole entire time.
You're saying now?
Nice.
You're saying now?
Yeah, now.
People just don't go out anymore.
No. Certainly not at church.
Everything's just so.
How old are you?
15 now.
15. Good to be young. Okay. You going to be a junior in high school?
Yeah. No, sophomore.
Sophomore, okay.
And I feel ancient.
34 is good. Go up this way now. Make it straight up here.
I'm doing a little bit of digging on some of our local leaders. You've already done some on Tina Kotek a lot, I should say. But I was just noticing that, following up on not necessarily her, but her platform and what she ran on, there was the whole, her first day in as governor, she declared the state of emergency for homelessness. And since then, the government granted her 300 some odd million to rezone much of the greater Portland area, especially zoning that had previously been for only single family homes. And so you see this influx, especially where I live. It never was like a super nice part of town where I'm living now, Southeast Portland, but a lot of the, urban housing has just jumped into duplexes,
Sure.
triplexes, and these massive square,
The new
apartment
modern
buildings.
architecture, I know
Yeah,
you're saying.
And they're all, either Section 8 or in some form low-income housing. But at the same time, you're fighting this homelessness crisis. And you have this weird thing where I don't think most people, having her on the ballot back in the day would have assumed that she would be the one to recriminalize stuff like fentanyl, especially how lenient she was when she first got in and how legal it was. But they have made a huge push with these homeless centers and these shelters, and they're really nice.
You need something to eat? They got food in there for you? Here. If you guys want to hang out for a second, I'll be right back.
It's good chat.
How many people you got right now?
Let's see.
Reaching the people and you can go online.
Says we got 241 in here.
That's early.
Been live in for 225.
Not a whole lot of action, so that's good. People hanging out. It's still relatively early.
Got LAF in here, Charmed one.
Isn't LAF from Portland?
Yeah, he's from Portland.
Where's he at?
I don't know. You coming out here? LAF. See Jason D in here. Let's see who's all in here. I see Rick James, Frank the Truth Tank. Shout out to all the regulars that I'm not seeing. Sosa Deco, it says LAF is a documented troll. See? What's up? Open up, Sig 310. Be the true seeker.
You were in town yesterday, were you?
No,
Oh my gosh, we had a wild storm yesterday.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That came up my way.
Oh, okay.
I got involved in that last night. It was crazy. Lightning, thunder, wind. I seen it coming from this direction.
Generosity there might have been worth documenting, honestly. See what the trolls had to say about that. See what they're doing to help their problem. Save the stage. We always got to help at least one person out when we're out on the street. Where's the gathering spot? I remember right usually between the mall and Nordstrom, there's like a little park area, and I feel like there's usually more people over there.
You're down to 20% on your phone battery.
I got the backup charger, so
All right.
we'll hook that up. Just when you're recording, sometimes StreamYard has this new gimmick where it just mutes it all of a sudden for no reason. So just keep an eye. But where the mic is, it'll get highlighted during when it mutes it. So that's just the one thing you gotta watch out for filming. If you see Mike when I'm doing some live stream, it was like, Zach, it's muted. I'm just like, it's fine. It seems to have bounced back to yeah, at one point they were all black and boarded up. Yeah. I think if I'm thinking right, I think it's down here and it's up a couple of blocks. Well, I can see there's more people up that way. I feel like at the other end of the park there's probably more people, but that's supposed to be down up there. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
up here is the congregation spot.
Yeah, there's a lot more people coming this way.
Yeah, I know they're between the mall and the north end, there's a little park area, and usually there's something going on in that area. I was thinking more people be down by the waterfront when the weather. People just want a shot.
Yeah, it does. Looks like Pike's Place with the...
Right here might not be the worst spot. It's probably better because we're going to be competing with the music up there. So maybe here. You think this corner's all right? Or I guess we can check it out.
Yeah, we'll check it out.
You got to be careful with the copyright with the music. If it's just local music and it's
Looks
not
like it's
radio
right
songs,
here.
I don't know if like that's a radio song or just a band. The radio songs is where they're looking. All right, if we get cut out, it's because the music got us. We'll try and fire it back up. I don't have cash. I'm sorry.
Well, just when you be like Bill Gates is helping out everybody.
Right. That's why they want everything digital too.
Right. Exactly.
Makes that situation impossible. What do you think? Was it better down there? Fair amount of foot traffic both ways.
Yeah, fair either way.
There was just, I heard less of the music down at the other end. We got to go stop and get coffee here.
Maybe set it up right there and just try it out here for a little bit. Cafe. I don't understand the premise.
I don't either.
All right. Let's get the phone started. Hold on, you guys. I'm going to minimize the stream for 1 second just to make sure we got a charge going. All right, we're good. We're charging. Do you mind being cameraman?
Yeah, I can be cameraman.
And then if you want to speak, I know you like to speak sometimes. We can switch it up.
Yeah, we'll switch her up.
You guys want to get on the mic today? Maybe?
I'm a little rusty on my talking points.
Yeah, we're good, Jason D. I know what you mean. I'm going to switch up Zach here. Me and him are going to go on and off. Might get some more speakers today, but conserve our voice.
Morrison and Broadway.
Yep, we're on Morrison and Broadway, if you're looking for us. Morrison and Broadway.
Yeah, shout out to Lincoln Carum for showing us the setup. This one he brought out to New York and it worked really well.
I think it was that one time it didn't work.
I still don't understand how that happened.
Magic.
Governor's name is Tina Kotek, right?
Yeah. Tina, Magic, Kill on all forces.
Testing. Can you hear me okay over there? Good people of Portland. Wanted to share some information today. You might recall earlier this year, Tina Kotek ended the fentanyl policy on March 8th. And I want to talk about why she did it on that day, the 68th day of the leap year. I'd like you guys to look into the year 1968. That is the year fentanyl was approved by the FDA. That's the year coronavirus was coined. That's the year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. That's the year World Trade Center construction began in New York. That's also the year George W. Bush graduated from Yale and Skull and Bones, the powerful secret society. If you don't know about Yale, they have a lot to do with medical policy, the hospitals in this nation. A lot of you guys might be members of Kaiser. That came out of Yale, Skull and Bones. The Johns Hopkins came out of Yale, Skull and Bones. But again, 1968, a year of years. That was the year 2001, The Space Odyssey came out. Movie about technology overtaking man. Now, there's something very interesting about March 8th, other than it being the 68th day of the year. That date is written 3-8. As we write it in the US, 3-8 like 38. There's this ancient practice of coding numbers into words. It's called gematria in Hebrew. It's called isopsophy in Greek. Funny enough, the word fentanyl equates to 38. We've heard a lot about about fentanyl since the death of Prince, the musician, who had the hit song, I Would Die For You. And he was way ahead of his time with that song. He spelled it with the number 4 and the letter U. And using the alphabetic order, A is the first letter, B is the second, C is the third, U is the 21st letter. So his song was, I Would Die For You, number 4, letter U. He ends up dying on 4/21, 33 years after recording that song. Now, I just said that in this practice of coding numbers into words, fentanyl equates to 38. So does Prince. So does death. So does murder. All of these words equate to 38. You have to ask yourself, what are the odds that the governor of Oregon would end this fentanyl policy on March 8th, 3/8, the 68th day of the year, in light of fentanyl being approved by the FDA in the year 68? These types of things go on every day with our government, with our policy. Again, the practice of coding numbers into words comes from Kabbalah. If you've ever heard that term, the cabal, the secret political faction, again, that comes from the word Kabbalah. The root of the cabal is Kabbalah. Again, you learn this little simple code at ABC 1, 2, 3. You start to see through a lot of the things that are taking place daily in the headlines, daily in the news. Right now, the upcoming election, we're given the choice of Donald Trump, the game show host, versus Kamala Harris, who slept her way to the top with Willie Brown. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that Kamala started dating Willie Brown when he was 60 years old? And now she's the candidate right before the 60th election, just before she turns 60 years old herself? Again, go back and revisit 2 days before Joe Biden made Kamala Harris the VP nominee. Go back 2 days. It was August 11, 2020 that he named her as the pick, shortly after they had the moment in the debate over busing. But 2 days before she was named, you had the death of the WWE wrestler Kamala. And there's something really interesting about this. His birth name was James Harris. Kamala Harris. Just a few days ago, Shepard Fairey, who did the Obey image with Andre the Giant and became more famous with Obama's Hope image, he just released the new image of Kamala with the word forward on it. And interestingly enough, forward is the motto of the state of Wisconsin. Forward is the motto of the state of Wisconsin, where Trump just had his GOP convention. And of course, I'm sure you saw that Hulk Hogan was one of the people who spoke at that convention. If you go back and look, Kamala the wrestler, his most infamous match was when he was in the championship versus Hulk Hogan and lost in 1986. Who brought Kamala into the WWF? It was the wrestler Andre the Giant. And again, Shepard Fairey got famous with the Andre the Giant Obey sticker, which is probably on a light pole not far from here. Now, again, we were talking about this simple code of numbers into words. The word obey, what goes on that Andre the Giant sticker, O is the 15th letter of the alphabetic order. B is the second letter. E is the 5th letter. Y is the 25th letter. If you add that up, obey equates to 47. I make this point because Obama took office at age 47, and if Joe Biden does not finish his term, Kamala will become the 47th president of the United States. 47 is not an arbitrary number in Washington, D.C. D.C. is known as the Masonic City, and the Masons study something known as the 47th problem of Euclid, which you probably learned about in geometry class, is the Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Historically, the Masons would use this formula to create perfectly square foundations. 47, again, not an arbitrary number. In this code of letters and numbers, the word president equals 47. The word White House equals 47. The word government equals 47. Authority equals 47. Joe Biden, the current president, was elected in 72. That was the 47th presidential election, the year Nixon won. Joe Biden was a member of the federal government for 47 years before he became president-elect himself. The ritualism with this number in D.C. is very long. Again, the 47th problem of Euclid has to do with foundation. Think about this nation's birthday, a nation founded by Masons. The 4th day of the 7th month, we've been called the 4th of July to remind us about the sequence of 4 and 7. If you start to look into the candidates that we're allowed to choose from right now, the supposed choices, I want to talk about another dark pattern. I want to talk about how the same pattern fits with Kamala, as we just talked about with the death of the wrestler Kamala 2 days before she became the VP nominee. I want to talk about what happened to Joe Biden's wife and daughter back in 1972, days after he became senator-elect, how they died in a tragic car crash, and then what happened to his son, Beau Biden, when he was 72 years old. And then I also want to talk about what happened to Donald Trump's ex-wife, who fell down the stairs and died 45 years after their marriage on a very specific date that has a lot to do with the presidency. Again, people need to be aware of how dark our federal government is. And they need to understand really what it means to vote for the lesser of two evils. And hold on, we got somebody who wants to interrupt. I know it wasn't. It was founded on more like July 2nd. No.
June 21st, 1788.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the date our Constitution was ratified. That's the date the United States of America under our current federal system.
I don't disagree.
So if you're going to stand here on the street corner and annoy people, that's right.
How am I annoying you?
You have a loud speaker set up on the corner in the busiest shopping district in this city.
Well, it's a lot busier in Seattle where I normally do it.
Yes, it is.
So what don't you like about what I've said so far?
The factual inaccuracy.
What's the factual inaccuracy?
Did
we not celebrate this nation's birthday the 4th of July?
No.
I've made the point several times that the date is arbitrary, but I explained why they do it on the 4th day of the
Because you misinterpreted the Jewish religion.
How am I misinterpreting the Jewish religion? I'm not talking about Judaism.
What's your shirt say?
I understand that gematria is historically from Hebrew.
Yes, it is.
Do you understand that the Catholic Church and the Jesuits have hijacked this system and encoded it in the English language to actually stick up for Jews?
Okay. So what does gematria have to do with English language?
Everything. Here, let's. As you just said, July 4th seems arbitrary. If you you just take the alphabetic order, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3.
Is that his YouTube
The word
channel?
gematria.
We're on YouTube right now. I'm streaming it.
Oh, I was just, my dogs are dragging me away, but I know everything he's saying is true, and I wanted to be able to hear it later.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're going to post it on his channel?
Yeah, we're live right now on GematriaEffectNews 25. We'll probably be here all day or in this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm staying in a hotel tonight because my house is being sprayed for bedbugs, so
All right.
I'll probably be able to hear it from my hotel while I come back.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, they did. Here, Jefferson and Adams both died July 4th, 1826, and then 1826 days later, Monroe died on July 4th. 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents died on 7/4. Are you talking, if you don't count George, are you talking about the guys before George Washington? Is that what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about what's recognized in history. George Washington was recognized as the first U.S. president in 1789, the same year that Georgetown was established.
George Washington was recognized as the first president of the United States. He was not the first president of the United States.
I understand this. I make these same
You
points.
just use 1776 as the date the country was founded, and that's skipping the fact that
I'm talking about how it goes down in the history book that you learned about in your 13 years of slave school, pledging the 13 stripes. Like
you
sure,
paid attention
like
in
the
school, didn't you?
I didn't. Okay, tell me how I didn't pay attention.
What's July 4th, 1776?
I just want to make a point. The reason there's so many anti-Semitic people is because of Jewish people like you. I get attacked all the time. I'm just telling you.
I'm not Jewish, asshole!
You just made the point.
Who is the first U.S. president?
Off the top of my head, I believe it was a man by the name of I don't remember his
And if
name.
I were to Google
Oh,
that,
yeah.
would that corroborate if I were to Google that right now?
Yes, if you were looking up the first president of the United States, Congress assembled, who was the president.
What if I were to look up, like I asked you, the first president of the United States?
Which president of the United States? There have been 2 different offices with that.
I'm asking you. I can do it right now. If I were to Google the first president of the United States, because you think everybody knows this other person.
Did you or did you not learn about the Articles of Confederation when you were in school?
No, I went to Portland Public School, so they kind of teach you the ABC. First president is George Washington, Abe Lincoln's the fifth.
So
That's kind of what they teach.
history will accuse other people of not studying history. You learn yourself.
I don't know who accused you of not studying.
We're talking about the understood history they teach us in slave school.
Well, discarding ancient religion.
So here.
for your own.
So did you explain more than a year in advance why Joe Biden would become number 46 exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday and what Joe Biden's death had to do with it and prove your point in spades on top of 1,000 other predictions that came before it?
Because 45 people. Sorry, 44
How many books are in the Catholic Old Testament?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
46. What age did JFK die at?
I don't know.
46. What is the word Catholic equal in this code? 46. Why wouldn't I? It's the language of the world. What do you know what the Georgia Guidestones were?
No.
The Georgia Guidestones came down on George W. Bush's birthday, July 6, 2022. And the first rule on there, these were 10 rules for a new world order. They existed from
that monument down south that some guy erected on his farm.
But again, it said bring the Earth's population down to 500 million. And the second thing was unite the world in a new thing. And what I educated it wasn't some random dude. As we said for years, the bond is full of bones of fraternity. Had everything to do with it. It comes down on the school wall. It came down on George W. Bush's 76th birthday on 7/6. The name on the false statement put up there in Gematria was 76. Just like stolen. So that we're talking about that 10 years before it came down. So when it comes down on his birthday, you know, I got guys like you trying to make everything seem like
Abraham Lincoln had to see Kennedy and
hold on.
Kennedy
That's the Jordan Maxwell thing. Who did Lincoln blame the Civil War on?
I believe it would be better to say something.
He blamed it on the Jesuit order.
And your source for that is?
Lincoln and the books written about it and the many
Your
books.
source for that is?
Hold on. Again,
You have a primary source for that statement.
read the book, Rome and the Assassination of Lincoln.
Is that a primary source?
That is where I got the information.
So not a primary source.
Well, he has his sources in the book and where the quotes came from Lincoln in the
But
book.
you made the claim.
Okay, this is where I learned about it.
Okay.
You know about John Surratt? Because it's understood that John Surratt was the Jesuit who got away from the assassination scene and they executed his mother for it.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so the Jesuits clearly had something to do with it historically.
No, a Jesuit had something to do with it.
So Jefferson and Adams penned letters, which you can look up in the National Archive. They're concerned about what would happen if the Jesuits came out of suppression in the United States of America. Yep. Okay. So the Jesuits were concerned at the beginning of the founding of the nation. Now, where did the Jesuits
were concerned of a couple of anti-Catholic politicians at the founding.
Again, who founded the Illuminati May 1st, 1776? No one. No,
it's fictional.
The Illuminati. So Adam Weishaupt founding the Illuminati in Bavaria's fiction.
Oh no, that was a social club that existed in Bavaria in the mid-18th century. Okay. Yes, that did exist. The conspiracies about that, however, are mostly the result of people spinning fiction.
Well, here, again, that's why once upon a time I used to wonder if all this stuff was true or nonsense. So I started researching something, and it's an undeniable pattern. That's my point space damn thing.
No, your undeniable pattern is...
You haven't come here and made one single good point. You try to denounce everything that is historical fact in terms of how they teach.
Except you have a historical fact. You're relying on secondary and tertiary sources.
Okay, look. Adam Weishaupt died November 18th, 1830, the 322nd day of the year. Skull and Bones at Yale is modeled after the Bavarian Illuminati, and they get their symbolism from the Templars.
Yes, I'm a member of a book club that models herself after Starfleet.
Hold on. Just because Skull and Bones calls itself Order 322, okay? Order 322, they were established in 1832, 2 years after he died, on the 322nd day of the year. Do you know where 322 gains its significance?
By misinterpretation of the book of Revelation?
No, it's in Genesis. Genesis 3:22 mentions the tree of life and knowing good and evil. I'm sorry. I want to talk to people who aren't idiots. You're an idiot, sir. Genesis 3:22 mentions the tree of life and knowing good and evil.
It does in the King James version.
It does in the New International Version and every version.
Yeah. No, it does in the English versions. You're relying on poorly translated secondary sources.
But this is the point I'm making. I don't disagree with you that the English versions are different than the Hebrew and Aramaic text. What I educate about is what went into motion in the 16th century, around the time this nation was getting underway, and what is in the historical record. George Washington also has a letter in the National Archive about his concerns about the Illuminati and its infiltration of Freemasonry. Okay, these things are all verifiable facts you can look up. You're sitting here going, I don't know, my arms are full, I'm just talking a whole bunch of bullshit and deny everything. Look, buddy, you don't know what you're talking about. Cite your sources. I am citing my sources. National Archive
is King James version not the standard for 90+% of all churches across America?
Yes, most churches.
Why do they use it?
Because most churches in America are Protestants, descended from English Protestant churches, right? You agree with me there?
But is that not?
And the King James version was the standard translation used by those churches.
That's why the Jesuits tried to blow them up on November 5th. They didn't want that out there.
You
remember the 5th of November?
But why would the powers that be?
Guy Fawkes wasn't a Jesuit.
Why would the powers that be prefer to use a non-standardized text to get it out to the masses? Wouldn't it make more sense that in order to push an agenda,
the version was the first widely available English translation of the Bible.
So would the powers that be rather use a version that barely anyone knows about, or a version that almost everybody has their hands on, or at least their local church has their hands on, and is pushing? Which one would be a better use of pushing an agenda?
The problem with that is you're starting with a flawed. Starting with a flawed axiom that these secret powers that be actually exist.
Okay, so hold on. So you think everything here, I want to make a point.
Simple Occam's razor.
Here, coming back to your
misunderstanding of Judaism.
Okay, misunderstanding. Here, tell me what's your explanation for why the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, is the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. Tell me what you know about that. Why is he the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican?
Off the top of my head, my assumption, the most logical explanation, the simplest explanation, would probably be that the Vatican changed some room numbers around during one of the many remodelings it's had over the 1,000 years that building's been around.
So here's my point.
Or possibly a secret conspiracy of lizard people from space.
Not talking about lizard people from space, from human beings, or a Kabbalistic code to put that down on.
Except it doesn't work as a Kabbalistic code, does it?
Well, here, let's see. His birth name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio. You want to guess what it adds up to? It adds up to
absolutely nothing.
It adds up to 201.
No, it doesn't.
Ignatius of Loyola, founder of the. Hold on, Ignatius.
You cannot apply gematria to Arabic numbers.
Why can't I? It was done before me. There's a book written, Manly P. Hall from 1926 revealing this.
And who was written by?
Manly P. Hall.
Okay. And
he's not the only one. Faith Giovanni wrote a book in the 70s before I was even alive about the same thing.
Which yeshiva did he attend?
Huh?
Which yeshiva did he attend?
Again, he's like the troll. Like, it has to be all Judy. Is Arabic not translated into Hebrew? Again, see, this is the thing about trolls, you guys. When he asked about the 74 thing, I dropped it down. He's like, oh, this made think George Washington wasn't even the president.
He wasn't.
Oh, yeah, George Washington wasn't even the president.
No,
it's just a coincidence that he's the first recognized president here, George
Not the
Washington.
first recognized president.
I understand your argument that there were men before him that could have been considered the president.
There were men before him who were.
Again, they say victors write the history. So,
and
hold on. Let me continue to make the point about 201.
Books.
Hold on. You tell me where all these coincidences end. So, again, Ignatius of Loyola.
So if there's a cloud above me that looks like a teapot, is it a teapot?
Okay, this is my
You're looking through patterns, and you're finding patterns because you're looking for them. You know what? I could say that it all comes down to...
No, we're not looking for patterns. We're calling out things before they happen.
201, 2 plus 0 plus 1, that equals 3. 3. Oh my goodness, it has to do with number 3. 7 minus 4, oh my god, that's 3.
I think you're on something.
7 plus 6, 76, that's 13. 1 times 3 is 3. If you want to find patterns...
Okay, but here, let's compare the difference. What was the name of the coronavirus pandemic simulation that started the same day as the military World Games in Wuhan, 1 month before the outbreak? And was that simulation, what was it called? And who was the leader? Was he not a Jesuit?
I do not know.
Klaus Schwab, leader of the World Economic Forum, Jesuit educated. Event 201
Jesuit educated or was a Jesuit? He was he a member of the Order of the Disciples of Jesus?
Jesuit educated.
So he wasn't a Jesuit.
Well, Jesuit educated, there's a good chance if he can become part of the fraternity.
I attended a school with Franciscan teachers. I'm Franciscan education. Does that make me a Franciscan monk?
But again, here's the point.
Yes, no question.
Again, you're saying that this is all just arbitrary. So you think it's arbitrary that the founder of the Jesuits name, Ignatius of Loyola, happens to add up to 201, just like Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the first Jesuit Muslim, the first to live in Suite 201. Hold on, let me finish making a point. Maybe right out. Hold on.
Why?
Hold on.
When you add up his name,
see, this is you guys. This happens every time we're out in Seattle. There's some guy who comes up like this who can't listen, who thinks he knows it all, who just automatically everything's a coincidence. He thinks he knows it all, but can't even make his own arguments. Again, listen for 30 seconds.
How does Ignatius add up to 201?
I is the 9th letter. G is the 7th. N is the 14th. A is the 1st. T is the 20th. You add up all the letters. 201. Just like Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Okay. Just like the Jesuit order. Just like Order of Illuminati. Hold on.
Why do you stop there?
What do you mean stop there?
I use the 9th letter. Yada, 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 yada. You add that up, you get 201. Why do you stop 201? Why don't you add the 2 to the 0 to 1? You get 3.
You could break it down to 3. The Trinity is huge with the Catholic Church. The Holy Bible equals 201. There's 3 Abrahamic religions.
No, there's not.
Oh, there's not? It's not Judaism, Christianity, Islam?
No, it's not.
What is it?
Well, even if we assume, if we lump all the denominations of Christianity together, all the denominations of Judaism together, all the denominations of Christianity together, that's 3. Okay? What about the Druze?
Nobody disputes there's 3 Abrahamic religions.
The Druze aren't an Abrahamic religion?
Judaism, Christianity, Islam are the 3 Abrahamic religions. Understood by everybody.
Samaritans.
Huh?
Samaritans.
Do you know where their local congregation is in any major city or town?
I believe there's less than 2,000 of them in existence that were heavily persecuted under the Ottoman Empire. So I don't know if there's any in Oregon.
But you would say that they're one of the top. You're adding to the list of known.
You said there were 3.
But you
you
mentioned there were denominations that you could count too.
Here's the point I want to come back to. About 2.
If you lump Sunni and Shia Islam together, you get, and all the other Islamic denominations, you get all of Islam. If you lump the Catholics in with the Baptists and all the Protestant religions, the Mormons, you get Christianity as well. All along, I go to 3: Christians, Judaism, Islam are the three largest Abrahamic religions.
And most recognized. And you won't find a lot of...
By the way, when was the last time you showered? Because literally your body odor is atrocious, dude. You stink. Have you showered recently?
I just left.
Can you leave the area so I can go back to what I came to do rather than be, stunk out by some troll? Go take a shower, dude.
Yes or no, there are more than three Abrahamic religions.
Dude, fuck off. There's three primary Abrahamic religions. No one argues that. You're a troll. You haven't come out here and made one good point.
A moment ago, you said
just won't shut up. Again, good people of Portland, we are out here to share information about what is taking place in this nation and what people need to wake up to. And again, I want to hammer home the point about fentanyl and what they've done in this state with the agenda of fentanyl. I want you to ask yourself if you think this is a coincidence. It was this year, March 8th, that the governor said that she needed to reverse her policy after all the deaths in this state from fentanyl overdose. The day that she made that announcement, March 8th, did not seem coincidental. In a leap year, that's the 68th day of the year. Fentanyl was approved by the FDA in the year 68. And again, a lot of major agendas went into motion in 68. If you look it up, that's the year coronavirus was coined as seasonal flu. And who remembers 2020 when all the flu stuff was still on the shelf, but all of a sudden all the coronavirus medicine was sold out? They forgot to tell you in the news, it was originally coined as seasonal flu as they scared you out of your rights and liberties, printed out a whole bunch of money, and created a major inflation problem, something that people with a brain saw coming a mile away. But again, March 8th was the date, 3-8. And a word that a lot of people don't know about anymore is the word gematria. It is the practice of coding numbers into words. The band Slipknot has a song called Gematria, the Killing Name. The band The Police, who sang Roxanne and the song about how every breath you take, they'll be watching you. They also have a song out there called Murder by Numbers, where killing is as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. And the chorus is that killing by this numerical code is the sport of the elected. If you've never heard the song Murder by Numbers by The Police, I'd encourage you to listen to it or at least read the lyrics. What's interesting about March 8th and killing and murder is that in gematria, the practice of coding numbers into words, fentanyl equates to 38, so does murder, so does killing, so does death. And for another name, it's Prince. And of course, we've heard a lot about fentanyl ever since Prince supposedly overdosed from fentanyl. And remember, Prince died on a very suspicious day. Prince died on the Queen's birthday. He died the day they lit up Niagara Falls purple. His girlfriend, Vanity, from the time of Purple Rain, is from Niagara Falls. Of course, Vanity had died that year, the day of the Grammys, which was the anniversary of Prince's mother's death as well. But remember, Prince had that song, I Would Die For You, and he spelled it with the number 4 and the letter U. Way ahead of his time, like cell phone text message, but in 1983. Song written in 83, Purple Rain came out in 84. But U is the 21st letter of the alphabetic order. So I Would Die 421 was the title of that song. That's what day Prince died. April 21st, 421. After Vanity died the day of the 58th Grammys. In gematria, Purple Rain equates to 58. That was the year of the 58th U.S. presidential election, where Donald Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower. You might recall that year at Trump's convention in Cleveland, he came out to Queen, "We Are the Champions." You might recall when Bill and Hillary conceded to Trump on the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. They both came out wearing purple. These things aren't a coincidence. Here's another thing about Prince's death in light of that year, the year of the 58th election. By the way, in this gematria code, Freemasonry equates to 58, just like Purple Rain, just like secret society. And Freemasonry is only for men. And that year, Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower and beat a woman.
It's gonna blow your mind.
He also hired the 58-year-old Steve Ray, announcer for the Nationals, and there's a reason the Nationals won the World Series perfectly synced with Trump that year, or in the time he was in office. But again, coming back to Prince's death, Prince died 201 days before the election, and there's a lot to say about this number 201. It's a very special number in Hebrew. It represents enlightenment in the code of numbers and words. Now, with regards to 201 and deaths having to do with the presidency, I want you to look into Donald Trump, his ex-wife falling down the stairs and dying 45 years after their marriage. And after she fell down the stairs and died July 14, 2022, they waited to have her funeral for the 201st day of the year, July 20th. This 201 pattern is something else with a lot of people who've been in that highest office. And we're going to get to why this 201 number is so important to the Jesuits who set up camp in Georgetown when they came to this nation and moved Inauguration Day to January 20th, the 201st day of the nation's age, a date that the majority of the world writes 20/1. Think of Beau Biden. Joe Biden's son died at age 46, May 30th, 2015. That was 201 days before the Pope's birthday, December 17th. The man who did the funeral for Beau Biden did the inauguration for Joe Biden. And he was a Jesuit priest, and he was the 42nd head of Georgetown. His name is Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan. Again, there is a numerical code behind the English language, just like there is behind the Hebrew language, the ancient Greek alphabet, the Aramaic alphabet. Listen to all these things that equate to 201. Again, we are in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201, when the Jesuits came from France, and the last French Pope in the history of the church was the 201st. Let's start with the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola. You take the alphabetic order. I is the 9th letter, G is the 7th, N's the 14th, so on. You add up the letters of Ignatius of Loyola, it adds up to 201. Pope Francis's birth name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio. You add up the letters, it adds up to 201. You add up the name, the Jesuit order, it adds up to 201. You add up the name Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan, it adds up to 201. And again, this is the man who did the funeral for Beau Biden, who died exactly 201 days before the Pope's birthday, and they did the inauguration for Joe Biden on 20/1. January 20th is the 201st day of the nation's age. And think about it, you guys. The nation's capital didn't start in D.C. It started in Philadelphia. They moved it to D.C., where the Jesuits set up camp. And if you don't know about the history of D.C., it used to be called Rome on the Potomac. Thus all the Roman architecture. If you look at who the landowner was, his name was actually Francis Pope. How funny. Remember when Pope Francis came to D.C. and spoke there September 23rd, 2015? The funny thing about that is that's the 266th day of the year. He's the 266th Pope, and the Jesuit motto in their logo, IHS, stands for Isus Hominum Salvator, Latin for Jesus, Savior of Man. Isus Hominum Salvator equates to 266. How fitting for him to be the first Jesuit Pope, again, the first to live in Suite 201. Again, when Donald Trump's ex-wife just died, it was in the time of the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which ran from May 20th, 2021, the day in history Ignatius of Loyola was shot with a cannonball, and it ran more than a typical calendar year. It ended July 31st, 2022. When Donald Trump's ex-wife died, I want you to go back to this day, July 14th. You'll see there were two stories before it was announced his wife died. The first story was conservatives came out against Trump based on 60 legal cases. The second story was Trump said he's going to run in the upcoming election, which is the 60th U.S. presidential election. And then the third story was his wife fell down the stairs and died. And of course, he has that famous cover of Fortune magazine with his wife on the staircase. But the funny thing is, the day that she died was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year. The same day he says he's going to run for the upcoming election, which is the 60th. The funny thing about Kamala is she couldn't pass the bar until she took it at San Francisco University, the Jesuit school. And you might know Kamala's story about how she climbed the political ranks dating Willie Brown in her 20s when he was 60 years old. Now, funny enough, she just happens to be the nominee right before her 60th birthday. These things are all jokes. Look into what Kamala did for the Catholic Church in the Bay Area, covering up and making the damages very tiny for the molestation of children by that church in that area. Kamala climbed the ranks for all the wrong reasons. Now, this 201 thing, you guys, is deep. You know, the major tech outage we just had? That was on the 201st day of the year. I'm an author. I had a book out there in 2020 showing how big tech is completely Jesuit controlled with all these puppets from Bill Gates. By the way, William Henry Gates, the main co-sponsor of Event 201, the pandemic simulation. William Henry Gates equals 201. Melinda Gates now is X. Melinda French Gates comes from a family of Jesuit priests and has the same birthday as the Jesuit leader. Go figure. But again, this 201 thing. Hold on after Max. I'll tell you more about what's going on in Russia, Ukraine with the Jesuits in 201.
I never heard of 201. Yeah, like they're like
exactly. You never heard about
no.
this. I started looking into it after Event 201. Here, I'll answer your question. Sure about it. This gentleman asked me, like, where did I learn about this 201 thing? I got to be honest. I started looking into it after Event 201. A lot of people still don't know about Event 201. I'll tell you where I was March 13th, 2020, 2 days after the pandemic was declared. I was out in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, begging Cairo 7, Deborah Horn of Seattle, to come out and cover Event 201 because the American people needed to know that they had just simulated October 18th, 2019, the exact same day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. They had simulated a coronavirus pandemic that would last 18 months. And you can still go on the Johns Hopkins website and watch the Event 201 simulation. You guys, it's exactly what we lived out. They had it all planned out. They even talked about how they're going to censor people online that speak out against it, and we all know that happened. But again, I started to look into what 201 could possibly mean, and I started to say, the leader of that meeting was Klaus Schwab, the same guy who said in 2020, you'll own nothing and be happy by 2030. But I noticed Klaus Schwab was a Jesuit. And then I said, well, that's interesting because we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope and he's the first to live at Suite 201 at the Vatican. And I've been talking about this code that our government works by every day, and I swear they do. If you think I'm tripping, look into what I'm talking about, and you'll see every day they unfold their rituals by this Kabbalistic code. Again, you look into the Jesuits. The Jesuits were created in the 16th century to stop Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation. From the day that Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses until the day the Jesuit order was created, August 15, 1534, 201 months later. 201 months. This number's been with them since the beginning. Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses. The Jesuits' first mission when they were recognized by the Roman Catholic Church, they were recognized on September 27th. That's the day leaving 95 days left in the year. Their first mission was to stop Martin Luther. Now, I'll tell you something real quick about Martin Luther King Jr., who assumed the name after the Protestant Reformation leader. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on the 95th day of the leap year, April 4th, 1968. And that year, we got the nation's first major gun control legislation exactly 201 days later. That's not an accident. That was an infringement on the Second Amendment. We were never supposed to live in this surveillance state where the government's able to track every last thing about every last American. The founders gave us the First and Second Amendment because they knew that tyranny could take over. And it took over a long time ago, you guys. It took over a long, long time ago. You know, one of the core concepts at the beginning of this nation was to have no income tax. What happened to that? And how long ago? They're talking about no taxes on tips. How about no taxes on income? Why are we so content? They're clever. They figured out how to pacify us. But again, I'll remind you, the nation's capital wasn't originally in D.C. That's where the Jesuits set up camp. Inauguration Day wasn't initially January 20th. It was March 4th. There's a reason they moved it to the 201st day of the year. So again, my friend's question over here about where did I learn from this? Observation. Observation. By the way, for anyone who doesn't like what I'm saying, I share. If you guys want to come out here and you got something else to say, I will give the mic to you. You're welcome to speak. We can take turns. We can take turns. Here's something I'd like y'all to look into. I'm talking about 201. I want you to look up this book written by a Yale professor in 1968, the year fentanyl was approved, the year coronavirus was coined, the year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code, the year World Trade Center construction began. I want you to look up this book called The Population Bomb. That book is 201 pages long, and I don't think it's arbitrary. It talks about how we need to do something in this nation to curb population. Now, we know coronavirus has taken a lot of lives. We know fentanyl's taken a lot of lives. We know the wars have taken a lot of lives. Again, you look at the wars, you guys. When did World War II formally end? World War II formally ended August 15th on the Jesuit order's birthday. Remember the other year on August 15th, after 20 years of war in the Middle East, Afghanistan's government collapses on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday. And then they tell you 13 soldiers got blown up for the 13 stripes as their bodies get sent home in caskets. You guys ever think about why they send us to 13 years of slave school and fill up our heads with nothing? I mean, seriously, America, let's look at what's going on in this nation. How many Americans work in big tech where the best jobs are in this country? Close to zero. It's mostly Indians and Chinese and Russian, and shout out to them. They earned it. They got the education. Why is it that Americans aren't smart enough for those jobs? What did they do for us every year in slave school? We had to learn every year about Christopher Columbus, sent over by the Catholic Church, who discovered a land where brown people lived, but they didn't count. Genociding them was manifest destiny. Has anyone ever noticed that's kind of the hobby of the U.S. military? Killing innocent brown people for some illegitimate reason? Again, this is what this nation's about. That lady over there gaps. You think that's not true, ma'am? You think that's not true? How about a 9/11? Remind me, was that a 201? Were there two towers that became zero, that became one? Is that how it was? The Twin Towers became no towers, became one tower? Was George W. Bush not the president at that time? George W. Bush, who referred to what we did in the Middle East as a crusade. Remember a skull and bones against their symbolism from the Templars who had the Crusades? The same Templar cross that's in the middle of the Jesuit order's logo. Again, you guys, there's a reason that Washington, D.C. is all Roman architecture. There's a reason they've taught a generation of people to think Islam is some dangerous, evil thing when it's not. You know, I used to be a school teacher. I taught in South Seattle, most diverse neighborhood in America. Well, what I noticed working there is it was the Muslim families, the immigrant families that were the most committed to their students. Nice, beautiful people. 20 years of propaganda in this nation has a lot of people thinking they're scary people. Some of you guys might have seen the gentleman who's walking around this town with an abortion sign harassing Muslim people, thinking he's holier than thou because he's Christian. He's a younger guy, grew up in this generation with this mind control. Speaking of abortion, another thing that they get people to come out and vote for. Choose the Democrat side or the Republican side, pro-life, pro-choice, this game that they have going on every year. I want you to look into this and tell me I'm wrong. Did they not overturn Roe v. Wade with Dobbs v. Jackson the exact same week that Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman, became a Supreme Court justice? As they told you on the news that the overturning was going to disproportionately impact black women? Do you think that's a coincidence? Look up the name of that case, Dobbs v. Jackson. It equals 201. Look at the day that Stephen Breyer announced he was stepping down. It was 201 days from his birthday. Look up the day that they swore Ketanji Brown Jackson in. It was 201 days from her birthday. These things are not an accident. These are repetitive patterns that take place weekly in our nation's capital, which is a Jesuit-run city. And for those of you guys who doubt that, I want you to look into what Thomas Jefferson and John Adams said before they both died on the same day, the most ironic of days. Again, July 4th, 1826. Again, 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents died on the nation's birthday, 7-4. Monroe died 1,826 days later on July 4th, and he had a vendetta with the church as well. Jefferson and Adams were the two that warned about what could happen if the Jesuits came out of suppression. This country was formed in the time of the Jesuit suppression. They came out while James Madison was the president, the only president in U.S. history whose name equals 201. How funny is that? Again, the thing they almost taught us in kindergarten. I'm sure you remember being in the kindergarten classroom with the border up along the top of the room with all the letters, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, with the numbers right by them counting. Again, if only they had told us there was a mathematical sequence behind the English language, just like Hebrew, just like Aramaic, just like Greek. Again, this cabal, which is the Catholic Church, again, the Jesuits came into being in the 16th century. This calendar that says today is August 18th. This calendar was given to us by the Jesuit priest, Christopher Clavius. If you look into the standardization of the English language with the 26-letter alphabet, it happened at the same historical moment that the calendar was implemented, and it's also credited to a Jesuit priest. Again, the Jesuits are responsible for the calendar and the language. They have synced up a system that they operate by day after day. Russia and Ukraine, let me make a point. Biden and Putin met just before war broke out on, of all days, they met there on Pearl Harbor Day. That just happened to be 201 days after May 20th, the day that the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year began. And the thing about Russia is where the Jesuit order was preserved in the time of their suppression. If you look it up, there's a Jesuit priest who wrote a book about the preservation of their order by Catherine the Great. And in his book, he says the order was saved with 201 Jesuit priests. Go figure, in light of Pope Francis being the first Jesuit pope and the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. Again, the Jesuits gave us the calendar and the language as we know it. Here's another thing to look up. July 6th, 2022. It was 201 days after the Pope's birthday, and something was big in the news that day. It was the crumbling of the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones, if you never heard of them, look them up. They existed for 42 years. They came down 201 days after the Pope's birthday. They were said to be 10 rules for a new world order. The first rule was to reduce the Earth's population to 500 million. The second rule was to unite the world in a new living language. And I would entertain you that that was likely English, the most taught language across the world, where you can see that these same rituals are taking place all over. Here, I'll give you a good example. This city got beat up after the George Floyd killing that was televised on TV. And over in Europe, they protested the names George Floyd and Adama Traore together. Adama Traore was killed in France, the home of the Jesuits, in similar fashion to George Floyd. And here's the thing about it. Adama Traore was killed July 19, 2016, which was the 201st day of the leap year. That was the day of the tech outage this year. George Floyd was killed exactly 201 weeks later. The name George Perry Floyd, his full name in Gematria, equates to 201. Now, after George Floyd was killed, statues were torn down all over this nation, including the only Confederate statue in D.C., the one of Albert Pike, the same Albert Pike who wrote the letter about 3 world wars to come and published it on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th. Remember, World War II ended on August 15th. Afghanistan's government just collapsed on August 15th. Netanyahu just came back to power. By the way, state of Israel equals 201. Netanyahu stepped down on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year, and then came back on Pike's birthday. But again, Albert Pike, his statue goes down June 19th, a year to the day of them making Juneteenth an official holiday. What happened January 6th. They keep reminding us about it. January 6th was 201 days later. That very same day, the Confederate flag flew through D.C. Keep in mind, you can write that day 6/1, like the American Civil War began in 1861. You might recall the day that the news was the autonomous zone in Seattle. The market fell 1,861 points. How perfect, like how the Confederacy was an autonomous zone. But again, it matters that it was 201 days, January 6th, after the only Confederate statue fell, because the word Confederate itself equates to 201. And if you look into it, Lincoln blamed the American Civil War on the Jesuit order. And by the way, the man who got away, if you're not aware, John Surratt was a Jesuit who got away and escaped after the assassination, so they executed his mother. Look up John Surratt in the Jesuit plot with the Lincoln assassination. They don't teach us about that in slave school. In 13 years, you pledged to the 13 stripes. That little meter knit with Donald Trump, if you fell for that theater, you guys, that was exactly 13 weeks after the anniversary of the Secret Service being established, which is the same day Lincoln was shot, April 14th, 1865. But think about Trump's perfect photo op. 13 weeks after the establishment of the Secret Service on the 13th of July, under the 13 stripes. Think about it. These are all rituals. Hey, I'm sure, I know I'm not in Donald Trump country, and understand, I don't take either side of these bought out political systems. But here's a good one to look up for Donald Trump. He runs on MAGA, M-A-G-A. If you didn't know this, MAGA is the highest degree of the Church of Satan. MAGA is the 5th and highest degree of the Church of Satan. If you go back to the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner when Obama was the president, Donald Trump attended, and Obama told a joke about how Trump will become the 45th president of the United States. That happened to be 45 days before Trump's birthday, but it was also the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan, founded April 30th, 1966 by Anton LaVey. You guys, the 45 rituals with Donald Trump don't end. You know, his little trial thing there they had in New York where Stormy Daniels took the stand 45 days after her 45th birthday, and the trial ended 45 days after it began, 45 days before the death anniversary of his wife, who died 45 years after their marriage. The assassination scare that just happened was 45 days after JFK's May 29th birthday. And by the way, funny enough, in Gematria, president equals 133, White House equals 133, government equals 133. Revelation 13:3 is where the beast gets wounded in the head. From the Trump assassination scare to the JFK assassination anniversary where he was shot in the head is 133 days. This stuff goes on every single day in this nation. Ritualistic, Kabbalistic codes, paying tribute to history, and you start to think about all these phrases we use. Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Your number's up. Again, you learn this, you start to realize where these things really come from. And by the way, if there's anybody out there listening who has a question, I'm happy to answer. Or if you're listening and you don't like what I'm saying, you're welcome to use the mic and share your opinion. America needs to talk more. We've become so anti-social. It's good to see people out here who actually don't have headphones on, but I mean, almost anywhere you go, someone's staring down at their phone, got their headphones in, plugged into what the mainstream wants to tell them all the time. Again, how many people are out here still listening to the media? How many people put on a mask when the media told them to put on a mask? How many people went out and got a shot from Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline? I mean, you guys, seriously, you guys know that Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline are the two most sued companies in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury? In what world would you want to go out and get a shot from the most sued companies in the world for the history of wrongful death and injury? Because a lot of you did that. Or maybe you got yours from, Moderna? The company founded by two Jesuits. One of them was born on the 201st day of the year. Going with the Event 201 simulation put on by the Jesuit Klaus Schwab. Did you guys know this one? Look up CladeX. CladeX was the first pandemic simulation, the sister simulation to Event 201. It took place May 15th, 2018. Of course, that was 2 years to the day of Donald Trump declaring Operation Warp Speed, May 15, 2020. If you look up what May 15th is, it's Mercuralia, the celebration of Mercury. I'm sure a lot of you remember when Jenny McCarthy got censored in 2012 for telling the story of how the MMR shot changed her child's life. Jenny McCarthy and all the other people who told that same story. By the way, yours truly used to manage an autistic children's home. I know a lot of parents who have the same story as Jenny McCarthy. Their child was cognitive until they were about age 2 when they got the MMR shot, and then they had a rapid change. But remember, Google, by the way, Google, you guys, Google celebrates their birthday on September 27th. They say they don't know why, but that's the day in history the Jesuits were recognized by Rome. Their current CEO, Sundar Pichai, equals 201. I didn't want to talk about what just happened to their ex-CEO who died right after her son at Berkeley. Again, you serve these people, bad things might happen to you. But again, you guys, all of these agendas going on in the nation, you look at them, they all come back to population control. Another popular one right now. Here, I'll give you another popular 201. Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner equates to 201. Tell me, how does mutilating your genitalia, how does that fit in with population control? Do I need to spell it out for you? It's a different route, but it gets to the same purpose as getting 86 by fentanyl and opioids. And by the way, just about the opioid crisis, you guys. Remember what happened to Pat Tillman? Remember Pat Tillman, the NFL receiver? He quit the Arizona Cardinals. He wanted to go be a war hero. And then he got mad. He started to speak out about it. He was making waves. He said, all they got me doing is guarding a poppy field. Remember, we went over there in Afghanistan. We killed all the Taliban who destroyed poppies all throughout that massive country. And then next thing you know, the U.S. military is bringing back poppies like never before and using our own troops to guard the fields. And then what happens? An opioid crisis like we've never seen. An opioid crisis like we've never seen. You think these things are a coincidence? Here, I'll tell you another one. You guys remember, I graduated from high school in June of 2001. When I graduated from high school, we never heard of Google. We used Yahoo and Alta Vista for search engines. I started as a freshman in college that fall in 2001, and all the professors told us, you got to get on Google. You got to get on Google. Google's the new search engine. Remember what happened, you guys? Around that time, everybody was starting to get cell phones. Everyone was starting to get cell phones. And then 9/11 happened. And then they passed the Patriot Act. And then Tom Brady became I didn't want to get into that. But anyway, Patriot Act, and then all of a sudden, our rights, a lot of them have been thrown down the drain. George W. Bush said the Constitution's just a piece of paper. All of a sudden, the government now had the right to collect our data, our information, record our phone calls, our text messages, our emails, our library records. Isn't it convenient how the technology... Anyway, about Google. Remember, when coronavirus happened, all of a sudden 5G had just come out. And they told us with 5G, it was a lot more specific in terms of surveillance capability. They could see how many people were gathered in a building. You know? Right away, you had headlines about how Google and Apple and Big Brother government were working together to keep data and surveillance over the U.S. populace. Now think about 5G. Think about it. Does a G look a lot like a 6? 5G, does it kind of look like 5, 6? The reason that's so interesting is because in Gematria, the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words, coronavirus equals 56. Anthony Fauci equals 56. Gavin Newsom equals 56. Of course, Anthony Fauci, Jesuit educated, went to Holy Cross, just like Gavin Newsom, Jesuit educated, went to Santa Clara. Go revisit the remarks of Gavin Newsom when he locked down California. Here's exactly what he said. He said, the reason I'm locking down the state is because 56% of you will get coronavirus in 8 weeks. Now tell me something, is 8 weeks, 56 days? Funny enough, the first confirmed case of coronavirus in the nation was in Seattle. And that was in the time of Mayor Jenny Durkin. also Jesuit educated, the 56th mayor of Seattle, Jenny Durkin. The second case of coronavirus in the world was in Chicago, where Lori Lightfoot was the mayor. Lori Lightfoot was the 56th mayor of Chicago. And remember, the first celebrity with the virus was Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks, born in 1956, who was in the movie Sleepless in Seattle. And if you remember how that begins, his wife dies from illness in Chicago. Then he goes up to the Johns Hopkins real quick, who did the coronavirus simulation, funny enough. And then he goes out to Seattle. You guys, these things are not an accident. They're jokes. Remember, when Tom Hanks got the virus, he was filming a movie about Elvis. And if you don't know this about Elvis, he got the polio vaccine on live TV in 1956. And if you don't know this about polio, again, it affected little children. It affected very little children, but at the time they were trying to get everybody to go out and get the polio vaccine because jabs are money. Ask the Rockefellers about it. Ask Bill Gates about it, who's made more money in his jab era than he ever did in his Microsoft era. But again, you want to go back? The first case of COVID in the world was 56 days after the Event 201 simulation. In the UK, Boris Johnson introduced the UK strain, which they said was 56% more infectious. The list goes on and on and on. This year, 2024, is 56 years after 1968. Again, this year, 2024, it's 56 years after 1968. I'm sure you guys saw the headlines the other day. Who says we're having the biggest wave of COVID in the summer yet? Not a good sign for the fall ahead. Again, you guys, if we don't learn from what we've gone through, it's only going to continue to get worse in this country. We are being lied to, you guys, by numerical rituals. They're scaring us with things you don't need to be afraid of. Again, if you looked into COVID at the beginning, you saw that it was originally coined as seasonal flu. You saw that it was 99-point-something% survivable to healthy people. This wasn't anything you ever needed to be afraid of. Yet they used it as an excuse to shut down our cities, shut down our way of life. Next thing you know, they got to print all this money. Next thing you know, you have all this inflation. Next thing you know, things are unaffordable. Next thing you know, you have actual real problems. Even more homeless people, more addicts, more suicide. I still remember how in the same segment on CNN, I remember Anderson Cooper in the same segment, he said, "You're not a real man if you don't get vaccinated." And then a few minutes later, they talked about how there's probably going to be just as many suicides from the new policies as there is from the actual virus. And then they went to commercial break, brought to you by Pfizer. And I thought, how in the world can the American people be this oblivious that they're listening to this guy? I mean, just scare them about nothing. Tell you you're not a real man, and then the segment sponsored by Pfizer, the most company in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury. Well, I mean, I'm not against it. To each their own, and you could be absolutely right. I'm glad to hear you doing that. God loves you too. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You too, man.
Thank you.
Love you. My throat's getting a little bit parched. Seriously, if anybody else wants to come take over the mic, maybe you want to counter my points, maybe you think I'm wrong, I am happy to share the mic. I really got about a million more things I could talk about. If you guys are interested in what I'm talking about, I can tell you where you can download my books for free on the internet if you want to read more about this. I put out a book in the middle of 2020. I explained in the book why their scam-demic would end as soon as the year of the tiger came around. And I'm here to tell you that was absolutely correct. And the reason I knew that their scam-demic would end when the year of the tiger came around is because if you go back and look, when it started, they had to have every celebrity come out and tell you they had the virus. And I'm not even kidding if you guys go back and look. They're all wearing like a tiger t-shirt, a tiger hoodie, a tiger jacket. I still remember Pink. Pink said her child almost died from COVID and she had them all dressed up and wrapped up in a tiger blanket. I said, you guys, they're putting the symbols in front of your face. They're telling you it's going to end when the year of the tiger comes around, which of course is a Chinese thing. Just like how, but by the way, you guys look into the Event 201 pandemic simulation the same day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. Again, that was 1 month before the outbreak, October 18th, 10/18. Here's part of the reason they did it on 10/18. I got to take you back to CladeX again. CladeX was the first simulation, May 15, 2018, put on by the exact same group of people, the World Economic Forum, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Johns Hopkins, the CDCs of China and the U.S. participated in both. But CladeX, May 15, 2018, that was exactly 666 days, 666, just like how you do stand 6 feet apart everywhere. Stand 6 feet apart, 6 feet apart, 6 feet apart, not based in any science, just based in numerical ritual, like man's made on the 6th day in the Bible. But exactly 666 days before they declared their pandemic, they had the first simulation. We all know what 666 is in the Bible. It's the mark which you must accept if you want to buy or sell. Now, isn't it funny how the word mask is one letter off from mark? How many places did you have to wear your mask if you wanted to buy or sell or go to school? As for Event 201 being on 10/18, if you know your Bible, and again, I'm not out here doing a religious sermon, but I'm just telling you, they use the Bible like a playbook. Satan comes to earth in Luke 10:18. Satan comes to earth in Luke 10:18. Do you want the mic? This lady doesn't like. You're welcome to speak, ma'am.
People are people. God loves everybody on this planet. This is not design map the way you see it. We're all loved. Is that not true?
I agree with all that.
Is that true?
I agree with that.
Then let people be people and have peace in their heart. Stop trying to tell us you go this way or that way and you're wrong. You're full of shit.
I didn't lock you down and tell you to stay in your home in March of 2020. Hey, you're welcome to use the mic too.
It's open mic. Open mic.
It's open mic. If you want the mic, you're welcome to share it. Hey, while you're out here, I want to share something with you. Again, this cabal I'm talking about, they're very racist. You know how they made Jackie Robinson wear the number 42? Did you see what they did to Chadwick Boseman on the makeshift Jackie Robinson Day? That was also Jack Kirby's birthday, who wrote Black Panther that he died. And if you don't know this about Jackie Robinson, he was in the tank brigade in World War II called the Black Panthers. So they took out Chadwick Boseman, the Black Panther, who played Jackie Robinson, on the makeshift Jackie Day that was only that day because of the pandemic. Just like how they took out Kobe at age 41 on the 41st day of the Pope's age, traveling from Catholic Mass. If you want to read my book from 2017, sir, I explained how Kobe's entire career was defined by 41, 3 years before he died at age 41. I can explain all these things to you. They can tell you Kobe died on the 4200 block. But here's the point I'm making about Chadwick Boseman. Go back and read the story. The story's from June of that year, 2 months before he died. Every article reported that he was dying from cancer at age 42. Chadwick Boseman was dying from cancer at age 42. And go look at what age they reported he died at when he died. They said he died at age 43. That's not true. He wasn't 43 years old. His birthday wasn't until November. How could he have turned 43 when he was dying in June at age 42? But here's the thing I'm teaching about this code, sir, of letters and numbers. The practice of coding numbers into words. The name Jackie equals 42. The word slavery is 42. The word Tuskegee is 42. You've been here listening. How many men were in the control group for that Tuskegee experiment? There were 201 men in the control group for the Tuskegee experiment. 201. Just like how the simulation for the pandemic and the jab was called Event 201. And you know as well as I do that they scared black people the most, and they told black people needed to be the first to get the jab. That's evil. I'm out here exposing evil, okay? So if you want me to shut up, you're welcome to come take the mic and tell me why I'm wrong, sir. But I'm out here for you. He's in the truck.
I'm not being hostile to you. I'm just curious what. Yeah, I know. I hear you talking numbers and like Tina Kotek's somehow responsible for fentanyl. And
I'm explaining how the people who govern over us operate ritualistically, literally mocking us every day, performing rituals to shape our mindset, to keep us participating in their games. Like how the simulation was a number, Event 201, when they simulated the coronavirus pandemic, the same day the military organization war on China. I'm explaining what these numbers mean and why they do this.
Argue with you about the evil of the government or anything like that. I would agree with you 110%. What about all the dead bodies on TVs? What about people who had coronavirus? Why with masks and vaccines? Which doctors and nurses and people who aren't invested in conspiracy, people that work in our emergency rooms and nursing homes, what do they have invested in perpetuating some sort of criminal?
Do they realize that they are? They're just going along with the authorities.
Right, vaccines,
they did? In what world? I don't know in what world you're talking about they work. I'll tell you what, only one person.
I work every day in the liquor store.
I didn't get vaccinated. I never wore a mask. I never got a visa. White stuff?
Yeah, a little bit.
Thank you.
If you're on camera, I want to make sure you look good.
I support your right to do this shit. I think it perpetuates your feedback.
It's good, RPM Trey. Good to see you in the chat. RPM Trey is in the house.
But I just want to say that you're saying this perpetuates.
When federal troops came into Portland, I don't know where you were.
No, I explained why. I was covering it that day. So Oregon is the 33rd state. You know that order statehood? So in this letters and numbers thing, the word federal equals 33, like order, like secrecy, like masonry. DC's the Masonic city.
I'm an ancient free and accepted free. I am a Mason.
That's fine. Not all Masons are bad. But did you know that about the language? Did you know about that about the language? That all those things equal 33?
I know there are many games where we can play with numbers.
But think about it. Well, it's not playing with numbers. It's a simple code behind the language that's mathematical.
And again, what agenda do those numbers do for the people using them?
Seeing through the ritualism. Because the federal police that Trump deployed, the first place he ever did it was right here in the 33rd state.
That's right. And where did they have to leave? And it was grassroots resistance that chased those cowards away.
Well, that's why people become informed. Exactly. Now you're making my point.
Those masks served everyone at least on the street because everybody should wear them for COVID and kept anonymity.
I'm looking at Johns Hopkins University even here in 201.
What's up, man?
That's
How did they predict it? Simulated a coronavirus.
Yeah, they simulated that one. It's so for us. It's definitely, making bleach.
Do you recall that Netflix added Bill Gates' film, The Next Pandemic, the day after it was confirmed in his own backyard in Seattle? That has this foundation set up right across the street from the world's biggest needle. Did you notice how the Seattle companies, Amazon and Costco, took over the world? It's not an accident. To me,
and I would tend to agree with you, man. All those systems were in place prior to the pandemic to where you could shelter at home and survive.
Believe me, he's the last person I would ever think to be supporting COVID and getting vaccinated or anything. But when facts are facts.
And what I did was I chose to make money by buying 300 shares of Pfizer. Pays 4% dividend.
Play the game, man. Play the game.
4% dividend.
Listen, because of this knowledge, I told people why the Moderna stock would blow up on May 7th, 2020. Before it did, a woman in my community made $10,000 on May 7th, 2020. You know how I knew that? Because vaccine equals 57, like Bill Gates.
Quick
That
question. What's my birthday?
What's your birthday?
It's a profit. Come on. What's my birthday?
Just the year before.
You had the 201 thing.
The 201st day of the year?
I'm not
Thank you for taking the time.
And I appreciate
Hold on, I gotta ask you one question before we go. So you said you feel like what I'm doing is adding to fear. Do you think that's because I'm scaring people about what the government actually is?
I don't think that. I think that people need a gentle way to understand the role their position is, and things like street preaching and complex. And they are complex because it comes out like a conspiracy theory, and we are taught to turn that off. And
That's
what
the
we need
program.
to do is turn people on.
I'm trying to help people get out of the program.
No, but I
understand.
have the same reaction where it's I would love to sit down and have a cup of tea with you and a conversation, have
I am convinced or not, we can still proceed in the opposite direction. Right now, I want to cross the street and go away.
Well, maybe I can stop here and talk about it.
Only because I heard you like 2 blocks away, and I was like, oh, fuck, I gotta check that out.
Okay. I appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you for the feedback, too. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the tip on the mouth, too. Thanks. I do that every time. I need that feedback. I don't know. What do you think? I think a lot of people probably do get scared, but I think it's because they don't want to hear that the authorities have sold them out.
Right.
So, but I mean, weren't these people probably terrified and staying in their house and submitting to everything? I mean,
Right. We're trying to help people, motivate people, and get people to see what's really going on.
yeah, it's hard to get. I mean, there's a reason that they start doing what they do to us as young children.
Yeah.
It's hard to get people out of the mindset. I mean, this guy's tripping out over here. A lot of people. I noticed he didn't get out of his truck and say anything when I dropped the 42 lesson on him. What's the chat think I should talk about that we haven't talked about?
What's the chat think we should talk about next? Anything we haven't discussed? Somebody said sports. Trump assassination. This year's Super Bowl. Alec Baldwin, Prince, Bob Lee.
Here, we'll talk about Bill Walton.
And some Bill Walton in here. Big Bill.
Again, good people of Portland, we're out here talking about information that you're not going to hear in the mainstream. And if you have a problem with it, again, we are willing to share the mic. You can come out and give your counterpoint. Come out and ask me any questions. Something I haven't talked about yet today is the death of Bill Walton. Bill Walton, who helped the Blazers win their only championship over the 76ers in the 76-77 season. You guys remember what team Bill Walton finished his career with? Who did Bill Walton finish his career with? Finished his career with the Boston Celtics. You guys remember what day Bill Walton died this year? Bill Walton died the exact same day the Celtics advanced to the NBA Finals. You know, the power of this knowledge, somebody just came by and said, what's the point of knowing this? I mean, there's a lot of reasons to know about this. You can take advantage of the rigged stock market. You can take advantage of rigged sports. You can take advantage of rigged Bitcoin. For the record, you guys, Bitcoin equals 72 like money. I told everybody in my community, take your money out of Bitcoin on the 72nd day of the year. It'll probably be worth $72,000. Wasn't a bad call because the very next day after the 72nd day of the year, it actually got up to 73,000. It came crashing down. And I put out 4 calls in the last 4 years on Bitcoin. They've all been dead on the money. Again, Jesuits run Bitcoin. There's a reason there's 72 bricks on the US dollar bill. There's a reason we got the first Jesuit Pope on the 72nd day of the year. But coming back to Bill Walton, he would have turned 72 this year, the day of the election. A perfect UCLA team in the 71-72 season. But here's the thing about Bill Walton dying at 71, the day the Celtics advanced to the finals. Let's spell it out together. C is the 3rd letter of the alphabet. There's a reason they gave you an alphabetic order. E is the 5th letter. L is the 12th, I is the 9th, T is the 20th, S is the 19th. You add those letters together, Celtics equals 71. Bill Walton dead at 71 the day the Celtics go to the finals. Now, there's a way of adding up a word if you use numerology too. I call it the big way, the small way. The small way, Boston Celtics itself is 78. This was the 78th NBA season. The Boston Celtics were the only team in the league that equals 78. We said before the season began, the Celtics would win the 78th NBA season. Game 1 of the NBA Finals this year was on the Celtics' 78th birthday, June 6th, the anniversary of RFK getting shot. Now, if you go back and look, Jerry West died in the time of these finals. Jerry West died in the time of these finals. He died the day after the Celtics got their 78th win of the year. a lot more to say about Jerry West's death, really. Mercury equals 86, like his age of death. He died on Wednesday, named after Mercury, the trickster. But anyhow, the Celtics' 78th season, the finals begin on their 78th birthday. Bill Walton's dead. Did you guys notice a few days after Bill Walton died, Aaron Gordon's brother died in Oregon at age 33? Here we are in Oregon, the 33rd state. But this kind of stuff, you guys, it goes on year after year with these rigged sports games. Chiefs last year win the Super Bowl in their 64th season. Who died before the season began? Their owner, Norma Hunt, died on 6/4. In Gematria, Kansas City Chiefs equals 64. The day she died was the 49ers' birthday, or establishment anniversary. You get 49ers over Chiefs, or Chiefs over 49ers, again after Norma Hunt's death on 6/4. The year before, they beat the Eagles. Len Dawson, the Chiefs quarterback, died on Kobe Bryant Day. Kobe, who's from Philly. Len Dawson died 172 days before the Super Bowl. You do it the big way, Kansas City Chiefs equals 172. The small way, 64. This stuff goes on year after year. Doesn't matter if we're talking about NFL, NBA, MLB. I don't know how the fans don't notice. I mean, did you guys see the Chicago Bears last year? Couldn't win a game until Dick Butkus died before Thursday Night Football. Then they came out with like the greatest team ever. Won by like 40 points. Couldn't score a touchdown until Dick Butkus died. Dick Butkus. What a name. But again, you guys, there's so many things that you can apply from this knowledge. I'll take you back to Cliff Robinson. Who remembers Cliff Robinson of the Portland Trail Blazers? Uncle Cliff, dead at age 53. Cliff Robinson died at age 53 the day the Lakers beat the Blazers in the 53rd all-time game between the Blazers and Lakers in the playoffs. In this code of letters and numbers, Los Angeles equals 53. That year, the Lakers won the finals on the calendar day that's known as Father-Daughter Day. Father-Daughter Day is the day the Lakers won the finals after Kobe and his daughter died that season. The day they won the finals was exactly 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday, when Kobe Bryant died at age 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age, traveling from Catholic Mass. Kobe Bryant in Gematria equates to 41. When he had his career high of 81 points, the rest of his team scored 41. In his last career game where he scored 60, the rest of his team scored 41. And you can look up the highlight right now of Kobe coming off the court. They even stopped the clock at 4.1 seconds to give him a standing ovation as he comes off the court for the very last time. Now, I said there's a small way and a big way. The big way, Kobe Bryant equals 157. Kobe Bryant died on his 157th day of his age. 157 is the 37th prime number. Kobe Bryant died on the 37th anniversary of Bear Bryant dying. He died on the 26th of January. The name Bryant alone equals 26. Again, stuff like this happens all the time, you guys. Like I said, look up the song Murder by Numbers by The Police, where killing is as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. Read the lyrics to the song by The Police, Murder by Numbers. It's been out there in popular culture now, ironically, for 41 years, since 1983. Again, the metal band Slipknot has the song Gematria, the Killing Name. Just countless examples of this stuff going on in the world of celebrity. Ritualistic death, rigged sports, rigged market, rigged cryptocurrencies, rigged elections. Again, we told people over a year in advance why Joe Biden would be elected number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, in light of the death of Beau Biden at age 46, and in light of the only other Catholic president, JFK, being killed at age 46. In this letter and number code, the word Catholic equates to 46, like there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. The word sacrifice equals 46. Genesis 46 is about sacrifice. So many examples to go through, but here I'll give you a blatant one. I'm sure you guys remember Coolio, the rapper who had the hit song Gangsta's Paradise. The day he died was the 46th anniversary of Stevie Wonder's song Pastime Paradise. 46 years to the day of the sample for Gangsta's Paradise coming out, Coolio dies. And then here's what's wicked about Coolio's death. He died at age 59 on the 59th day of his age on a 59 date numerology. And here's why that matters. Black History Month ends on the 59th day of the year. Motown Records came out in 59. In Gematria, the word slave equals 59. The word Negro equals 59. The word Rasta equals 59. The word blues equals 59. Joe Biden took office with Obama, who was given the Secret Service name Renegade, which equals 59. Joe Biden named Kamala the VP nominee on a date with 59 numerology for the 59th election.
I don't like.
Again, this 59
thank you very much.
In the Bible, it's Ephesians 6, the verses 5 through 9, that talk about slaves, obey your masters. Remember what they did to O.J. Simpson this year? O.J. Simpson died at age 59, or excuse me, O.J. Simpson died 59 days after the Super Bowl this year and was announced dead as the Masters teed off. And they gave you an image of O.J. Simpson in a golf cart with a Titleist hat on. The word master equals 76. The word slave equals 59. O.J. died at 76, 59 days after the Super Bowl, as they announced his death right as the Masters teed off. This stuff goes on day after day. I can't think of the actor's name right now who played in the Rocky movie. They did him dirty at age 76 at the start of Black History Month. They arrested the Hootie and the Blowfish singer this year on the start of Black History Month, 76 days after his birthday. And again, for anyone listening to this and skeptical, understand, I'd be skeptical too if I was hearing it for the first time. What I'm saying is learn this knowledge, pay attention, and you'll see how often these exact same patterns repeat day after day. There's a reason that Black History Month was first recognized by the federal government in the year 1976. And there's a reason Gerald Ford first recognized it on February 10th, 10/2. The word slavery equates to 102. Again, master is 76. The first black president, Barack Obama, his name equals 76. If you look in the Bible, Acts 7:6, that's the 44th book of the Bible. Obama had the likeness with the word hope on it. Hope equals 44. Obama was elected number 44, 44 years after the Civil Rights Act. And we all know the face of the Civil Rights Act was MLK, who was killed on April 4th. These things are not an accident. This is how our government operates day after day. Ritualism, numbers.
It's harder for them to face what I see as reality.
And again, for anyone who wants to use the mic, offer a counter argument, I'm here to share it. I don't mean to be the mic hog. Sharing is caring. And if you have questions, you're welcome to come talk to us. I can tell you where you can download my books for free. And I'll tell you what, everybody would have been served to read my book in 2020 about the scandemic. Again, tell me who else wrote a book and put it out in the middle of 2020 telling you they'd wind down their scam as soon as the year of the tiger came around, only for them to wind down their scam as soon as the year of the tiger came around.
What's up, man? What's up? Hey, guys. How you doing? Good. Truth matters. I'm into the truth. What are you guys telling the truth about out here?
All kinds of things.
All kind of things.
Scandemics.
Like rock and roll, that's true. Rock and roll.
You know Megadeth?
Yeah.
Jeff Young, former guitarist, is a friend of our community. Him and I were out speaking in LA last year.
Sure. My God bless. Happy Sunday, guys.
Thank you very much.
My man just came by and asked us to talk a little bit about rock and roll. Let's talk about Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain, dead April 5th, 94 is what it says. Now, 94 is a big number in Seattle. I call it the 94 city, and that's because Seattle, Washington equals 94. That year, Bill and Melinda Gates got married January 1st, meaning Kurt Cobain died 94 days later. Bill Gates did his Playboy interview around the same time and became a celebrity for the first time. Then his mom dropped dead. And then the year of the pandemic, his father died at 94. And if you didn't notice, his father was big with Planned Parenthood. He died on Margaret Thatcher's birthday, who was the co-founder of Planned Parenthood. Go figure. But the interesting thing about his father dying at 94, Seattle's connection with 94. By the way, the Seahawks won their only rigged Super Bowl in the 94th NFL season. Small way, Seattle Seahawks equals 48. They won Super Bowl 48 in the 94th season. Seattle, Washington 94. Seattle hit Seahawks 48. Russell Wilson's grandpa dropped dead at age 94. That was the Seahawks' 38th season. Then he goes to Colorado, the 38th state, on March 8th. Anyway, now he's for the Steelers, the other team that beat the Seahawks by the numbers. They said it was the most rigged Super Bowl ever in Jerome Bettis' hometown, Detroit, where he rode off into the sunset. Anyway, Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain also died 206 days before Bill Gates' birthday. 206 days. And I'm sure a lot of you know that's the Seattle area code, 206. You might also know that that's how many bones are in the adult human body, 206. And you might know the phrase, the body is the temple. Funny enough, the phrase Masonic temple has this gematria value of 206. Again, the body's the temple, the cleverly encoded English language. But again, you go back to Kurt Cobain's death. What are the odds that he would die that year, again, 206 days before Bill Gates' birthday, and then Bill Gates would overtake him as the biggest celebrity in Seattle? These rituals are not an accident. The people who are on the world stage, you just pay attention. You count the bodies next to all of them, over and over. For the gentleman who's mad over there, come tell me what you're so mad about. I'm not trying to be funny. Hey, if you want to be funny, I'll give up the mic. I know people love humor. You can have the mic. I'm just trying to share information. It might be sobering. They say the truth hurts. People need to wake up to truth. Yeah, of course you can.
What about, I've been to Portland before. It's just like when people are rude and they don't help me pick up garbage and they don't guess when I need them to guess. One of my favorite Portland beliefs to have that police officer come out, I'm going to pick up. It takes me about a year and a half to do it. Pick up 150,000 pieces of garbage because it's just what it takes.
Do you seriously keep count of everything you pick up?
It takes to pick up that much garbage, it takes a while.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. When people are rude, it's one of my favorite beliefs to do to you guys, to let us drop off. Just let us drop. We're gonna die. We're all gonna die at 125. Nothing awkward's gonna happen. It's our belief. We're all gonna live to be 125. It's what we believe, though. That's what we believe, right? That's what we believe.
I don't know.
Who would give you a time machine? Who would give you a time machine? What about time? What about time? Who would give you time? The police? You guys are being perfect. We're gonna die.
Hey, I think that's awesome. I think that's about how we should all be doing that. So I commend you. Thank you.
Well, no, it's gonna happen because it's one of my favorite beliefs to do. You guys don't pick that up. So it's one of my favorite beliefs. Who gives you the extra bullshit? The police? You guys are rude. No.
Well, I'm not talking about random numbers. It might sound that way when you just stop lying. I mean, I started with a more specific lesson, but again, I've been a little bit random lately because I've been out here talking before. Again, I'm educating about how this word that almost nobody's ever heard of. Have you ever heard this word? So it's mostly associated with Hebrew letters. Okay, so all the biblical languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Ancient Greek, every letter is Russian, Memoret. So it's the same thing with English. And if you look into the English language and its standardization with the 12th century alphabet, it happened at the same moment of the 16th century that the Gregorian calendar is operating out of here. And both of these systems came from this goes back a long time. So earlier I was out here educating about how very, very old Jesuits live on this nation. And a lot of people's government is media, they run sports things, and when you learn the code they operate by, you can see what they're doing in patterns. At the beginning I was explaining why 201 is a very special number to the Jesuits. When it comes originally to meaning 201, it represents light. So we're in time with the first Jesuit Pope, right? Pope Francis. It's the first ever Jesuit Pope.
He's also the first to ever legacy to a world. Okay? The Jesuits, when they came to this country, there were founders who were very worried about the Jesuits. They were suppression. A lot of people came over here were trying to escape the government of Europe, which was largely the Catholic Church. Okay? The Jesuits are the military arm of the Catholic Church.
I'm going to pick 175. I'm going to pick 175.
Awesome, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be here.
You're a great man.
We'll be here. We'll be here.
I didn't know what you're doing. I appreciate you.
Rude.
So I was explaining, like I explained earlier. So this called Gematria. You take A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. And each letter in it's legal. Yeah, I get to read all the time. Yeah, absolutely. I'm now channel number 25.
That's fascinating. Yeah, that's all you want to know. So, yeah, thank you for
So just real quick. So the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius Loyola, his name equals 201. Pope Francis' birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equals 201. A huge number with their history. It goes beyond the words. Like when their order was preserved, it was preserved with 201 Jesuit priests. That's written in their own history. The inauguration day, well, first of all, the capital was moved to D.C. and the Jesuits set up camp. It wasn't always their history in Philadelphia. Jesuits, that's why the first recognized president is George Washington, the savior of Georgetown was established, the first Jesuit university. But inauguration day is actually January 20th. That is the 201st day of the nation's day, right? That date's written 20/1 in the majority of the world, which is kind of like 201. And, like, for example, the people you were just allowed to choose from, just not allowed to go between Trump and Biden. Trump recently had this major ritual with his ex-wife dying, and then they had to bury her on the 201st day of the year. Not an accident. Biden's son, Beau Biden, died at 46. He died exactly 201 days before the Pope's birthday, and then he's eventually elected number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. JFK was killed at 46. Catholic was 46 because 46 was the Catholic. The funeral for Beau Biden and the inauguration for Joe Biden. His name is Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan, which equals 201. Metallica. Do you remember when their bassist died? He was on tour with Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne, funny enough, equals 201. But their bassist died in that bus crash. Everybody else did. It's interesting. I have
going off like the night.
Just the Jesuits, they're involved in a lot of things. When he died, that was on the anniversary of the Jesuits being recognized by September 27th.
I'll check out your channel.
Thanks for the question. Crazy Metallica should didn't know about the death of the bassist.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always amazed at how many people don't understand the point of what we're talking about. I don't know.
I know. Like, I always knew there was something in numbers way before I knew Gematria. I always knew there was... I mean, the average person should just go, what are the chances Kurt Cobain and Lane Staley are done in the same day? And both suicides, like... And the fact 30 years have passed and they won't change it, you know, they could at least say, oh, undetermined, or we don't know. Nope, it's just stays suicide after everything that's came out. So
Here's the thing. We're still talking about you and your message, and I'm still Googling it. And so, again, whether I believe or whatever, still the conversation's happening. So,
hey, I just got to tell you about the word believe. What is in the middle of the word believe?
Believe?
What's in the middle of it? Spell believe, right?
Well, no, there's no middle actually. If you're separating it,
it'd be 2, 3, and 2, right? What are those middle 3 letters?
I still don't believe in what you're saying, but I appreciate you saying it.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I get you.
Why?
LIE.
I know. But see, here's the thing: is like I'm not going to let you fucking do that.
Well, you don't have to believe what I'm saying.
No,
what I'm saying is
I
evidence-based.
appreciate you saying it. That's the thing. We were just sitting. I mean, we literally just spent his entire break off of work talking about this.
That's why I gotta come out and do this.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I so appreciate whether I,
You hear what I say about the whole?
No, I do. But no, I'm kind of thinking about that one. Yeah. How long are you gonna be here? Okay. I'm gonna go feed my cat and I'll come back.
Plus my throat's parched, so I gotta rest it.
No, but again, it's amazing because of the fact that literally spent his entire break having a discussion and talking about it. So
well, I'm glad to hear that.
Kind of cool.
That makes me feel like I'm glad I came out here. Thank you. My mouth looked okay.
Oh, it's so much better.
You want me to switch you soon, or?
Oh, if you want to talk, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I can go hit the mic.
I remember when I
The crowd's tough. You gotta give me the power's on. You're good to go.
So we're gonna put this in my pocket.
Here, I'll grab it. I got you. All right, we're getting a mic switch. Is this what you wanted to do today?
The good people of Portland came down here 2 hours today from Washington. I live in Parkland, and that's better. Let's talk about Washington. Let's talk about Kurt Cobain.
I don't know if I would have wanted
30
to do
years.
this.
Isn't that crazy? It's been 30 years since the death of Kurt Cobain already. Crazy. What's crazy is everything that's been out since the last 30 years, they still have it in his storybook, or if you even go on Google, it's still going to tell you suicide. They won't even change it to undetermined or something else. They just got to keep it right at that.
Right.
But what are the chances Kurt Cobain and Lane Staley both would end up killing themselves on April 5th, 8 years apart? And it doesn't stop there, because Chris Cornell, another suicide supposedly. How about Scott Weiland? All these people just kill themselves.
Andrew Wood, the first singer of Andrew Wood was the original singer for Pearl Jam.
Yeah, Andrew Wood. Why would all these people? What do you mean the chances that all of them would even kill themselves? It just doesn't make sense, does it? That's not what's really going on. Again, you guys, all part of a big agenda, and it's all multifaceted. Look at the Kurt Cobain death. That was a long time ago. The internet wasn't even out yet. It was just starting. People didn't know who Bill Gates was. He was a nobody. Look at him now. You know? All these billionaires, Bill Gates, Trump. But it used to be all about Kurt Cobain. And then Kurt Cobain supposedly kills himself, shoots himself with a gun, right? All part of the agenda. Suicide, mental illness. Another reason to take away the guns. And think about where we are today, guys. The suicide rate, out of control, right? Suicide's off the charts. It's never been higher. I think it's something like 90% men, 10% women. And most gun deaths, 65 to 70% of them, are self-checkout suicides. That's crazy. That's a crazy stat. Again, it all goes part with the depopulation. There's a lot of ways they do it. Depopulation looks a lot of ways. They're not just killing off, Kurt Cobain and, big names. They're killing off everybody to maintain the population under 500 million. It all goes part with Klaus Schwab in Agenda 2030. You'll own nothing and be happy by 2030. Think about that, guys. There's a lot of ways they can make that happen. How do people know they control the weather? And then you guys go see the movie Twisters that came out on the 201st day of the year. The original came out when I was 1 back in 1996. Remember the original Twisters movie? Now they come out with another one. The weather control. Those that know, you know about HARP, you know about CERN. Guys, the weather control is definitely sped up. More Twisters this year than ever before. How about Hurricane Beryl? Just barreled right through the whole country, didn't it? Right up through the Gulf Coast, Texas. Went a long ways. But you guys, there are multiple agendas, and it is all multifaceted. From the death of Kurt Cobain to Lane Staley. What was in the middle of that? We had 9/11, right? 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. Remember, Kurt Cobain died April 5th. The World Trade Centers opened April 4th. That's how close they got it. They got it just like that. 8 years later, Lane Staley, 2002. Now look where we are today. Chris Cornell's gone, Scott Weiland, so many more people. Again, guys, most people don't even question the fact Kurt Cobain and Lane Staley both die on April 5th. You just got to ask yourself, what are the chances? And both suicide? Come on. People like that? No way.
Remember, Cornell's birthday is the 201st day of the year, and then the Linkin Park singer committed suicide on his birthday.
Yep.
Same year.
And Linkin Park, Chester Bennington on Chris Cornell's birthday, and they both die in 2017. Think about that.
Black Hole Sun.
Black Hole Sun.
The year of the Great American Solar Eclipse.
Great American Solar Eclipse. And remember, this year it was on April 8th. That was the day Kurt Cobain's body was found. It was on April 8th, 1994. And remember, it wasn't long after that, a year later, Bill Gates, they say, is the world's richest man, but then he becomes the biggest celebrity in Seattle. Guys, look at guys like Trump now, billionaires. Most people don't know mega is the highest degree of the Satanic Church. Most people don't even know that. Just march along with the agenda. But Trump, again, is just, remember in 2020, Trump was the president, but who do you have on the screen laughing at you? It was Bill Gates. Remember that? Not until we have that. I'll give you a hint. It's up in Seattle. Space blank. Not until that, you know what, comes out. Again, look at where we are now, guys. It's been, well, it's almost 2025. Remember, they want to have 100% control of the world in 2025. And there's a lot of ways they can do it. Remember, the weather control looks a lot of ways. Chemtrails, HARP, CERN. Most people think they're looking at Doppler, but that's really them making the weather. And think about it, if you're going to own nothing to be happy, there's a lot of ways they can do that. Earthquakes, twisters, tsunamis, hurricanes. A lot of ways they can do it, you guys. This is what's to be expected going forwards. And for the simple reason, most people don't even know this information. Most people don't even know that that's legit happening. Again, guys, look at that Hurricane Beryl. I mean, there's a hurricane that's not even in hurricane season. It wasn't even part of the regular hurricane season. And here it just comes barreling through the whole country doing all this damage. Sooner or later, insurances, they won't even cover this stuff.
Hey, remind him tomorrow that it's Bill Clinton's birthday, and last year on his birthday, Hurricane Hillary made landfall on Bill's birthday. Just ask him, is that a coincidence?
Oh, yeah. What about Hurricane Hillary on Bill Clinton's birthday? What are the chances of that? Unreal, right? If you got something to say, it's open mic.
I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if they can hear you when I'm gonna go try and talk to him and get him to come over here and talk. I don't want to hear him talk.
Okay.
Hey, you guys in the chat, let me know if when I go away, if you can still hear him on the speaker when he starts speaking again. But I'm gonna see if I can get this guy to come talk. He's so mad over here. Woo. Oh no, it's a red light. I'm good. Can you hear him from here? Let me get even further away when I talk to the other guy. Can you hear that?
But it's all entertainment.
Can you guys hear him from here as he talks? Can you hear him from here? Barely. Yes, a little bit. No, that's not bad. There's a lot of noise to contend with over here. Yeah, they got the music going, so this might not work out. I'm gonna see if I can get this guy to come talk on the mic, but he's so mad about it. Gotta get a difference of opinion out here. We gotta get you on the mic. You're our best audience member. What's up, man? Hey, thanks for giving us the feedback, even if you don't like it. Do you want to say something to the people?
Follow me at Speak Smock.
SHMBAK. Where do they follow you at?
Anywhere. I'm on everything. BK, Likey, Instagram, YouTube. I've got a podcast that we're already there. Podcast. Check it all out, man.
Okay.
Hashtag Speak Smock, @Speak Smock on everything.
Okay, on everything.
What are you talking about?
9/11 in September.
The future, man.
Okay.
It's all about the future.
What do you see coming?
Street Schmuck's coming.
Come give us a live session, man. The mic's there for you.
I don't even need the mic, dude. I'm just loud enough.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, maybe in a minute I'll come.
The mic is open. We need a difference of opinions.
I'm gonna finish smoking this split and probably roll another split. And then
we'll be there. We'll be there. Just don't let the mic juice.
Keep the dope MF Doom ring and check out Prof and Hobo Johnson.
Okay, hold on. MF Doom, remember how they did him? When everyone's got the masks on, all of a sudden the masked rappers did? And they didn't announce it until like 3 months after he died? Didn't they say he died on Halloween?
I mean, maybe he's not dead. Maybe he just wanted to disappear.
That could be.
Like Tupac. Who knows? Tupac might be on an island somewhere just drinking Zachary.
This thing we're talking about. Tupac Shakur in Gematria equates to 139. He died on 13/9, right? Then they put out the album Machiavelli on the Jesuit Order's big day, November 5th.
Do you know who Machiavelli is?
Exactly.
The Prince.
So check this out. When Tupac's mom...
But you know the book. Do you know the book?
This is the point I'm making. So Tupac died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. The Prince is about Caesar Borgia. Caesar Borgia is where white Jesus comes from. When Tupac's mom was announced dead, it was a few days after Prince died, and she was announced dead on the real Machiavelli.
Rose that grew from concrete, man.
She was announced dead on the real Machiavelli's birthday, May 3rd. And that Machiavelli album came out 53 days after Tupac died. See, man, that's why you got to entertain what we're talking about.
Maybe I'm Black Jesus. Who knows?
You could
maybe
be.
I'm from the future.
You could be. There's only one physical description of Jesus. He had hair like wool. I don't know too many white guys like that. But hey, we'll be over there. I got to hear you on the mic.
No, fuck yeah.
All right, he's coming.
I got a tight vibe I can test out.
Exactly. No, I'm looking forward to it.
Almost 23 years ago now. 2 towers became 0, where they became 1.
I can hear him nice and clear over here.
Building 47, building 3. 47
He is cooked, but sometimes that's the best.
3 towers came down.
A lot of guys, before they get on the stage, they get cooked.
Plastic aluminum planes. Somehow we're able to take out 3 buildings.
Yeah, he's got it.
And 2 plastic aluminum planes literally go straight through 2 steel and concrete structures. If you're an engineer, you have to know that cannot be true. You have to know that. And think about it. The passports were literally chilling right there, just like that, with complete total devastation. Does that even make sense? Is that even possible? I remember Bin Laden in a cave with a cell phone back in 2001. I don't know, Altel single wireless. I don't know what he was using, but that was a good cell phone. And guys, look at how the world's changed since then. All the stuff we have is because of after 9/11. Just like look at the death of Kurt Cobain. Bill Gates becomes the biggest celebrity in Seattle. Probably about 95, a year later, grunge is pretty much disappearing, falls off. Now here we are 30 years later, and like it says, it'll still say, when you look it up, it'll still say suicide for Kurt Cobain. Again, you guys, it's all part of an agenda. It's a multifaceted agenda. It's been going on my whole life. And for those that are a lot younger, you won't even know that there used to not be cell phones. There used to not even be an internet. Kids used to play outside. There was no get up and play 60 minutes a day.
We're at Broadway and Morrison.
Get up and play 60 minutes a day. What happened to that?
Broadway and Morrison.
How many of you guys remember Michael Vick? Remember, it was 17 years ago. Michael Vick, it was 2007. Michael Vick wore number 7 in the 7th season. It was 2007, 17 years ago. Michael Vick going into his 7th season, turning 27, wearing number 7. But that's when the magic stopped for Magic Mike, didn't it? With this supposed dog fighting. Goes to prison, supposedly comes back even better. But Mike Vick, no Super Bowls, but Tom Brady makes it to 10. A guy that has less agility and speed than I do, somehow is the greatest player ever. And now look how they got it, you guys. It used to be, people wanted to be like Michael Vick. Now you got people want to be like Patrick Mahomes, but of course it's all about Taylor Swift. because you can't bet against Taylor Swift. Doesn't just look like it's gotten more rigged. I know, but you'll remember the Seahawks-Steelers Super Bowl, super fixed. Seahawks get touchdowns taken off the board, while Steelers shouldn't even have touchdowns that were put on the board. Again, you guys, fake rig scripted sports, fake rig scripted news, fake rig scripted selections. Bill Clinton was the president when I was born, then it was George Bush, then it was Obama, then it was Trump, now it's Biden. But what's all this voting doing? Has anything improved in all this time? No, it's only gotten worse. It's only gotten worse. And the political divide is only increasing. They want you to pick a side. Left, right, red, blue. But what is that really going to do at the end of the day? The only way you guys stop voting, stop participating, and stop going, and it's just like people that, go to Taylor Swift concerts. Why does Taylor Swift get all this more money when she doesn't even have any real talent? I mean, she's about as mediocre as my elbow, but that's what they want, you guys. And that's why we have the society we have today. Again, you guys, the agendas came very far in my life. You go back 10, 20 years, it wasn't anything like it is today. With all the LGBTQ and, gay and transgender stuff, it literally did not exist 10 years ago to where we are today. Even 8 years ago, things were completely different. Since 2017, we've lost more rights. We lost more rights under Trump than any other presidency. 2017, 2020, 2017 lost freedom of speech online with online censorship, not being able to get out the word on the internet no more. Censoring's just gotten light years worse since then. But that's really when they start clamping down. And that was a long time ago already, but you guys, 2020, Trump, MAGA, the highest degree of the satanic church, and now with this latest ritual, the fake assassination, you guys got to realize, if you're still voting, there is no lesser of two evils. There is no better option. You guys just have to stop voting entirely. Just like you guys have to stop going to the games. I don't know how you guys afford the games anymore. I know most people are broke. But that's all part of it too, because the digital currency system is what they want. 100% control. All the homeless people, you won't be able to help them out, pass out the dollar bills. The homeless people, what's going to happen to them? And what's going to happen to the people when they have 100% control of you and they shut off your money? Because that's where it's going. It's all part of an agenda. Again, you guys look into Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. Most people don't know who Klaus Schwab is. That's amazing when you can sit there and say you're going to own nothing and be happy in literally just 5-6 years. But you can think it's impossible, but everything they need to do it is literally in place and improving by the day. Think about where we're going to be in the next 5-6 years. Do things look like they're going to get any better? They certainly won't if we keep voting. They look how we just keep losing more and more rights the more we keep voting. Look at this. Look at owning the guns. They want to take the guns. Well, what did the fake assassinationists do? They just made everything worse, didn't it? Making people even more scared, to give up more rights, give up more liberties. Again, guys, this is what they do. This is what they've done my whole life. Remember how much different life was back in the 90s, early 2000s? You didn't have all the things you have today, all the technology. You didn't have, YouTube wasn't around. You couldn't just look something up. You actually had to read. You actually had to do research. You had to figure things out. Today, in the age of information, this is stuff everybody should know. It's amazing to me, in the age of information, most people still don't even know about Harvard or CERN or know about weather control. Because it won't be long now till the next big event hits. And they even say there could be a massive quake in the center of the country. I don't know if that's the way it's going to go, but they could do that. And then most people are just gonna, oh, it was just an earthquake. It was just another coincidence. When it really never was. Again, you guys go back and look at the death of Kurt Cobain. Go back and research what was going on in 1994 in April. And look at the death of Kurt Cobain. There's so many things that will show you. You gotta ask him. There's so many things that will show you it was 100% not a suicide. And the thing about it, you guys, we've lost a lot of people since then, and we're just going to keep losing more. You know, celebrities are dying every day. There's someone new dead every single day. But it's never what they say it is. It's all part of this big number ritual system. And think about it, Kurt Cobain, April 5th, Lane Staley, April 5th. When Kurt Cobain died, suicide with a shotgun. Look at that. Was another.
For the CIA, man.
What's that?
Courtney Love worked for the CIA.
Courtney Love was in on it. Definitely. Courtney Love was definitely in on the Kurt Cobain death, but we know it just wasn't Courtney Love that was behind it all. Most people don't know about the Jesuits. You got Adam Weishaupt, created the Illuminati May 1st, 1776. May 1st, 1776, Adam Weishaupt creates the Illuminati before July 4th, 1776, before we supposedly got free. Now we supposedly got free, but look at us now, we're anything but free, right? The cost of everything is going up. And now they're telling you, soon you're going to own nothing to be happy, but the depopulation, most people don't know about the Georgia Guidestones, maintain humanity under 500 million. Maintain humanity under 500 million. That's about 14 out of 15 people got to go. And if you look at graphs and charts around 2025, the mid-2020s, there's huge population declines. How could they possibly do that? Well, there's a lot of ways they can do that. They don't even have to use war anymore. War is old. But they could do a war. But they could do a real pandemic. Again, they can use the weather. Again, they could just drop the system, drop the grid. Guys, you ever hear that album, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down? You think that's an accident? How do people even know about that album? Isn't that just a crazy album? What are you gonna do when the grid goes down? Sounds like predictive programming to me.
You want to make your lemonade an Arnold Palmer? English breakfast. No, Tao's English breakfast tea.
Tea and lemonade. Tea and lemonade.
Tea and lemonade. I'm good for right now.
Look how he got himself a lemonade. I don't know who bought those lemonades, but he got himself one. Hey, you want me to do something real quick?
What's that?
You want me to do something real quick? He asked me about something.
Okay.
Do you want to take this too?
Yeah. GematriaEffectNews.
Yeah. When you're ready, man, just let me know. You got the mic.
Again, you guys, we're out here to share interesting information today. And let me know if you heard this one before. My friend over here came by and said, what do you know about Tupac's death? So check this out, you guys. Have you ever realized that Tupac died on Caesar Borgia's birthday, September 13th? It's interesting because Machiavelli was his alias. That was the album they put out after his death. And the real Machiavelli, his most famous book is The Prince, which is based on the life of Caesar Borgia, the son of a pope. And if you don't know this, if you ever wonder where white Jesus comes from, he comes from the likeness of Caesar Borgia. Of course, after Tupac died, they put out the album Machiavelli on Remember the 5th of November, a day very important to the Jesuits. And if you look into his record label, it's owned by Catholic Jesuit educated men. But about Tupac, Machiavelli, and the Prince, when Tupac's mother died, it was announced on the real Machiavelli's birthday, May 3rd, 2016, just days after Prince, the musician, died. What are the odds of these things? On May 3rd, the real Machiavelli's birthday is announced that Tupac's mom's dead. What do you died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. Again, you added the gematria piece, the practice of coding numbers into words. Tupac Shakur equates to 139, like the dating guide was 13/9. 139. Also, about the cover when Tupac depicted as Jesus on the cross. In gematria, the word rapper equates to 74, like Jesus, like cross, like Messiah, like gospel, like parables, like killing, like stabbing, like on the 74th day of the year, remember the killing of Caesar by stabbing, the Ides of March? Again, like how 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents died on 7/4, because the notorious B.I.G. died 74 days from his birthday, right after his album was put out, Life After Death. And not to mention, Tupac died on the anniversary of his first album, Ready to Die. Are these guys even really dead? That's another question. But again, it's the ritualism. It's the games. It's the tribute to history. It's the numbers. Again, it's all very simple to understand once you're aware. And that's why we're out here trying to share knowledge. You learn this knowledge. You see what they're doing to celebrities. It happens redundantly. Redundantly. What did our friend do? Did he bounce? Who's going to speak? Did you want to go again, Austin?
Yeah, I can go again.
All right, I'm giving the mic back to my friend Austin. And by the way, if anybody else out there that wants to speak and share a message today, drop some gems for the people in town, the mic is open.
Guys, I was saying before, the suicide rate is something no one is talking right now. No one's talking about all these suicides, and that 65 to 70% are gun deaths. And there's all the other suicides too that aren't because of gun deaths that aren't being talked about.
Who bought these? Who bought those?
It's a big part of the depopulation agenda, you guys.
A while ago, a lady walked.
Just look at how empty it looks compared to
how
how it used to look.
Dipped and then she came back with.
Before
She gave them to us? So she gave them to us.
Everything is just empty, dead.
You're not interrupting. Go ahead.
You know, it's just what they want. They want us divided, alone. You know, they want us.
If she left them for us, I
away
might drink
from
some.
each other.
So somebody left these for us, seemingly. Okay.
Again, you guys. They call it the new normal. Remember that, the new normal? And you look at where we are now. 4 or 5 years have passed, and it's still about the same to less because we know all the people that have died since 2020.
Hopefully they didn't poison them.
But with Klaus Schwab saying you're going to own nothing and be happy, that's something that should really concern everybody, you know? Because think about what that means. I mean, you're going to own nothing and be happy, and you don't even know someone's saying that to you. That's why we're out here today. You guys got to know how big this agenda goes. And this election, if there is a selection in November, on the 5th of November, very significant date. Remember, Inauguration Day is not till January. There's going to be a lot of shenanigans from now to January. But again, you guys, none of this needs to really be going on because there shouldn't be anybody still voting. They want you to think yourself free, and you have this option. But you got to understand, you got to know the Jesuits, the Jesuit order, Trump Jesuit, all these Jesuit pawns who aren't even the real leader. Bill Gates is just the front. Trump is just the front. And these people were chosen. They were chosen from birth. You know, they're no geniuses. They didn't work their way to the top. They were born for the role. They're born to be doing what they're doing now. Mega, the highest degree of the Satanic Church. You've never had a president where lost more rights under Trump than anybody. And I'm not for the left or the right, the red or the blue, but so many people think he is their savior and only hope and think that he is not one of them. Guys, it was Trump who said I could shoot somebody in the street and people will still support me. I mean, this is a guy who doesn't care about anyone or anything. He doesn't care if a woman is married. He don't care about nothing. This isn't a good individual. It's not a good person. And there's never been anybody that I had in my life. This guy's been around nonstop in the last 9 years. And we've never seen anybody like him divide and cripple America more than what this guy has done. Again, remember, he called himself the father of the jab, father of the vaccine. That was back in 2020. Just like Bill Gates, when you had Bill Gates on the screen laughing at you, saying, oh, you got to get that, you know what? Again, you guys. And then Trump, what does Trump do? You know, he calls himself father of the vaccine, declares Operation Warp Speed. Again, you guys, the fact that they had all that 6 feet social distancing, 6 feet apart, wear a mask, all that set to go, that tells you this was all part of a giant plan. How else could they distribute all that stuff and have it all ready to go all over the country if it wasn't part of a plan? Remember the 19-year cycles. The Jesuits work in 19-year cycles. COVID-19, 19 years before it was 19 hijackers on 9/11. 19
years before that was the war on drugs.
19 years before that was the war on drugs. 19, a very significant number.
Ask them if they knew that Thomas Jefferson said to preserve liberty, there had to be a revolution every 19 years.
I people know Thomas Jefferson said to preserve liberty, there would be a revolution every 19 years. Why would you say 19?
19-year cycle of the moon.
19-year cycle of the moon. Again, that's how accurate people are, guys. They are clever because they do run the world, because they have this access, this information that nobody else knows. You know, most people could have looked at 2020 and I could have told you 2017 was going to be bad. 2020 was going to be bad just because it was simply 2020. These people are masters of the numbers. That's why they hedge in Masonic Temple, all is number. Why would they hedge all is number? Why in school you have to learn the alphabet in order to read and write? You don't need to know the alphabet in order to read and write, but they teach you it. 1 through 26, A to Z. But they don't ever teach you about gematria. Instead, they're going to tell you Hitler's body was never found, but it was a suicide.
He's in South America.
Yeah.
And they would tell you.
He's right. You're right, sir. You knew it. Yeah, you're right. He knows what's up.
Christopher Columbus discovered
right here
America,
knows
but
what's
there
up.
was already people.
This man right here knows exactly what's up. Don't
Christopher
doubt
Columbus
the street.
discovered this place, but there was already people here. Now think about that. Hitler commits suicide, but they never found his body. This is what they teach you in the school system, in the his store read books.
Hey! I don't know the guy's name. I'm gonna see if he wants to speak. What's up, man? What's going on?
Hitler went to Spain, and he went to Africa, and he went to Argentina.
Argentina's where the Jesuits are strong in Argentina. First Jesuit comes from Argentina. Did you want to say anything on camera?
Huh?
You want to say anything on camera? No?
I go remember Jeff Gordon. Remember Jeff Gordon always had that rainbow on his card, didn't he, in 2000? That was until 2001. No, it's not 2001. He wins the last championship of his career. In 2001, the Flames, both those Flames significant too, because like I said, Dale Earnhardt in 2001, 9/11 happens. Again, guys, symbolism. Ground zero. Why do they call it ground zero? And remember, 9/11, towers, construction began April 4th. And April 5th is a very significant date. That's why, Kurt Cobain, just a day later, supposedly dies. they have these certain dates. April's a big month, April 19th, 1995, 10 days for the day I was born, Oklahoma City.
Sorry about that.
Oklahoma City was the biggest terrorist attack until 9/11. Most people kind of forgot about that one, but...
About who?
Tell us about it. Come on, your turn.
That was the biggest
Bring it.
revolt in America.
Bring it. We're getting the podcast live on the streets of Portland today. Come on, man.
Heck yeah.
Promote your thing again. Let's hear it.
At Street Schmuck on everything.
All
And
right.
also the We're Already There podcast.
Come on, man. You're ready for the mic.
Guys, I remember right when 9/11 happened, here comes Tom Brady and the Patriots. Remember there was the Patriot Act. It was 2002, wasn't it? Patriot Act. Right here comes the New England Patriots and Tom Brady. That first Super Bowl at 10. Again, guys, that's how accurate they have it. They have everything set to go. Tom Brady was the guy. Just like where I'm from, Wisconsin, the Packers are right there. Mike Vick comes into town, ends the streak. Packers never lost at home until Mike Vick shows up in the postseason. It was all about Aaron Charles Rodgers, Mr. 201. Packers, the most Jesuit team in the league. Again, you guys, the Chiefs might get another Super Bowl here, but you gotta understand, none of these Super Bowls are real. None of these games are real. It is no different than the WWE.
They even host the belt after the game.
Yeah, they even have the belt. I mean, they're really telling you, they're mocking you every single way, and then you got Patrick Mahomes, not wanting to wash his underwear, and you're gonna have other kids not wanting to wash their underwear, and we're just all gonna stink now. I mean, that's what's cool today. I mean, you guys got to look at what they're doing. You guys really think Tom Brady, in all those years, 10 Super Bowls, Tom Brady just gets to 10 Super Bowls with no athleticism, no agility, no speed, nothing? Peyton Manning too? Then you guys people are born for the role. No different wrestling, no different NASCAR, no different than any sport you watch. It's all the same. Remember back in the 90s? In the 90s, people had Walkmans, CDs, CD players. That was kind of the way, wasn't it? Then all that went away. 9/11
Here
happens.
comes the dude in his muzzle.
9/11 happens. Not long after that, all this technology emerges, starts coming out from the places that we go invade, and we bring all that here. But look, has it really done any good? Has it made people that much smarter? Has it made the world better? People were much more happier back in the 90s, early 2000s. The quality of life was better. Everything was built better. People were smarter. Things have declined so much. The quality of life has gone down so far. Most people don't even realize it. The sky used to be completely blue all the time. The sun was yellow. Now we just live, basically this time of year, we just live in the fires, don't we? We just live in the fire, the smoke. These wildfires that aren't really wildfires.
Here, let me talk about that. I got to talk about that. I got to talk about the weather control.
The weather control. Weather control is so big, guys. Weather control is the key component to what people got to understand, because with Klaus Schwab, you're going to own nothing to be happy. This is number one thing you guys got to think about coming up is the weather. They always say the big one's coming here on the West Coast. It could be, or it could be something else. It could be the Midwest. But they can make this stuff happen wherever they want it to happen. Guys, the new Twisters movie just came out on the 201st day of the year. For those of you guys that saw the movie, again, you guys, that stuff is not arbitrary. That is what they are doing and what they will be doing going forward. Think what they can just keep wiping you out with Twisters. If you live in a really cold place, they can make it, 50, 60, 70 below where it's unlivable. Hot places, they can burn you out, make it unlivable, 120, 130. then they can create these fires, these droughts, and they can create these floods, and they can create hurricanes that shouldn't be happening when they're happening, completely out of season. Twisters in places that never get twisters. Look at this year alone, you guys, more twisters this year than any other year, and go figure the Twisters movie comes out this year. Literally, that's how they're doing it, you guys. They're literally putting it in your face and telling you, but most people just don't know this information. Again, guys, how many people know about HARP up in Alaska, right here on the West Coast? Used to control the weather. Used for weather control. CERN as well. CERN. Most people don't even know about that. There's multiple CERNs. There's multiple HARPs all over the world. It's not even just one machine. They have multiple machines, chemtrails, Doppler, cloud seeding, and the list goes on and on. But again, you guys, this is something that people are going to have to catch on to in the very near future, because this is the most important thing right now with the agendas that they have. People don't catch on, they will soon find themselves having to deal with these situations. Again, I don't know if there will be the big one here on the West Coast. They might just hit it, they might not. But either way, they can do a lot of other things in your area, whether it be an earthquake or not, to completely change your way of life. Think about it. You get a really bad winter, it's freezing outside, your power goes out, cyber attack, the grid goes down. People won't be prepared. People may not be able to survive. Places that are super hot, grid goes down, cyber attack. That's how they can do a lot of damage, you guys. They can wipe people out very quickly when it comes to these situations. The weather is no joke. And the weather is something that most people just think is random. But it never was random. They've admitted since 1952 they've been owning control of the weather. And they even say those who control the weather control the world. Just think about that statement and think about what Klaus Schwab said. How by 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy. Think about how they could make that a reality today. Again, you guys, nothing they do is far off. Everything is literally right here. 100% control in 2025 is what they plan to have in the world. And digital currency is another way they can do it as well. And with digital currency, like I said, you won't be able to help that homeless guy out anymore. Think about that. And the homeless people, then they go, making the depopulation continue. The depopulation, guys.
Oh, snap. That the spilling. The wind knocked the drink over on his shirt.
Again, you guys, I don't know if you've seen the original Twisters movie, or Twister.
Was it both of their names in that movie? They equaled what, 44, 144?
I don't know that one. I just know.
I actually looked that up.
Both the in Gematria, the original Twister movie, the two key, the main people in that movie, the main characters, have matching Gematria. Again, guys, that's how even a movie like that, they have these people planned for the role. These aren't random people, man. Even the movies are like that. They have the right people with the right Gematria lined up. Like Tom Brady last Super Bowl, 201 passing yards to get that final trophy. Again, you guys, 201, huge number, 56. In 2020, 56% of California, Gavin Newsom said, would get coronavirus in 8 weeks. That's 56 days. Anthony Fauci, 56. Toilet paper, 56. Told you to rush out and get that toilet paper. Rush out and get the toilet paper, but what did that have to do with it? Because they said it was upper respiratory, but they're telling you to go out and get the toilet paper. See, this is how they do it. They're literally telling you things that don't even make sense, but you do it anyways because they just tell you to do it. And most people complied. Remember 2020?
Austin, here, let me talk to him about something real quick.
All right.
Here.
For all the ladies over there getting your coffee, something to think about. Again, our food quality, you guys. I come from the eastern part of the state, a lot of agriculture. And this year, major drought. The river's all full of algae, toxic algae.
And all the irrigation water comes from that river. And that means all the food that's growing is being watered with water that has toxic algae in it. And sadly, one of the major factories over there is the Gerber Baby Formula Factory. Literally all of the Gerber baby food that is made for the entire world comes from this region of Oregon and Washington. And most mothers and fathers are not going to realize that the Gerber product that's coming down the pipeline this year was watered with water with toxic algae in it. This is going on. Look into it. Trust me, I live over there. Our irrigation system, it gets clogged every week. There's so much junk in the water this year. It's a tragedy. Now think about this. Part of it is because there's drought, so there's less water in the river, and then we have higher temperatures. Now look this up if you didn't know this. JFK, September 25th, 1961, addressed the United Nations, and his speech that day was about the future of emerging weather control. And he talked about how through this technology, we can make sure there isn't a drought, how we can put out forest fires. This is JFK talking September 25th, 1961. If you go east of the mountains right now, it's all smoke. We're living in a smoke cloud again for the 6th straight summer east of the mountains, if you didn't know that. What JFK was talking about over 60 years ago, that technology apparently could be used to help fight these problems that so many of us are experiencing, from the West Coast to Canada to really all over this day and age. Why are our leaders not talking about what JFK was talking about in 1961? For people who do not know about weather control, look this up. The Lynmouth flood, August 15th, 1952. That is the first admitted act of weather warfare ever. The Lynmouth flood killed 30-some people. The Royal Air Force conducted the experiment. Again, look it up, Lynmouth flood. It was 9 years later, JFK was talking about emerging technology, weather control. This is around the time of Vietnam, when the U.S. used cloud seeding to increase rainfall on the Vietnamese troops to flood out their tunnel networks. So we're using technology in war to flood out the Vietnamese. Why is that same technology not being implemented where fires are happening now? You can't tell me it doesn't exist.
They use it in Dubai.
I can talk about what happened in Dubai. My man here says what happened in Dubai earlier this year with the crazy rainfall. They said the most in recorded history in 75 years of recording. Blew the record away. Check this out. I'm going to get to the Dubai thing and make the point. I want you to go back and listen to what Lyndon Johnson said after JFK died. He was at the Jesuit University, Holy Cross. That's where Anthony Fauci went to school. It was June 10th, 1964. Lyndon Johnson said, "Who controls the weather controls the world." In the 60s. We just passed the 60th anniversary of those words. Who controls the weather controls the world. Now, earlier today, we were out here educating about the Jesuits. We spoke at Holy Cross, one of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities. We're educating about why the first Jesuit Pope is the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican and what this number 201 means to the Jesuits. When Lyndon Johnson said, "Who controls the weather controls the world," he said it 201 days after JFK was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963. There's a lot to say about this 201, but again, it's special to the Jesuits. And it goes back to the first act of weather warfare being August 15th, 1952. That is the Jesuit order's birthday. So many shenanigans in history on that day. Recently, it was Afghanistan's government collapsing. Jesuit-educated Trump, his brother just dropped dead out of nowhere. World War II ended on that date. The gold standard ended on that date. August 15th. It's a date that comes up again and again. What about this 201 thing in the Jesuits? You might remember a couple years ago, part of Yellowstone was destroyed. They said it was a once in a 1,000-year rain event. 1 in 1,000. That was June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. Again, gematria, this Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words. Weather control equals 201. The Jesuit order equals 201. The list goes on. Again, this is an order that was preserved with 201 Jesuit priests in the time of their suppression. And again, we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. His birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 201. Just like their founder's name, Ignatius of Loyola, 201. This number is no joke to these people. My friend here just asked about what happened in Dubai. The crazy rainfall in Dubai earlier this year was 201 days before the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech. 201 days before. Crazy rainfall in Dubai. Again, you guys, this 201 thing, it doesn't stop. That tech outage that cost the world billions of dollars, it's not an accident that happened on the 201st day of the year. I wrote a book 4 years ago about how every major big tech company, I'm talking all these guys, Mark Zuckerberg, you guys know Facebook launched the same day that DARPA's LifeLog ended. The military technology branch, their LifeLog experiment ended the same day that Facebook launched. Start looking into all these people. You start to see these people are puppets. They're not running big tech. It's not Bill Gates. It's not Zuckerberg. It's not Jack Dorsey. It's definitely not Elon Musk. Elon Musk can hardly even put a sentence together. You want to know the day they declared Elon Musk the richest man in history? Look it up. It was January 7th, 2021, the 78th anniversary of the death of Nikola Tesla. In Gematria, Tesla equals 78, just like Jesuit. Just happened to be the day he became the richest man in the world, 78th anniversary of his death. And remember, the sick joke of him even calling his company Tesla. He does this for money. Remember, Nikola Tesla's goal was to give people free energy, to free the world. You guys are driving around in your Teslas, thinking you're part of something great. Now you're supporting a sick man that wants to link up the world through technology, put chips in our brain. Might sound nice, but these people are about total mind control. I don't even know if they need chips in your brain. The way I saw people walking around with slave muzzles getting jabs from Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, the most sued companies in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury. I don't know if they need to put a chip in anybody's brain. Just having a screen in everyone's pocket telling them what to do seems to be enough. But again, you guys, you learn about what we're talking about today, you're gonna start to see the things going on in the world aren't quite right. By the way, here's another good one to go back and check out. Check out Bill Gates' TED Talk from 2010. It's called Innovating to Zero. It's about 28 minutes long. I'd encourage you to take 28 minutes out of your day and listen to the whole thing. There's 3 things he will say that should raise your eyebrow. About 6 minutes in, he talks about how we need to decrease the world's population for the sake of stopping climate change. He says we need to decrease population, and he gives you a list of ways we can decrease population. And again, some people think they...
in the nuts, dude. Just kick dickheads in the nuts.
Bill Gates, when he gives his first of his 3 reasons or his 3 ways to reduce population, this is exactly what he says word for word. And big tech will censor you for putting this out, for putting out the truth. His exact words are, we can reduce population if we do a good job with vaccines. Exactly what he says. You guys think it's an accident that they're flooding the streets with fentanyl and free vaccines for the homeless? No, they want these people out of here, in the ground.
It's like the crack epidemic.
What's this? How much money did Portland just spend putting boulders everywhere to relocate the homeless people? That's not going to help anything. How much money did they spend just to move homeless people around? Why are we spending so much money on Russia, Ukraine, and not taking care of our own problems right here? Again, these are the things people should be talking about. Not voting for the next stooge in the next rigged election. Doesn't matter if they give us Kamala again or Trump or even RFK Jr., as much as his rhetoric's 1,000 times better. They're all Jesuit stooges. They're all going to get in there and do exactly what they're told to do. Again, you guys, that's who runs this nation. That's what we've been out here talking about today. If you haven't been out here for the last 5 hours, again, we've explained a lot, so we can't keep going through it all. But this is the kind of information that needs to be out there for people to start to see through the agendas that are being waged against us. Again, quick rewind. 1968, the year of years. Guys, we got to look into 1968. Fentanyl approved by the FDA. Coronavirus coined as seasonal flu. Ooh, so scary. It's only scary when the news tells you to be afraid, but really you didn't need to be afraid. But 1968, again, the year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code, and World Trade Center construction began in New York, and George W. Bush graduated from Yale and Skull and Bones. 2001, A Space Odyssey came out. In your rigged NFL, that's why the New York Jets won their only Super Bowl that season. That's also why the Patriots took over the NFL at the time of the Patriot Act. Of course, Tom Brady, married to Giselle, born on the 201st day of the year. 201 passing yards in his final game.
For the person yelling, you're welcome to come use the mic. Well, hey, it's open mic, and I'll let you use the mic as much as you're yelling and cussing at us. I don't know what you're so mad about. Oh, yeah, middle finger. Hey, that's what Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline said to you. They said, yeah, you're going to get our jab and boost our profits. We don't care that we're the most sued company in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury. Fuck you. That's what they said. And a sheep like you went out and got that jab and put your slave muscle on. Yeah, we know who the fuck you is. Yeah, please. Please. You're what's wrong with the nation. You're weak. I didn't get a slave muscle on my face ever. I didn't go out and get some experimental jab from the most sued company in the history of the world because the nightly news told me to do so. Same nightly news that told you men in a cave took down the Twin Towers, knocked them to zero, and then built it back as one. Because I know what 201 is. I know why Event 201 was the name of the simulation the day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. Because I got knowledge, because I read. Again, you guys, if you got the jab, if you submitted to the agenda, I sympathize. The only person in my family who didn't listen to me is my sister, and now she's sick every summer. She's got a horrible flu. She's been sick half the summer because she went out and got 5 boosters from the most sued companies in the history of the world for wrongful death and injury. Probably took 30 years off her life. You know, my twin sister neighbors also got the jab. One just had a heart attack and stroke at age 52. Never heard of women having heart attacks and strokes before the jab. The other one just spent 2 months in the hospital, 2 twin sisters barely hanging on. Pretty sure they'd be as healthy as ever had they not submitted. You can go back and listen to what Billy Goat Gates said. We can reduce the population if we do a good job with vaccines. Exactly what came out of his mouth. Yeah, some of you might be fine because I think it was a short stick thing. You drew the short stick, you might not be here anymore. Again, I was called misinformation in the time of the pandemic. That's funny because I put the book out. You guys can look up my book on Amazon. My name is Zachary K. Hubbard. Search Zachary K. Hubbard on Amazon. You're going to see the book pop up, Number Games. Came out in the middle of 2020. And right in the book, it says, watch, they will end their scam as soon as the year of the tiger comes around. Year of the tiger comes around, scam over. All of a sudden, you can take your mask off. By the way, did you guys see that they told you to take your mask off in the airport on the anniversary of the rapper Future song Mask Off? This stuff's not an accident. I mean, you ask yourself how Future even become so famous. Is he that talented? There's probably 1,000 better rappers here in Portland alone. Here, I'm going to tell you how the things that we're talking about can save lives. Public Enemy, speaking of hip-hop, they put out an album September 25th called What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down. Interesting. You might recall when Janet Napolitano left the Department of Homeland Security. She said the next 9/11's not if, but when. And she said, it's going to be the grid going down in a cyber attack. Go back and listen. It was 2013, 11 years ago now. You guys know Obama, the first movie he produced was about the grid going down. Isn't that weird? If you guys have seen the Obama movie, Leave the World Behind, at the end of the movie, the little girl's in the billionaire bunker, and the word Commodus is on the wall. Commodus marks the fall of Rome. Commodus died in the year 192. In this little gematria code where A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, so on, leave the world behind equates to 192. Isn't it funny? Leave the world behind 192. Movie comes out while Skull and Bones, that powerful secret society that puts people in the Oval Office, in the Senate, in the CEO, as the tech's big tech. Again, right after Skull and Bones begins their 192nd year of existence, here comes Obama with Leave the World Behind. What a nice movie from the former president. His name is attached to a movie that's about the destruction of America of a cyber attack. Anyway, coming back to Public Enemy and what you're going to do when the grid goes down. If you look at the cover artwork, it's the state of Arizona on the cover. Arizona has the same birthday as Oregon, Valentine's Day. They're both the Valentine's Day states. The day that album came out, I'm a social media guy. I put out a thing and I said, look at this, you guys. This album just came out on the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech. Of course, they can use crazy weather to take down the grid. I said, isn't it funny that this album came out exactly 142 days before Valentine's Day, which can be written 14/2. I said, watch out Valentine's Day. I see grid going down in places. What happened that day? Crazy weather in Houston. Power's out for over a week. Crazy weather in Portland. Power was out for lots of this city for over a week. Crazy weather in Atlanta. Power was out for about 4 days for parts of Atlanta. This stuff is not an accident. Real story, guys. I was in New York Times Square shortly after that doing this. It was just total irony. I was out in Times Square, and you wouldn't believe who was out there. Flavor Flav from Public Enemy and the Naked Cowboy, if you know who that is. They were doing some kind of photo shoot, and I went right up to Flavor Flav and I said, hey, man, why'd you guys do an album called What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down? You know, Flavor with his hat like this. He looked at me like this. His eyes got huge, and this dude came out, had a big Star David necklace with about $5 million worth of diamonds in it, and just ran him out of there. Like he was a Secret Service. Again, you guys, Public Enemy didn't choose that album name is the point I'm making. These people got handlers. They got handlers. They knew to put that album out on the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech, and they used that weather control technology that JFK spoke about over 60 years ago, but instead of helping us like JFK talked about, they used it to make the weather terrible and cause unfortunate things for a lot of people. There are people that froze to death all over because of that. Again, you guys, look up this book from 1968. Again, 1968, the year fentanyl was approved by the FDA, the year coronavirus was coined, the year 911 was made the code, the year World Trade Center construction began in New York, all these things, 1968. Look up the book that came out that year by the Yale professor, who was likely a member of Skull and Bones himself, called The Population Bomb, and how things need to be done to greatly reduce the population. Again, 1968, these agendas went into motion that started major wars that killed a lot of people, fentanyl that killed a lot of people, coronavirus that killed a lot of people. Again, you guys, you think about how the media, again, I'm sure there's people in earshot right now who are homosexual, might identify as transgender. I got nothing but love for you. But the point I'm making is the reason they're pushing that and normalizing that in the mainstream is because that's going to help reduce population. What I'm trying to do is help you not become part of this agenda to get depopulated. I had some people come by and stop today, and they said, what I'm doing is scaring them. Listen, it might be scary what I'm sharing with you. I'm not out here to scare you, though. I'm here to give you information that could potentially save your life and not make you become a statistic in the next needless heart attack. I mean, seriously, guys, well, did you ever hear about it before? All these women having heart attacks, little kids just dropping dead. My mom's neighbor, 17 years old. His girlfriend died at 17, didn't even graduate, just dropped dead one day. I never heard of anything like this before. Again, you guys, I'll tell you another thing. You know vaccine schedules? My parents' generation, they got about 5 vaccines. My generation got around 10, 15 vaccines. This generation gets 72 vaccines by the time they're 18. But you're not allowed to talk about it, right? You bring this up on social media that maybe there's something up with this many jabs. Because, you know, when I was a kid, nobody ever heard of SIDS. There was no sudden infant death syndrome. There were no peanut allergies. It wasn't illegal to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the store. How did all of this stuff happen? How is this so common? Why is it that with science and advancement, there's way more cancer in younger and younger populations? I mean, really, there are other explanations. The sky's more toxic. I mean, you guys even pay attention half the day. It's nice, it's a beautiful day. There's no tic-tac-toe patterns up there today. But I mean, most days there are. People just go on like that's normal. When I was growing up, there wasn't tic-tac-toe patterns in the sky half the days. But again, the toxicity, air, water. It's like I said, I'm from Eastern Washington. I grew up here in Portland, don't get it wrong. I was born at Good Samaritan Hospital. Check my birth certificate, July 21st, 1983. Born right here in this city, but I live east of the mountains now, agricultural land. And this year, you guys, our water has toxic algae in it that is used to create the majority of the produce in the region. The food you're getting in the store has this water on it. There's no label out there. You don't know this. But if you doubt what I'm saying, drive east and look at what's going on in the irrigation water. Again, you guys, there are serious things going on that need to be made known, and they need to be stopped. And again, that's what we're out here trying to do. Educate about real agendas that are having real consequences on our life. And by the way, again, it's open mic day. If somebody else has something to say, you disagree with what I'm saying, I will pass the mic right along to you. My throat is parched.
I got your water, Zach.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody else want to speak?
I'm Tracy.
Tracy,
Nice to meet you.
thank you for coming out.
I came down.
I said, you look like you're ready for showtime to sing.
I talked all week.
Thanks for coming out, man. Good to meet you. And this must be the beautiful family.
I know your voice, but I just know your voice by what you sound like.
Well, thank you for coming out to support us today.
Yeah, I've been watching you since 2020, so it's been a week. I'm trying to turn down. Yeah, trying to educate. Yeah.
Trend down?
Yeah, slowly. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome
Doing well.
back. I have water for everybody, too.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We'll take a little break. If you want to get back on, Austin, welcome.
All right.
But,
Yeah,
nice
cool.
to meet you.
Yeah, Tracy, just like my name. Yeah, he's from here too. Yeah. I brought it on phone for your community. I brought Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, perfect. I'm in it. Yeah.
This way,
Nope.
don't
Oh, okay. Just a chat thing. Anything we haven't really talked about yet today? Anybody have anything else to add?
Of course, I love to.
I remember he used to always wear the shirt that said ATF, but he had the
No. I got to eat it anyways. It's not fun. At least it's not like raining. We don't even know.
Where did you go? High school?
In Vancouver. If I would have stayed in Portland, I lived next to Grant. My sister and my dad lived in Vancouver.
Who the fuck gave you a mic and told you you were funny?
What's that?
Who the fuck gave you a mic and told you you were funny?
Tell me I'm a what?
I said, who the fuck gave you a microphone and told you you were funny?
I don't think anybody said I was
I was
funny.
trying to follow along to what you're saying, and I'm like, this is so depressing.
Depressing. Well, I mean, yeah, it is depressing, but it's like, that's why we have to come out here and talk about it, because it's like, it needs
But
to be
are you
said.
trying to make tips?
Trying to make tips?
Yeah.
We're just trying to get information out.
Who's we?
Well, me, him, Zach.
So this is the whole thing. Who gave him a mic and told him he was funny?
He is quite funny. I don't know if he was trying to be just that.
It doesn't
I didn't know it was
come
that funny.
across
This is what he's all about. It's on his shirt as well. This is his website. His YouTube is the same as just minus the .com. We don't have anything. Wasn't able to make anything formal.
You ever heard of Crackhead Barney and Friends?
Sounds familiar.
She does a lot of YouTube content.
I had 7,000 people.
You should check her out, because if you want to really get information out there and be active, you got to be funny. You got to catch people's attention, because I tried to listen to like the last 15 minutes, and it's super not easy to follow.
I mean, yeah, comedy's a great way. I mean, be funny, and there's a lot of ways to get it out. I mean, you can use
known is good.
comedy.
I mean, you're a good-looking guy.
Well, thank you.
And I kept on seeing you record me. That's why I came over right here and be like, who gave him that?
Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know. So.
But keep it up.
All right.
You're doing all right.
Thinking. Again, you guys look into the testing. How do I turn this on? I don't know. It got turned off. Testing. Testing. Oh, there we go. Guys, it's been a long time. May 1st, 1776, Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati. For those that don't know, it was July 4th, 1774. But May 1st, 1776, Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati. July 4th, 1776 is what they tell you in the history books. But no, our nation, whether we really came over on boats or whether we really came over on the Mayflower, if any of that is actually accurate. Again, you guys, the Jesuits were here from the start. Jesuits were here from the beginning. That's why it was warned about that 19-year cycles. And every 19 years, we needed to have a revolution. Those don't know what 19-year cycles. Again, guys, 2001, 9/11, 19 hijackers on 9/11. 19 years later, we get COVID-19. It's no coincidence when all these guys are working by the numbers. Again, you have to wonder why in school they teach you the alphabet in order. Why would you have to know the alphabet in order when you really don't to read and write? They got to tell you A through Z, 1 through 26, but they never mention gematria in it. And most people might know the song Gematria, the Killing Name by Slipknot. Again, the first member of that band to die died at 38. Paul Gray equals 38. And Gematria, death, murder, killing, all equal 38. It's a very special number. But that's how they do it, you guys. Most people think that probably Paul Gray wrote that or something, but with a band like Slipknot, the founding members, the guy who named the band Slipknot, Joey Jordison, the drummer, he is also dead. It's important to remember it has been 30 years since the death of Kurt Cobain. Again, they still have it in the history books that it goes down as a suicide. But you guys got to know and do the research to know that that's not the case. Now, maybe he's still alive. Maybe he's on an island. Maybe it really wasn't him. But they could at least change it and just put undetermined. But they won't even do that. It still reads suicide after all these years. Again, suicide by death, by gun, shooting. It makes people, another reason, got to get rid of the guns, look at Kurt Cobain, suicide, used the gun, shot himself. But there's all these other suicides that aren't being talked about that aren't being done by guns. Remember, 65 to 70% of suicides, self-checkouts, is exactly what they are. But none of this is being talked about. It's just like they don't talk about what happened before 2020. A lot of people know there was the coronavirus pandemic simulation before that was going on. There's always a simulation going on. It was no different with 9/11. There was a simulation going on before Kurt Cobain died. Remember, there's the Rome suicide attempt. They always give you the predictive programming. But that's how they do it. It's just that in your face. Remember, Cobain died 94. 94 days later, Bill and Melinda Gates get married on January 1st, 1994. 94 days later, on the 95th day, Kurt Cobain died. 3 days later, his body is found. 30 years to the day of his body being found. We had the eclipse this year. Again, you guys, they have this all ready to go. Years planned in advance. That's why we lost Lane Staley on April 5th, 2002. And how about Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington in 2017? Both supposed suicides. Remember what Kurt Cobain did on 95th day of the year? Like the Jesuits wrote the 95 Theses. 95, Oklahoma City, April 19th, for another 19. It's the same numbers over and over again, you guys. That's what they've been doing for the longest time. Again, you guys really go back and think about 9/11. Think about how there could just been literally passports that were recovered when complete total devastation all around, just chilling right on the ground, just like those bags, just like those drinks right there, just that visible when complete total devastation. It just does not, it's just complete bullshit, guys. But they still have that in the history books as a terroristic attack from bin Laden in a cave with a cell phone back in 2001. After all this time. Again, you guys, that's why we got to be out here today. That's why we're out here. We should be motivating, inspiring people to get out the truth and the facts that most people still don't know about, or most people maybe never even heard of. But it's got to be known, you guys, because the only way we have a shot of coming back at this point. Again, you guys, there's a lot. Look at how dead everything looks since 2020 and COVID. Everything has just died down. Again, you guys, this is all part of a bigger plan, bigger agenda. And when you don't even know people like Klaus Schwab, the Jesuit, tells you you're going to own nothing and be happy by 2030, we know this isn't, vote for Trump, vote for Kamala Harris. We know this is much bigger than that. This isn't just about two Jesuit puppets on each side. It's about something much bigger than that.
Going Kamala.
Again, you guys, from the sports to the news, sports, news, TV, all this garbage, it's all fabricated. And just go back to when I was born, it was all about, Bill Clinton was the president. We had the biggest terrorist attack in history, Oklahoma City, April 19th, 1995. George Bush gave us 9/11. Obama, we had the 2008 economic collapse. And then, of course, with Trump, we had COVID. Every president is behind it because they are born for the role of what they are going to be dishing out to you. That's why you guys got to stop voting, you guys. You stop voting, you stop playing the game, stop going to the game, stop giving these people power. That's how you take back control. You got to stop this show. The show is out of control. That's why you still have people voting after all these years. They don't know the Jesuits. They don't know. They're voting for two different Jesuits every time. If people knew who the Jesuits were, they knew about Adam Weishaupt, they knew about the Illuminati, and they took this stuff seriously, they would know there is no lesser of two evils. But they want to keep beating that into your head, the lesser of two evils, or that one candidate's better, when all it does every 4 years divide. And why is there an election every 4 years during a leap year? Why has it got to be during a leap year? You ever think about that? Why must it always be during a leap year every 4 years? We go through the same thing, and every 4 years it just gets worse. And they also said that the last election, selection, whatever you like to call it, was equivalent to the Oklahoma City, the 93 World Trade Center bombing. This one will be equivalent or equal to 9/11. And we already seen that with the Trump assassination on July 13th, already over a month ago. But there will be much more to come from now all the way till Inauguration Day in January. You guys catch on to it. And know that what I'm saying, there will be another event very soon. And they're telling you, they've already told you the grid will be going down. Look at the movie Lockdown 2025. We don't know about Lockdown 2025. They had that out right after COVID. Then why did they even put that out after COVID? They said there will be a cyber attack. Look how many cyber attacks there's been. There's been cyber attacks all over. The food, the water, fluoride in the water, GMOs in the food, the dumbing down. Not to mention, you know, all this depopulation methods they're using. It goes deep, you guys. Most people don't even know. You know, most people can't remember, you know, that long ago. Most people forgot about COVID in 2020 already. Most people forgot about the assassination a month ago. United States of amnesia. People can't remember what happened. Turbo cancers are out of control. Cancers are on the rise. Everything's being pushed back. Everybody's being pushed back right now. Everything's behind. You know, you got people that can't afford to have a decent quality of life because they don't want you to have a decent quality of life. It used to be just work hard, right? You had to work hard. You worked hard, and that's all it was. You worked hard, you made it. Now you work hard, you don't get anything. You know? It's all about working hard, but working hard ain't going to get you anything anymore. And the more this agenda rolls forward, the more you're going to see that Klaus Schwab most likely will be right, unless people catch on. Remember, you guys, things have changed so much since my childhood. You know, like I said, when I was in school, there was no LGBTQ, there was no gay, transgender stuff, but it has come such a far ways in a short amount of time.
What are you guys talking about?
Talk about all kind of stuff.
Cool. You guys have like people in Portland who are like anti, but like what are you trying to get people into?
We're just trying to push information, talk about all kind of facts. We don't talk about like just one thing. We just talk about everything because it's all multifaceted. So.
But y'all are out here like, you know, with the microphone. Like, are there folks out here who are like anti, like don't want this here or whatever? Or are y'all just out here just talking about some stuff?
Talking about facts, truth, anything. I mean, everything is connected. Everything is.
Well, sure, honey. Of course, everything is connected. You with this guy? Y'all are just like, we're just hanging out.
Oh, yeah. Here's Gordon.
Okay, well, you have a good one, boys. Right on.
Guys, how many people have seen the movie Lockdown 2025? Has anybody seen that movie? 2025 is almost here. They're going to have 100% control. Not much time now. Again, every year, you guys, this time of year, usually we got fires and smoke. It's actually a pretty decent day, but they got us used to living in the fires, living in the smoke now in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Again, you guys, this is what they want. You know, pretty decent day to day, but most days you see chemtrails, tic-tac-toe, checkerboards in the sky, all this poison. None of it is good for you, but this is what they'll tell you, but they won't tell you it in the history books. The history books are always just going to keep telling you the same things. Hitler committed suicide, body was never found. Think about that, he committed suicide, but his body was never found. How is that? Doesn't even make sense. I mean, this is what they beat into your head as a child. I'm going to tell you, Christopher Columbus discovered America, but there's already people here. How do you discover a place where people already are? Again, you got to know his story. But the latest his story, this latest fake assassination, that's going to be the next one that's going to go down as what they say. Because more people aren't questioning, more people aren't looking into things. Guys, look into MK Ultra. Look into MK Ultra mind control. Look what the technology has done. Has the technology made the world better? Technology has came a long way, but doesn't seem to have made people really that much smarter. It doesn't seem to really be helping humanity. We have the technology to help humanity, but it's been used for the worst. Psychopaths run the world, you guys. Psychopaths. Go back and listen to what Bill Gates said in 2010. Do a good job depopulating with the good old jab, good old vaccine. Told you what he wanted. Told you he was going to do it, and he did. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? That he could just come out and say what he's going to do and then do it exactly like that. Like I was saying, the food and the water. Back in Washington State, there's so much algae. There's so much algae in the water right now. There's so much algae in the water that wasn't even there a year ago, you guys. There's so much pollution. There's so much poison that's literally just getting worse. But algae blooms that weren't even there. Things that weren't even happening a year ago. Again, you guys got to understand this is a rapid growing agenda. It's like I've been saying since we've been out here today, there's just so much less people outside. This is exactly what they want. Like I said, when I was a kid, you used to have to get up and play 60 minutes a day. You know, being a kid, and you're active, you wanted to play outside, you wanted to go outside, but you know, in my lifetime, everyone now has just been forced to live in so much fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of terrorist attack, or fear of germs, fear of being hurt, injured, killed, raped, shot, all this fear that doesn't need to be, you guys. For a city this size, there should be more people outside than what there are today. But how many of them are not here anymore because of the jab, or they're hiding inside, or they're just, most people today, they ain't looking too good. Again, they have a Disease X plan for 2025. SPARS 2025. Again, you guys, they got something big coming no matter how they do it. It could be Trump. It could be Kamala Harris. It could be someone else, something else. Maybe there will not be a selection, but either way, you guys got to stop voting, you guys. There shouldn't be anybody voting for the Jesuit order. And the more people keep voting, the more nothing's ever going to change. Again, people have never been so divided. Look at all of our rights. I mean, look what they've done with the guns. You can't, in this state, oh, you can't own this gun. In this state, you can't own that gun. In this state, oh, your barrel's too long. In this state, your barrel's too short. It doesn't even make any sense. None of it makes any sense, you guys. But this is what happens when you allow this stuff to keep going. all these fake shootings, just to take more rights, more liberties. But at some point, you guys, now they may, who knows if they're really going to come for the guns. Remember in 2020, they were sending, our own military was out in the streets shooting at our own American citizens with rubber bullets and bean bags to get back in your house. I don't know if you remember that. It happened in Minnesota, happened in Minneapolis. This could happen right here. It could happen anywhere.
Cameraman, help us bang. I was talking to the truth seekers.
Again, you guys, Bill Gates, once again, go back and look at that TED Talk, 2010. Do a good job.
Thank you, her. I see your message. Thank you.
With the good old, you know what? 28 minutes long about, go ahead and listen to that whole thing. Everything he talked about has come to pass. He literally said what he was going to do, came out and did it. You got Trump, again, the highest degree of Satanic Church, mega. Most people don't even know that. Mega, the highest degree of Satanic Church. But look at Trump. He's been around for almost a decade now. And since this guy has popped up, he's never gone away. He's been behind some of the most important acts we've had. COVID, and now this last assassination attempt. The longer this guy is around, he will go for the next, whatever they tell him to do. And people sadly keep going along with it. Again, you guys, this is what has to change. Everything has to change. People have to change. People have to do better. Again, your GMOs in your food, the fluoride in the water. Look at how bad, look at the obesity today. When I was a kid years ago, you played outside. Kids, most people, you didn't really see that many fat and obese people. Now, it's like fat, obesity is out of control. Most people are fat and obese. Most people have major mental illnesses, major mental problems. The suicide rate's out of control. All this going on. How do you make things better? We just have to understand and see what's really going on. People can think it sounds sad or depressing, but that's because it's facts. The facts, yeah, things may not look good, but you have to understand it's so easy to turn all this around. Think about if everybody stopped voting, if everybody stopped going, and helping put more money in Bill Gates' pocket by going to places like Starbucks. Think about if we stopped, giving money to people like Taylor Swift or Donald Trump, These are people that don't deserve any attention. They do nothing for you. What good do any of these people have done for you? And what man votes another man to rule over you? What man puts another man's name on his back and takes pride in it? That's what they want you to do. Be just like, Mahomes and, say he doesn't wash his underwear. Now you're going to have all these kids that don't wash their underwear. It's pretty gross, right? But this is what they're pushing. This is how things are really going. Years ago, you would have never thought, 20 years ago, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't think that this LGBTQ thing and this gay transgender thing would be where it is today. But again, this is a huge part of the depopulation, you guys. The birth rate is way down. There's less people ever being brought in the world. People can't afford kids. They can't even afford to pay their rent. They can't afford basic things. Most people are broke, in debt. And they'll tell you to go to school. They'll tell you to go to school for 13 years of slave school, to get out and go back in and just keep going for more school that probably won't even lead you to a job or a career. It's just going to do nothing for you, but just build up a rack of debt. Is that really what people want? Just this big rack of debt where you can't even fight your way out of it? That's where most people are at right now. Then you look at my generation.
I appreciate that.
You look at my generation, we're kind of the first ones to not really make it, because everything is so pushed back. What your parents had to fight for, what your grandparents had to fight for, it's 100 times harder now. things that should be easy are extremely difficult, and it's extremely difficult to do basic things. You don't even see most people don't even, they're not even in relationships. They're not even, having sex. They're not, procreating. They're not getting married. They're not starting families. Most people can't afford a home, can't afford kids. It's all part of the agenda. It's only going to get worse. And then for those that maybe they can, well, maybe they don't want to. There's going to be a lot less people in the future. There's going to be a lot less people around, regardless of what happens. Because where we are, things have become just overly bad. Again, back in Washington State right now, algae blooms in the river. There's other things going on that most people aren't talking about. There's so much going on in the world. There's a lot of distractions. But the distractions are going to have to end at some point. Guys, do you really want to live in a world where you're going to own nothing and be happy? Just think about that statement. You're going to own nothing and be happy. How does that really make you feel? That is literally where they're taking us. If that's what you want, they will give it to you. But most people are content. They're fine. They just want to keep their head down because they don't want to push back. They might feel they're too weak. They're too small. They can't do anything. And that's all done in the school system too. Think about how many people they can't do anything because the school system, how bad the school was to them, what they had to go through at a young age, that affected their whole life. And now look at them now. Way worse when they could have just been homeschooled or never went to school, never paid for some college that never got them anything. Again, the older generation, people before us, they don't understand our generation because they're the ones that really got to make it. They got to have the house. They got to own all the land. Now the younger generation, they don't really have much of a future. They don't have much of a option or choice, And now they're being forced to do things they don't want to do. And while the kids, they had to go to school during the COVID time, first to go along with everything. How people had to take vaccines. People are forced, they maybe didn't want to, but maybe their parents forced them to do it. And now they might have autism. Autism wasn't even that much of a thing when I was a kid. Now it's through the roof. All these health problems came up through the roof. You think that's really by chance? Or you think that's because vaccines and other things? Remember back, like I said, there used to be 60 minutes to get up and play a day. Kids were active, kids were outside. Now you barely see anyone outside because everybody's living in fear. And what's all this fear going to do for you? It's just going to make everything worse. It's going to cause more anxiety, more depression in your own life. It's going to cause more mental problems. It's going to lead to a further decline in society. People aren't being empowered. People are being ripped apart from who they truly are. You don't have people that want to actually, they don't teach you how to come together, work together, teamwork, cooperation in school. It's all a competition. It's all a big competition. I mean, how are we going to build the future of the world in America when we're all just worried about competing in this competition and, I got to be, the next millionaire, billionaire. I want to be like this. I want to be like that, rather than following what you truly want to do or what you truly love. Society full of sellouts, you guys. Sellouts. So people like Taylor Swift, people look up to mediocrity. And how many people are still buying Taylor Swift? I mean, how can you even afford the price of her tickets? Just terrible, right? Terrible. And look at the quality of her music. And you have music, you got people that you find a kid that could probably come out here, a 10-year-old child that could do a way better performance than Taylor Swift, But they're still going to just, Taylor Swift is, because that's who they're idolizing. You got to look at who you're idolizing. Again, Trump, You guys got to stop voting. There is no lesser of two evils. The lesser of two evils is what they want you to believe. There is no lesser of two evils, you guys. It is the same person on the both sides. They might have their differences, but both of them are Jesuit pawns because the world is a stage. The world has always been a stage. And until people realize that it is a stage, until they care that it's a stage, they will keep doing what they've been doing. Again, you guys got to look into, what they did, in my lifetime. They've completely changed things. Back then, people were still writing checks. Most people don't remember how to write a check anymore. You had to learn how to read, write. You couldn't, didn't have internet access. You had to read a book. People don't even read anymore. It's crazy to think that, it was 20 years ago, you couldn't just pull out your phone and there wasn't a YouTube and you couldn't just look at how to do something. Now, it's completely changed. The world, technology, but it hasn't changed for the better. And remember, the future right now may look bleak, but it only looks bleak because people don't know their past. People knew the past. All the stuff that we have, technology could be used for the better. But the Jesuits, the people that run the world, have to use it to destroy what we have, to take us down different ways. Whether they're using the weather, whether they're using the food, the water, cell phones. Guys, look into turbo cancer. It's a real big deal right now. All these cancers. Everyone dying of cancer, everybody ill, everybody sick. People got so many health problems right now, it's ridiculous. And look what they're doing with, the divide. You got, people don't even know what they are anymore. Because they're being told, oh, you're this, you're that. Back in the day, it was just pretty much boy and girl, There wasn't any influence, but now most people don't even know what they are. Again, that's mostly because of the school system. Again, you guys, the school system will tell you you need school. It's the most important thing. But you don't really learn anything in school, you guys. The only good thing comes out of school, reading, how to write. Can you read? Can you write? Can you do basic math? Add, subtract, multiply, divide. That's all you need to know. Everything else that they're going to tell you is total trash. They're going to even make you believe you could be the president of the United States. These people have chosen. They've been chosen for years, tens of years, hundreds of years, thousands of years. No one just becomes the president, you guys. You don't just make it to the top. These people are pawns. Bill Gates is a pawn. Trump is a pawn. These billionaires are pawns. You can, ride around in a Tesla and think you're doing the world better. You're just not. How many people remember back in the 90s, the guy who made the dune buggy who ran on water? Didn't even need gasoline anymore. Everything could be converted to water engines. Stanley Meyer. He was murdered March 20th, 1998, because they couldn't have cars that run on water today. They can't have cars that run on water. They can't have, semis and, any vehicle that you need to convert because they got to make that money off the gasoline. Again, guys, it's all about money. There are technologies that are good that could be used. Just like we could use the weather control to make the place to be warmer, make the place to be colder, to put out the fires, to make things better. But they're only used for worse because of the non-stop agenda. 20 years ago, you would have never thought, all the stuff we have today, how badly things would have declined. But it's declined because people have not caught on to the same people they've been looking up to. Again, there is the people at the bottom, the people at the top, the people at the top of the pyramid who run the world. Yes, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are part of it, but they're not the tip of the spear. They're not the Jesuits. They are the bankers, but they do not sync everything up by the numbers. There's a reason why, every 4 years, they purposely have to put the election or selection every 4 years during a leap year. It's an orchestrated event. Why do you think you have to register to vote? You can't just vote. You got to register to be a voter. Think about that. Just like when you get a car, you buy a car, you got to register the car. Because you really don't own the car. The state owns the car. Then you got to buy those tabs, right? You got to get your tabs every year. You got to have insurance. You got to have all this stuff just to drive. It shouldn't even be this way. You should just buy a car or have a car, and that should be it. But no, you got to get those tabs every year. You got to get that insurance paid for. You got to get that registration every year. You got to get things renewed. Because they don't let you really own anything. You don't even own your house. You don't even own nothing. Because of laws and contracts. They can just change the magic paper whenever they want. Make it whatever they want. Oh, weed's illegal in 2011, but 2012, now it's all good to go. Then you still have all the people sitting in prison from when it wasn't legal at all. All the people that voted, just because they wanted some weed to be legalized. You still have states locking people up for things like weed. You still got states that lock people up because, they got their gun in their car and, maybe they didn't have it all took apart everywhere or something, or their barrel was, just 1/8 of an inch too long or too short. It doesn't make any sense, you guys. It's all complete nonsense. But this is what they do. Things haven't made any sense for a long time. I mean, did it make any sense in 2020 when they told you, to go get some toilet paper when this is it's a respiratory disease. It attacks the lungs. This wasn't like your regular flu, but they're still telling you to go get that toilet paper because it equals 56. Anthony Fauci equals 56. Again, Gavin Newsom, 56% of California will get coronavirus in 56 days. 56 days. It's 8 weeks. Again, guys, they have to use this number. They have to mock you with it over and over. 56, a huge number back in 2020.
You just interested? Yeah.
The 201.
Are you?
What's up?
Again,
Are you interested?
201.
Well,
2 towers became 0 before they became 1. That's why they call it ground zero. Ground zero.
Are you interested? Or are you bored?
Building.
Well,
127.
Were you here when I was
127. It's like Pearl
Were you here
Harbor.
when I was speaking?
No. I'm just kidding.
I'll speak in a little bit.
Again, April 19th,
He's a young guy.
1995,
He's learning how
Oklahoma
to speak
City.
publicly, but he's getting
19 years after
You should have heard what I was saying.
9/11, we get COVID-19.
You know about this? What do you think
19 hijackers. It's the same numbers over and over again, you guys. It's like the number 47. What is 47? It's a very big number in Gematria. Government 47.
Turn that language into
Bonus
map,
47. Williams 47.
Took a look at that website. I got a couple nights in a row, and I was fried as a fucking piece of chicken.
Look into the number.
How do you mean fried?
Like my mind.
Most people know the number 33. 33, highest degree.
What it told me.
Freemasonry started in
Do you find the
1716.
information to be helpful or not?
Freemasonry's been around a long time. You'll see Freemason signs.
It was a frightening experience.
You'll see Freemason signs on people's cars.
We used to
Some
do
people
the
might wear little
Gematria,
badges.
like, oh shit, Onyx, like
Freemasonry is legit.
I'm like,
the Illuminati is
like, go
legit.
to bed that night, I'm like looking at it into astral beings.
But that's why they got to have all these religions.
Let me ask you a
Look at
question.
Christianity.
Did you get the jab?
You know,
The gem.
The jab.
all these Christians.
JAB. The shot.
Most of these Christians.
The vaccine.
voting red.
Did he get the vaccine? They were really pushing.
Voting for Trump, thinking he's their savior.
It was so potent.
We have so many people, you guys,
Couldn't do it for very long.
still looking up to someone to rule over them when they're asking, how do we get out of this?
You want to say something on
We are the only ones to get us out of it.
Oh, do I? Yeah. Oh, sure.
You can't look up
We got a gentleman out
ponds,
here.
these Jesuit
Filming.
ponds.
So we're mixing,
anymore.
we're matching,
The
we're
Jesuit
moving,
ponds gotta go
and
away.
I look
Jesuit
at
ponds
doors sometimes, and they
must
open,
be
they
stopped.
close.
The agenda
But
must be
the
stopped.
more
We have to
the
stop this
door is
agenda at all
adjacent
costs.
to the other door,
And who's going to be next?
you're going to want to A to B. You know what
They
I mean?
sacrifice
You're
people
going to
every day.
want to
Every day
run
people are being sacrificed.
during those
Not
two
just
moments. In A
people
to
you even
B,
know about.
that, make that as small
Some of
second
them are. Some will be
percentage
on
as
the news.
possible. And
They'll tell you this person died,
right
that
around the
person died,
time
but it's
you
not
get
what they
into
really-
that
it's not
other
really how it
door,
went down.
after that
People are being
transitionary
ritualistically
period,
murdered.
you're gonna want to say, "I'm here.
It's like the album, what you gonna do when the
I'm
grid
here right
goes
now,
down?
and I'm sensitive
Think
to
about
that."
that album. What are you gonna do when the grid goes down?
And that's
Think
when
about
you
that
know
album.
you're on site. You're
Why would
on
you make
scene.
an album like that?
You know, that's when you know you're
Slipknot,
nearby, whatever
Gematria,
is
the
around.
killing name.
But that,
You really
that
think
place,
Slipknot
that
wrote
place next
Gematria,
door,
the killing name?
that's old news. Old news. All right.
Again, these songs were given to them. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Again, perfect song for COVID 2020. I feel stupid and contagious. Right? Everyone's got their face diaper on, acting like a fool. It's a joke, you guys. It's a big joke. But the jokes do have to stop. Soon you won't even be able to drive down the street. You'll have to pay to drive down the street.
We were out here sharing information,
It's really
earlier,
where it's
and
going.
now we've opened up the mic to other speakers, so it's become a little bit more random. But
there you go. Someone's going to
case in
buy the
point,
move.
we were talking about the election earlier. We've been talking about the pandemic. We've talked about a host of topics. Are you from Portland?
Yeah.
Talked about all kinds of things. You remember Cliff Robinson for the Blazers?
Sure.
Remember when he dropped dead at 53?
People forgot about the Maui fire.
Talking about the
already.
significance of
Maui
him dying
fire.
at 53,
Why?
the day of the 53rd game between
Also,
the
probably
Blazers
forgot
and
about the
Lakers, all
Paradise
time in the playoffs. The day the Lakers went on to win the finals, the year Kobe died. Remember Kobe died? Died at age 41, traveling from Catholic Mass on the Pope's 41st day of his age, and then LeBron won the finals that year on Father-Daughter Day, exactly 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday. We talk about the meaning of why they do these number rituals, where the significance of numbers comes
Sinkholes,
from.
yeah, that's another way they're taking
Did you know the pandemic simulation was called Event
We got
201?
landslides here, too.
All right, that's what we talk about, though.
Another thing no one really...
He wanted to know, but he didn't really want to know.
Too, they always say the big earthquake that are supposed to happen here, but Mount Rainier, all these volcanoes, but the New Madrid is supposed to be in the middle of the country, in the Midwest, you know, where most places aren't even prepared for an earthquake. Buildings aren't prepared for the earthquake. If they decide to go that route, they may go that route, they may not. But if they do, most people will not be prepared or ready. Think about if the New Madrid went off tomorrow, August 19th. They could do something like that tomorrow. Most people will not be prepared. Look what they did with the fires in Paradise. Those even look like fires. Again, just directly attacking the house, but leaving everything in the nearby area and all the surroundings completely fine. Just attacking buildings, houses,
you can come
the trees, the yard, the grass. Everything was still there just fine. You know? It's because these aren't really fires, you guys. And they got us always living in the smoke this time of year. You know, they just created that to be the new normal. Is that really healthy, breathing in all this smoke, all this toxic pollution all the time? And remember, you know, there used to be a long time ago, you know, things were made with, you know, so much better quality now today. You know, now there's so much plastics in the food, plastic in the ocean. How much plastic is even in the ocean? There's so much plastic, so much toxic chemicals, oil spills. Most of the Earth's population, animals are dying off, birds. How much depopulation? It's not just people, you guys. They're killing off just about everything. It's not even happening just here. You know, they have so much going on. One world religion, one world currency, one world government, the new world order. You guys look at it on your dollar bill. You'll see gematria on your dollar bill. You'll see A1, B2, C3, D4. It's not an accident, you guys. Well, they put the pyramid right in the dollar bill. You'll see Novus Order Seclorum in the dollar bill, New World Order. All this stuff is put in the dollar bill. They have a little owl for wisdom. You put a lot on that dollar bill, you guys. Fold it up, make it look like Twin Towers.
You want to switch? You want to switch? Or are you still going?
I'm trying to think right now. I'm trying to think of some stuff we haven't talked about already. A few things. Something that happened, I thought, not too long ago. I'm trying to think of current events, too. Current events is like...
Shot of my tiny tableau. It's a retro-futuristic tableau.
What is it? Is this back here? Or what
It's this right here, the whole thing. And this is like a billboard, you know? And that's like a giant statue. And these are like little buildings. And that's like a giant, smart, like arena, but like it's rectangular.
Hey, we're still waiting for you to take the mic. We're waiting for the live podcast.
The Everyone is Stupid, So I Talk to Myself podcast, the first episode.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is.
That looks real good.
Guys, some people are happy with the quality of life. Some people are happy with that quality of life. How about those? All things you got to pay for now. How are people still doing it? How are you still guys going to the games? People going to preseason games. Games don't even matter. People are still going to that stuff. It's unbelievable. Bad enough you got to pay to park. You got to pay for the amenities, the food, the water. You have to be a millionaire to go to the games today. It's crazy. They want to do it. They want to go out and buy an electric vehicle. It's going to be another 60, 70 grand. Then you guys, Elon Musk, he's no hero either. The Tesla, all this technology, it's not all that great. You're not really saving the world. You might think you are, but you're really not. But there are things you can do. You know, there are things you can do.
Like follow broccoli barge.
There you go. Most people still, I don't know if most people are still what they're doing for the holidays and stuff, but you know, we got Halloween coming up, trick or treating, all these satanic holidays, your birthday. I want you to make one day out of your year to celebrate yourself. You should celebrate yourself every single day.
Yeah.
You know, why celebrate yourself just once a year when you celebrate yourself every day? They really want you to think that, you know, Jesus died on Christmas. Is that really accurate? Jesus dying on Christmas? You really think Jesus would say, give Caesar what's his? Why would Jesus say, give Caesar what's his? Is that really the guy you want to be bowing down to? Just do what you're told? Most people don't even know his name. It's not even Jesus. But whatever God you believe in, whatever religion, you guys got to know that all of this is part of the control operation. Fake, rigged, scripted religion, news, politics, all to keep people divided. My God's better than yours. My team's better than yours. My candidate's better than yours. It's what they do, you guys. It's all a competition today. That's why in school they don't teach you how to work together, how to teamwork, cooperate, communicate. But the people at the top, the Jesuits, that's exactly what they do. They do work together. They do cooperate. They use teamwork. That's how they run the world. That's how they're ruling over all of us, because we are just too divided, too at each other all the time.
Austin, move in so they can come through.
But you're told when you have to go to school, because you got to get that job, right? You got to get this education. You got to do all these things. Well, that's not even the way it used to be. People used to live out in nature. People used to live off the land. We've gotten so far away from that, you guys. People don't live off the land anymore. People don't have survival skills. You know? Most people don't even read anymore. They don't know how to read. And it's been a decline in society. But the decline has been going on for such a long time. Most people still do not see it. They go back 20, 30 years, and they would think things have gotten better. You know? Things have only gotten worse, and they've gotten worse so bad, but people still don't see it. Because they still don't know who really runs the world. Again, if you haven't heard of the Jesuits, you need to know who the Jesuits are. You know, the Army of the Catholic Church.
Is this where people find you?
But yeah.
This is where people find this man right here. He's going to get on the mic eventually.
This one. This is the cameraman there. The awesome guy with the sweet camera.
Oh, he's your buddy. He's your buddy. Okay, I got it.
Even that banana, that apple, you look at it. How do you know it's not even a real banana? It's not even a real apple.
You guys want to check this guy out? That's his thing.
Which guy?
That's crazy, right?
Page.
Oh, I'm on that.
That's crazy what they've done.
I'm going to blow up.
All right. We like to help everybody out.
Fluoride in the water.
Get marketing, man.
Like a new.
You're supposed to not even have any fluoride at all. They put it right in the water. You're supposed to have toothpaste.
Marketing international something.
I just like to help everybody out. That's all.
Yeah, no, just mutual aid. Just radical mutual aid, man.
Guys, look at the number 47. What is 47? Government 47. Authority 47.
Oh, this is live?
Police 47. Washington, D.C.
Yeah, man. You've been live. We're getting the word out. So I asked you what your podcast
big
was.
Time number.
Try to help you out.
Reflection 74. It's like our nation's birthday. 7-4. Jesuits in the 16th century. Jesuits took over the 16th century. Again, Adam Weishaupt, May 1st, 1776, created the Illuminati. That is a fact. Most people don't know who Adam Weishaupt was. He was a Jesuit as well. It's like Trump, Bill Gates, all your politicians.
Hey, thank you to everyone who dropped a super chat today. Here's a real statistic, though. The homeless dude I bought lunch, it was a buffet, and it wasn't cheap. That buffet cost more than how much money we raised in 6.5 hours, but that's all good. But thank you to the people who did drop a super
There's
chat.
pharmacies everywhere now, CVS pharmacies. There used to not be all these pharmacies and pills and all these things. Now everything's just take a pill, right? Take a pill, it's that easy. Pharmacies everywhere. Got everybody on all these pharmaceuticals. Strung out like a bunch of monkeys. Again, you guys, what they want. It wasn't like this when I was a kid. You didn't even really see this stuff. It just started kind of coming up around that time. But now everybody has something wrong with them today. So many people just think it's normal. Normalize anxiety, normalize depression, but they always got you under duress in this world. That's why everybody is so mentally ill. Everyone's got these mental problems. Think about the suicide rate they told you would increase with the lockdown to 2020. That it would actually make things worse. And they still did it. Well, if it was going to make people more depressed, make more people kill themselves, why would we still go out and do these lockdowns if it was going to cause all these troubles? You got to really think about this stuff. Everything they've done since 2020 has been to move us to the next agenda. There's so less people now, guys. So many people have died since that vaccine has come out. They've thinned out the herd. Way less people outside. And they, like I said, they do not want people coming together, doing what we're doing today. And you'll see as time goes on, if people don't come out of the agenda, there will be way less people. There will be way less people. Because like I said, people don't even know the difference between an apple and a banana. They don't know it's not even real. They don't know they're being poisoned. You know, how many kids right now, obese, maybe they're not obese, but maybe they suffered so much stuff from COVID. Maybe it was the jab. You know, all these kids that were forced to take the vaccines, you know, now they got cancer or something. Turbo cancer is out of control. Turbo cancer was, you didn't even hear about it now, it's taken over.
gotta watch out for that turbo cancer, man.
That
It's
turbo
a killer.
cancer. I mean, just listen to that turbo cancer. I mean, just listen to what they call it. It's crazy, you guys.
Oh, the baby shark shirt. Baby shark, doo 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 doo. Baby shark. Ah. Where's the cool shoes? Wait, but is this a nebulizer then? What is this?
The hose is connected.
Again, you guys, how many people are still?
The Martian.
Oh, to the Martian. So you
I know there's still a lot of Kurt Cobain fans. There's still a lot of Nirvana fans around, but there's a lot of people that they're just wearing that Nirvana shirt. They just think it's just part of the merchandise. They don't even know it was a band. That was so long ago. We're just wearing the Nirvana, just thinking it's just, what even is it? They don't remember Kurt Cobain.
These things are in style.
Maybe they think Dave Grohl is their hero. Dave Grohl. People think Dave Grohl is their hero.
You got the song.
Courtney Love is their hero.
Where's the music?
Hey, if you want to sing, we could use it.
Never do Bohemian Rhapsody.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yes.
We got to find Freddie Mercury.
No, you got this.
Oh, you're saying hook it up. You're saying hook up the music. I don't have the cord to plug in the phone.
guys are killing it. With the
Come
dope glasses too.
Wait, I'm not putting
Red shirt, but there's red in it.
Put the microphone to the phone.
Well, it's not the right plug-in. It's not the right plug-in.
I'm over here with
with the dope glasses. Mom with the dope glasses.
We got a request on the street. She wants some Bohemian Rhapsody through the loudspeaker. Hey, if you got the thing to hook it up to play some Bohemian Rhapsody, you're welcome to. We just need the right cord.
What cord?
No, I've never done that, but I know you can do it.
Love the fit, man. And you got the pro.
I guess it's gonna have to be some kind of mic adapter that's gonna go to the phone. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. I don't know if we got the right stuff for that.
But just put the microphone to the phone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not gonna sound right.
Just want
That's
try it. At least try it. Nothing beats a.
Well, the problem with my phone is I'm using it to record right now, so it's gonna have to be somebody else's phone. If you want to play Bohemian Rhapsody on your phone up to the mic, you can do that.
They stole 2 of my phones, and I'm getting them. They stole 2 of my phones, and I only have a Wi-Fi phone.
It's not gonna work.
Is the Wi-Fi around?
That I don't know. That I do not know.
Come on, let's have fun. Okay, so I have to tell my disclaimer. I got a master's degree. I owe $175,000, and I've been roaming around the city because I don't want to sit down anymore.
I hear that. Got to move those feet.
And I've been having fun. Come on, bro. Bohemian.
Bohemian girl. What is
Who's got the?
like Queen's Speech 5 or something?
I won't do anything. I just bring it on.
Hold it down. Let's
Galileo, Galileo.
Yes.
Mamma mia, let me.
No.
No.
Come on.
I don't know the rest of it.
Jason's got the eye for the classic cars. What's up, Jason?
I really use that word believe, the word with lie right in the middle.
There we go. The party
Believe
survived.
with lie right in the middle. It's like tell a vision, tell lie vision. See how they do it?
This is how they do it.
Tell a vision, tell lie vision.
Tell live vision.
Tell a lie vision. Tell a live vision.
And this television's jailbroken. Jailbroken.
And your his storybooks that you got to pay for, of course,
Right.
because they got the best facts you'll ever find.
Or is it the high story?
The high story.
Are you ready for the podcast? We're ready.
What altitude was that?
Altitude's the name of the dispensary by my house. You would like it.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
42. Can't forget about that 42 number. Jesuit 42, Austin 42.
That's a long
It's like William 47,
ride.
Nirvana 47.
Okay, track number 3. What is the 3rd track?
That was nice of you, Melissa. You didn't have to do that. That's a lot. Thank you, Melissa.
That's a light. That's a light.
And Melissa, You're working hard, 2 jobs. That's a lifetime donation right there. You don't need to do that again. But thank you, Melissa.
How did you get here?
You're following.
I don't know shit. I'm telling you.
You want to switch it up, Austin? Oh, she got it. She got it. She got a message. Here comes the truth bombs right here. We've been waiting for this. There we go. There we go. So I would like to be on the street.
Yeah!
Got a pro cameraman right here. Broccoli Rage or something. I'm pretty sure he's trolling, but it's okay.
Are y'all the yeah! I got it! Woo! Hello, pioneer! I'm supposed to be at the Apple Store because people stole my phone. 2 of them. No, that's too much, ain't it? Okay, let me bring it back. What is the purpose, Locky?
Whatever's on your mind. Well, what's something everybody should know?
Pepperoni or pineapple?
Mine's a pepperoni, pineapple, jalapeno.
Something's going on. She definitely has something, but you gotta let people have that fun. Yeah, this is capturing what's going on in the streets of America.
Did you know?
Hell nah! You ain't no damn DiGiorno. You got a dragon? You got a dragon? Yes! Yes! They stole them all from me. I had them all.
If only we would have had the Bohemian Rhapsody.
I had all this.
Every single one.
I did. I already. Is that mine?
What, mine?
She gets on the mic, all of a sudden we got an audience. I guess this is how you do it right here. These dudes are rolling up. You guys might think.
In a bag of weed.
I don't do weed.
Don't do it. Good. Stay sober.
No, I drink vodka.
We clear it. Oh, bad clear it.
Oh, hold on. We got a line of people to talk to. We got a line of people to talk to right now. Hey, thanks again, 13 Steppers. You didn't have to do that. That was your second time checking in. I appreciate it, though.
As often as I can.
So what do you use to chase it?
Nothing.
Go full on raw vodka, huh? You got a Russian soul.
This is the truth.
They told me I was.
Russian.
What do you, you're in a hurry?
I'm not even supposed to be down here.
No, you said you were Russian.
Oh!
What are you, a sleeper agent?
This isn't a vape.
Secret agent, man. Secret.
You guys weren't here earlier. That first dude who tried to come up and interrupt right away as soon as we got on the street. Pretty sure that guy was just some troll hanging out waiting for us.
Something like that.
Yeah, I do got to come out to Atlanta.
Tell me arigato, Mr. Roboto. Mr. Roboto.
Yabba.
Don't shoot me.
Man, all of a sudden she gets on the mic. You guys are getting generous. Because I'll let her keep going. Thank you, Be the Truth
Why
Seeker.
did they give me a microphone?
Guess I was doing it wrong the whole time.
Supposed to make a speech.
Thank you, Be the Truth Seeker. You didn't have to do that. It didn't cost that much, but I got him. But we'll put it towards the next guy who asks us for some food.
Hello, Earthlings.
I actually had this vision today that we were going to have a lot more homeless people out here. Maybe have a pizza party.
Everyone's gonna freak out.
I know. Come with me. If y'all play.
What are you guys gonna have sex? You said come with me.
Dude.
I don't like sex.
Don't be lewd.
Gross.
I'm asexual.
A sexual being.
Asexual. No.
She doesn't do that.
Like
nothing.
Like one sexual?
Not even 2.
Or 3 sexual. Or like A1 sexual.
Polygamy.
Like love barbecue stuff.
Like that, yeah, that steak sauce is delicious.
Polygamy.
So you're non-monogamous.
Nothing. I love everybody.
That's the message right there.
We saved the earth. Hooray!
I am here from another planet. The man just told me that I was from Pluto.
You get the end of the card.
Oh, you do? Anyway.
All right, let's all beam up.
Beat me up, Scotty.
Beam me up.
I don't do drugs. Let me show you this dumb shit I do. This is all I do.
Oh no.
You really? Unhand me, sir.
I'll trade you for it.
Unhand me. Where's the nearest liquor store?
I don't know.
We
I'm
can
not
go
from
buy
here.
some.
I don't have any money.
I got
Well, then I'll have some vodka now.
But you gotta show me
Cash.
Where's the nearest liquor store?
CVS.
CVS. They sell liquor there.
No, they sell wine.
Oh, while you're getting a drink, you want to pass the mic back for a little bit?
Never.
Uh-oh. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah.
And my family looking for me, and I'm on the run. I'm in the wind.
Better reach out to the family then.
No, I do.
Oh, sure, I'll take one.
I do. But they looking for me, and I'm like, nope.
All right, good people of Portland. Again, it's open mic night. You never know what you're going to get next. All you guys waiting to get in the concert. Thanks for coming out and supporting local artists.
Thank you.
Big topic of discussion right now, of course, the election. Earlier today, we were out here talking about the election and the quality candidates we get to choose from this year. I just got to run through the election.
He lying. Nobody.
Again, I got to share with you the elections I've been allowed to vote in the time I've been an adult. Who remembers 2000? Ralph Nader came out to this town. He sold out the Coliseum. Seemed like he might.
Oh, where is he? Where's Nader?
But you might recall that night, the night of the election, Ralph Nader, who was selling out basketball stadiums, supposedly got 1% of the vote. That's what they told us. Remember that election? Bush versus Gore? George W. Bush. George W. Bush.
I love Bush.
Again, George W. Bush. Go back to that election.
Hell no.
He became number 43 in the state where his brother was the 43rd governor. I'm sure you remember it came down to Florida. First they called the election for Gore, and then they said, oh, whoops, you made a mistake. It's actually Bush because of Florida, where his brother's the 43rd governor of the state. And you might recall their daddy, he was the 43rd vice president. What's interesting about all those 43s, again, there's a little code our federal government works by day after day. It's called Gematria. It's the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words. Of course, the Bushes went to Yale. The two that were present were members of Skull and Bones. Yale. Y is the 25th letter using the alphabetic order. A is the first. L is the 12th. E is the 5th. You add it up. Yale equals 43. George W. Bush, again, member of Yale Skull and Bones, graduated in 68. Same year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. Same year World Trade Center construction began. Same year 2001 A Space Odyssey came out. 2001 he takes the Oval Office, and we all know what happened to the World Trade Centers on 9/11 in New York not long after. And again, if you guys forgot, his father was actually in a meeting. It was the Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group was meeting that day just blocks from the World Trade Centers, and look at who was all in that meeting. Even the Bin Laden family was part of that meeting. What a coincidence. What a small world. The 2004 election. Remember 2004? Bush versus Kerry. Both members of Yale Skull and Bones. Tim Russert asked them both on Meet the Press, what are the odds that both of you guys are in the same secret society that allows 15 members per year? Of course, grandfather Prescott Bush was also in that society. A lot of powerful people in the world have been in that society. But again, 2004, the elections between two Skull and Bones members. 2008, we get Obama. And you remember what song came out 10 years before 2008? Came out 2 years after Tupac died, all over the radio, Changes. Part of the lyrics, we still ain't seen a black president. 10 years later, they give us Obama.
But Abraham Lincoln was the black president.
Well, the woman right here might be right. She says, actually, the first black president was Abraham Lincoln, and of course, Obama gave his acceptance speech in the land of Lincoln. Maybe. Again, Lincoln, who freed the slaves. You see how the NFL did it the other year? The first Super Bowl between two black quarterbacks on Lincoln's birthday, and the Eagles play in Lincoln Financial Field.
I love the shoes, man.
Again, you guys start to look into it. DC's called the Masonic City. American football is credited to the Freemason Walter Camp, who's also a member of Yale Skull and Bones. Remember, Tom Brady goes down to Florida at age 43 and wins himself a Super Bowl. Okay, 2012. What was that election? They had to do Obama versus Mitt Romney. Now, Mitt Romney's the Mormon, right? And what's the Mormon religion teach? It's a racist religion. It's written in their Book of Mormon.
Joseph.
Exactly, Joseph Smith. It's written in the Book of Mormon that the closer you are to God, the whiter your skin is. I mean, how racist is that?
They tried to get me.
So that's why you got to have Obama versus the Mormon in 2012, because it's all about race.
They wanted me.
2016. Now, 2016 was the 58th election. Donald Trump announced that he was running from the 58-story Trump Tower. This word gematria, the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words. The word Freemasonry equals 58, like secret society. And the first degree of Freemasonry is the apprentice. So I want you to think about Donald Trump, the apprentice, winning the 58th election.
I like Trump.
If you guys remember the 90s show, Suddenly Susan, look it up. The episode where Trump is the president came out on May 8th. 5/8. 5/8. If you go back in 1988, Oprah Winfrey in gematria equals 58. She asked Trump if he'd want to be president someday.
We got the same birthday.
These things aren't an accident. We're living out rigged selections controlled by powerful secret societies that are based in this Kabbalistic knowledge, as Masonry is. You can read Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. He says Freemasonry is based in Kabbalah. A component of Kabbalah is the study of letters and numbers, which originally comes from Hebrew.
Yes, see? Talk your shit.
Okay, so that's 2016. Let's talk about 2020. 2020, Joe Biden becomes the nation's second Catholic president. The first, JFK, was killed at age 46.
Oh, shit.
Joe Biden's son, Beau Biden, dies at 46. The 2020 election was November 3rd, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. Now, 46 is a very Catholic number because there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament, and in this gematria code, the word Catholic equals 46. The word sacrifice also equals 46, like Genesis 46, the first book of the Old Testament, is about sacrifice. Again, this 46 thing with sacrifice is dark. It happens a lot. But as we talked about earlier, Beau Biden didn't just die at age 46. And Joe Biden wasn't just elected number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. There's more to it. Again, the same man who did the funeral for Beau Biden did the inauguration for Joe Biden. And that was a Jesuit priest. His name is Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan. He was the former head of Georgetown, the nation's first Jesuit university, established in 1789, the same year George Washington went down as the first recognized president. In this gematria code, Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan equates to 201, just like Ignatius of Loyola equates to 201. That's the founder of the Jesuits. The first Jesuit pope is Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. His birth name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio, which equals 201. And again, Inauguration Day, which was not always January 20th, it used to be March 4th, it got moved to January 20th. That is the 201st day of the nation's age. The date is written 20/1 in the majority of the world. All of this is not a coincidence. Donald Trump, who's Jesuit educated at Biden, had his ex-wife fall down the stairs and die a couple summers ago, 45 years after their marriage, and then he waited to bury her until the 201st day of the year. The day she fell down the stairs and died was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year, which ran from May 20th, 2021 to July 31st, 2022. His wife dying exactly 60 weeks into the first Jesuit Ignatian year matters because this is the 60th presidential election, and that was the same day Trump said he will run in the upcoming election, which is this one. In this little gematria code, Donald Trump equals 60. Again, the Jesuits set up camp when they came to this nation in Georgetown. This nation's capital wasn't always D.C. next to Georgetown. This nation's capital wasn't always, or the inauguration day was not always January 20th. These are all things that have slowly changed over time. And again, if you go back and look, at the time of the founding of this nation, you had Jefferson and Adams, as well as other founders, concerned about what would happen to this nation. Would it be hijacked when the Jesuits came out of suppression? Again, Abraham Lincoln, he blamed the American Civil War on the Jesuits. If you read what he said at the beginning of the war, he didn't even know who the Jesuits were. By the end of the war, he understood it was them who had instigated the division in the nation. Again, you guys, the jokes that take place on our expense that most of us don't see because we don't have enough knowledge to understand it happen every single day. Right now, we're being asked to choose between The Apprentice and Kamala Harris, who couldn't pass the bar until she took it at the Jesuit University, San Francisco University. And again, everyone knows how Kamala climbed to the top on Willie's Willie. And you go back and look, Kamala was in her 20s when she started dating Willie Brown, who was 60 at the time. Now she's about to turn 60 herself, October 20th, right before the 60th election. Again, you go to D.C., known as the Masonic City, their big Masonic headquarters. What's etched right on the building is all is numbered, like the fourth book of the Bible is Numbers. They are performing numerical rituals every day, and through popular media, a lot of times they're giving away the script before it happens, like what we just talked about with Donald Trump winning the 58th election, and that being put out nearly 30 years before it happened through entertainment, through Oprah Winfrey, through Suddenly Susan, a number of other things, really. Speaking of The Simpsons, people know about The Simpsons in predictive programming. The mainstream media recently brought attention back to how Kamala wore an all-purple dress with a pearl necklace on Inauguration Day, which is the same outfit that Lisa Simpson wore in The Simpsons, where she's the first female president. Funny enough, that episode came out March 19th, 152 days after Kamala Harris's birthday. The reason that matters 152 days is because her name, Kamala Devi Harris, has a gematria value of a 152. The motto for when Biden stepped down for Kamala was pass the torch. Pass the torch equates to 152. When they took office, her and Biden, the first President's Day that year fell on 15/2, the 15th of February, the 46th day of the year for the 46th president. You might have saw Snoop Dogg just carried the torch at the Olympics. He was passing the torch. Did you notice Snoop Dogg has the exact same birthday as Kamala Harris, October 20th? Here's another thing to look into. Look this up on your phone when you get a minute. It'll take you 3 minutes. Look up Gerald Ford's first prediction, or Gerald Ford's prediction for the first female president. A little girl asked him on October 18th, 1989, she said, "Mr. President, when are we going to get a female president?" And he responded to her like this. He said, "Listen, little girl, she's not going to be voted in. She's going to be the vice president, and there's going to be an old man, and he's going to die in office." He said that in the Herbert Hoover Library. Look up what day Herbert Hoover died. He died October 20th, 1964. That's the exact same day that Kamala Harris was born, October 20th, 1964. These people are born for this. Go back and look at the Donald Trump Serta mattress ad. He's talking to sheep. He's talking to digital sheep, talking about how he was born for this. He's wearing the same suit and tie that he wore on selection night. Remember, you guys, they called Donald Trump president-elect in the early hours of November 9th. the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Mr. Wall, by the way, in Gematria, Berlin Wall equals 45, perfect for number 45. Again, whose ex-wife died 45 years after their marriage. He just had his trial in New York, where Stormy Daniels took the stand 45 days after her 45th birthday. The trial ended 45 days later. Just had his little assassination scare hoax 45 days after JFK's birthday anniversary. How about the biggest earthquake on the East Coast in over 100 years, with the epicenter on Donald Trump's golf course on 4-5. And what's crazy is they opened that golf course on his 58th birthday, like how he won the rigged 58th election. Again, go back and listen to what Jesse Ventura said all those years ago. The former WWE wrestler, who was also governor, he said a lot of those earthquakes that you feel, that's not Mother Nature. He said, when I was a SEAL, we used to plant big bombs next to fault lines. He said some of that's military experimentation. Remember how hard LA shook on the nation's birthday a few years back? And they told you the epicenter was on the military base, China Lake? Again, you guys, people got to wake up to what's going on. Major agendas. Again, so many people have no idea about weather control. JFK gave the speech September 25th, 1961 to the United Nations about the future of weather control and how weather control can be used to ensure there's no drought, to put out forest fires. Again, we know it exists because they used Operation Popeye in Vietnam to flood out the Vietnamese. The Royal Air Force admitted to weather warfare August 15th, 1952. The Lynmouth flood killed 30-some people. Again, ask yourself, all of us east of the mountains are living in smoke every summer. Why aren't they using the weather control to put out the fires? Again, you guys, the woman right here, you know, she's saying, look up HARP. If you guys don't know what HARP is, that's the military technology that has the power to cause quakes, to influence storms. The patent date for HARP is August 11th, 1987. That's the 223rd day of the year. Natural disaster has the gematria of 223, like the name of HARP. Again, you guys, our government, our military operates by a numerical code every day. And if that sounds loony to you or stupid, again, look into I mean, just think about a lot of things, guys. Do they not send us to 13 years of slave school to pledge to the 13 stripes? That Trump assassination hoax, that was exactly 13 weeks after the anniversary of the establishment of the Secret Service on the 13th of the month, as he gets his perfect photo op under the 13 stripes. Again, I was talking about the rituals with Donald Trump in 45. I want you guys to go back to April 30th, 2011, the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan. And I want you to look at how Donald Trump was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that day, as Obama joked that Donald Trump would be number 45. The highest degree of the Church of Satan is mega. M-A-G-A. Look it up if you doubt what I'm saying. It's the fifth and highest degree. Mega is the highest degree of the Church of Satan. Are you kidding me that on the 45th birthday of the Church of Satan, Trump's at the White House, 45 days from his June 14th birthday, mind you, and Obama's joking that he's going to be the president? You guys, our elections are a joke. When you vote in these elections, you vote in something that's rigged and predetermined.
Obama's Kinder Hussein.
Our friend here is reminding us, you guys, just think about it. Barack Hussein Obama, I'm not mad at the name, but just think about it. You guys, was it not from 9/11 on? Was it not from 9/11 on that they were scaring us with the name Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, and then all of a sudden the president's name is Barack Hussein Obama? That doesn't seem like a joke. It is a joke, you guys. Listen, I grew up in Northeast Portland in the 80s. I was the only white kid in the neighborhood. All my friends were darker than me. I didn't know anyone named Barack Hussein Obama. I knew, you know what I mean? How's that the first black president? Barack Hussein Obama. I mean, come on. And for all of you guys who voted for him, tell me I'm lying. I still remember him on the campaign trail. He said, you guys, you got to be alert. This year, they're gonna vote in Congress. They're gonna vote for immunity for the telecommunications companies that violated our First Amendment rights. He was saying, I'm a constitutional lawyer. There's no way we can let this pass. He was saying the right thing. He was 1,000,000% correct. But then after 3 months of campaigning on that came voting day. How did he vote for the immunity? He voted for it. For 3 months, he said it couldn't pass, and then he votes for it. I lived in Seattle at the time, and I was public enemy number one because nobody wanted to hear it. They said, oh, shut up. We're overdue for a black president. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the thing is, you voted for a man who just lied to you for 3 months. He's another politician. Again, you guys, we got to stop supporting these people. Remember the Democrats. The Democrats got the House, the Senate. They got the Oval Office. They got it all in 2008. They got it all in 2008. Most of them campaigned on ending the wars, but what did they do? They increased the spending for the wars. Obama, literally in his name is bomb, he doubled drone bombing on these people in the Middle East that I guarantee you had nothing to do with 9/11. Nothing but lies.
They're not even in power. Congress stays forever. The presidents are just representatives.
This lady right here, she don't doubt her. She's a wise one. Listen, you guys, we can talk about all kinds of different topics all day. You know, earlier today, somebody came by and said, tell me something about Tupac then. He was surprised that I had an answer. I said, okay, I bet you never heard this before. Go back and look, you guys. Tupac died September 13th, 96. He died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. If you don't know who Caesar Borgia is, look him up. Caesar Borgia is where white Jesus comes from. So what happens after Tupac dies? They put out the album Machiavelli on Remember the 5th of November, the day they tried to blow up British Parliament and King James for working on the King James Bible. Catholic Church didn't want that out there. Again, if you guys don't know, his record label's run by some Catholic Jesuits, Tupac. But look at this. From his death to the day they put out the Tupac album was 53 days later. That's interesting because the real Machiavelli's birthday is 5/3, May 3rd. And tell me I'm lying.
Talk your shit.
When they announced Tupac's mom's death in 2016, they announced it on May 3rd, the real Machiavelli's birthday. And here's the piece. Machiavelli wrote The Prince based on Caesar Borgia, and Tupac died on Caesar Borgia's birthday. And who died right before Prince's mom in who died right before Tupac's mom in 2016? Prince had died just days earlier on 4/21. Prince, who had the song, I Would Die For You. U is the 21st letter of the alphabet. He wrote that song with the number 4 in the letter U, and then he dies on 4/21. He died on the Queen's birthday, Prince. Remember that year, Vanity, his girlfriend, died the day of the 58th Grammys. Hey, here, you guys can look this up. If you know Megadeth, I'm friends with the guitarist, Jeff Young. He brought me on his radio show, Music Without Boundaries. We have a broadcast from 2 days after Vanity died, and we said, watch, they're going to do Prince dirty next. Just watch. Look at this, you guys. Purple Rain in Gematria. Just practice code numbers in the words. Purple Rain equals 58. Vanity died the day of the 58th Grammys. In the year of the 58th election, let's not forget Prince had the song Black Donald Trump. He also had the song 319 and died 319 days after his birthday. I was teaching you earlier about the Jesuits in 201 if you're around. Prince died 201 days before the election that year. Again, if you guys got here late, that's the Jesuits. That's why the first Jesuit Pope lives in Suite 201. But again, you guys, this wicked stuff is going on day after day. Somebody came by here earlier and said, tell me about Kobe then. They think I don't got answers. Okay, Kobe. In Gematria, Kobe Bryant equals 41. He died at age 41 on the Pope's 41st day of his age. And then that year, because of COVID, they shifted everything around. So they moved the NBA Finals to October. And look it up on the calendar the day the Lakers won the championship. That was Father-Daughter Day, exactly 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday. Think I'm making this up? Look it up. I'm not lying. Do you know what else they did that year? They moved Jackie Robinson Day from April 15th to August 28th. It's Jack Kirby's birthday, who wrote the Black Panther. Jackie Robinson, the baseball player, was in World War II in the tank brigade called the Black Panthers. And Chadwick Boseman dies that day. Chadwick Boseman died on the makeshift Jackie Robinson Day when he played Jackie. And then he died on Jack Kirby's birthday when he played Black Panther. And then the Dodgers go on to win the World Series after they got Mookie Betts on 4/2 like Jackie himself, who wore 42. Not to mention in Gematria, Jackie equates to 42, like slavery, like Tuskegee, even the N-word. The list goes on. February, Black History last 3 months. All these things equal 42. Here's another 42. Kamala equals 42. Her mom died on the 42nd day of the year, right after Obama became president in 2009. And when Joe Biden just passed the torch to Kamala, that was 42 months and 1 day after they took office. And go back, here, look up the headline from the 42nd day of the year 2019, February 11, 2019. Look it up. The top story that day on CNN was Kamala Harris saying, "Question my blackness." I mean, are you serious on the 42nd day of the year? Well, why do you, this lady laughs and says, "Am I serious?" Hey, here's a question I have for you. Hey, question. Why is this so funny? How is it bullshit? How's it bullshit? I bet you guys got your jab. I bet you run your slave muscles. I bet you guys are some sorry-ass fucking retards. Perfectly, I can almost guarantee it. Yeah, dumb motherfuckers like you, what's wrong with the country? Hey, enjoy the myocarditis. See, that's what's wrong. People like that, they think this is stupid. Hey, bitch, look up the song Murder by Numbers by the Police, where killing's the sport of the elected, and it's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. Hey, I knew Cliff Robinson. I bet you think it's a coincidence that he died at age 53, the day of the 53rd game between the Blazers and Lakers in the playoffs, as the Lakers went on to win their rigged finals. Cliff Robinson, one day after the ritual with Chadwick Boseman on Jackie Robinson Day. Fuck you.
They gonna cut you off your mic. Stop.
No, people like that make me sick. You guys, there's so many people that sit around and watch the TV and swallow all this bullshit. They listen to Anderson Cooper tell you, a guy who gets plugged in his own ass, that if you don't go out and get the jab, you're not a real man. And then he goes to commercial break sponsored by Pfizer. I mean, fuck you. And fuck all the people who think CNN's the truth or Fox News or any of these bullshit networks. That's the problem. Guys can't put 2 and 2 together. You didn't notice what happened after 9/11? All of a sudden, the Patriot Act, where now to be a patriot is to give up your rights and liberties and allow Big Brother to spy on you, right? When you get a cell phone in your pocket. We all know how these cell phones are. They're listening to everything. Talking to my wife about baby clothes. I got 50 ads all of a sudden about baby clothes. Making a point. Truth hurts. And yeah, I feel bad for all you guys who went out and got the jab. I know you've seen what's happening. My 2 neighbors in their early 50s, 2 ladies, heart attacks. I'd never seen anything like this before.
Yes.
The only person in my family who didn't listen to me and went out and got that criminal jab from the most sued company in the history of the world, Pfizer, who merged with GlaxoSmithKline, the second most sued company in the history of the world. The only person in my family who got it was my hard-headed sister who thinks only NPR's the truth. And you know what? She's been sick nonstop. Cancer.
Yes.
Cancer and sickness. She thinks it's a coincidence still. She's like that lady who walked by laughing. Still hasn't learned. She's going to go to an early grave.
And the people that survived told me, they said I got COVID 3 times. It didn't work.
No,
I'm sorry.
It did work. That's what we're talking about. That's what we were out in front of the building.
I want a Bill Gates.
Here, I'm going to tell you guys something. This woman just said the COVID jab didn't work. Actually, it did. Again, tell me I'm tripping. Go back and listen to what Bill Gates said February 2010 at his TED Talk, Innovating to Zero. He said we need to reduce population, and he said we can reduce the population if we do a good job with vaccines. He said it just like that. And then later in that presentation, he says gas needs to be $5 to $10 a gallon. Then he goes on about how we need to secure the spent nuclear energy fuel in Russia, Ukraine, for his new experimental nuclear reactors. If you guys don't know about that, look at where he set up his first experimental nuclear reactor. He put it right next to the national park in Wyoming, out of all the places. In the most beautiful place in the country, had to put an experimental reactor. This guy's a sick fuck. William Henry Gates. Again, like we were talking about earlier, he became a celebrity in '94, the year that Kurt Cobain supposedly killed himself. Funny enough, 206 days from Bill Gates' birthday, when Seattle's the 206 area code.
They tried to give me the scholarship for Bill Gates, but I had so much money, I didn't accept the Bill Gates scholarship. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's the truth. And I'm very smart, apparently, and people are looking for me.
You are very smart. You know your stuff.
Huh?
You know your stuff.
I don't want to know shit.
I'm gonna tell you something about that alcohol. I'm gonna say something here for my friend. She's on the bottle, and that's okay. I used to drink a lot too. A lot of us probably did. You guys, it's not an accident that they overturned abolition in the year 33. This whole little code of letters and numbers, ABC 1, 2, 3. The word alcohol equates to 33, like federal, like masonry, like secrecy, like order.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
It's a ghoul. It's a ghoul.
The word alcohol? It is
ghoul.
It is.
It's spiritual. It's a ghoul.
If you guys don't know about the history of this country after Prohibition ended, you should look into it. A lot of families were destroyed. Alcohol destroyed a lot of families right away because it was the Great Depression. You guys notice how they're starting to legalize weed as we come into another type of depression where life's almost unaffordable for almost everybody. Now they're starting to legalize weed. That's another way to pacify you. And I'm not mad at weed either. Everything has its place. I'm just saying, look at the way these people operate. When you're down and out, they're going to give you a little something to pacify yourself, to pass you away a little bit faster. You know, my dad's brother died out on these streets, alcoholic. You know, again, it's not an accident, you guys. Our government, here, I was just telling you, masonry equals 33, like order, like secrecy, like federal. Remember when Donald Trump deployed his federal police for the first time ever on Portland and Oregon, the 33rd state in order of statehood? That's not an accident. And the whole Antifa thing was the reason they did it. The thing about Antifa is those half of them are undercover feds and police. Why do you think West Coast cities, the police were told to stand down to Antifa while they messed up everybody's city? You know, you guys remember when Andy No was doxing people? And Andy No with a British accent who's supposedly from Portland. I mean, give me a fucking break. But Andy No was supposedly doxing all the Antifa. You guys remember when they had Powell's book shut down? It was actually us who went out and cleared out. It was us who cleared Antifa out from in front of Powell's, got the store reopened, but I had to pay the price that day. I got bear sprayed in the face by Antifa, and Andy No, the guy with the British accent that's supposedly from Portland that gets to go on TV and spread his bullshit, he was sitting across the street recording us, and then he used it to promote his own book. He used me getting bear sprayed in the face to promote his own book. Andy No, with the British accent, who got so scared in Portland he had to go on vacation in London. I mean, that's the kind of shit they tell you on TV, guys. Go out and get a criminal jab from Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, and here's Andy No with this British accent that's supposedly from Portland. You know, I grew up here. I've never met anybody from Portland who has a British accent. Again, they know if they put it, hey, Richard Nixon said it all. Richard Nixon said the American people don't believe it unless it's on TV. And you just see people just swallow up what's on TV. Obvious load of shit after obvious load of shit. You know, perfect demolition of the towers. Can't recover the black boxes, but somehow they already got 19 terrorist passports. It's like, oh, amazing. They found the terrorist passports, but they can't find anything else.
What you live on? YouTube. Hell yeah. What's the name?
Didn't they believe that?
GematriaEffectNews 25.
You guys want to know how bad it is? Look up Osama bin Laden's birthday. It's March 10th. Majority of that world ranks 10/3, like how before 9/11, everyone, the media introduced us to this idea of Pan Am 103, where the Muslim hijackers took the plane from the white people. Pan Am 103. Then you got Osama bin Laden with the 10/3 birthday. Hey, measure from 10/3 to September 11th. It's 185 days later. Now write out World Trade Center and add up the letters as numbers. W's the 23rd letter, O's the 15th, R's the 18th. World Trade Center equates to 185. All of this stuff's a joke, you guys. And if you look up Osama bin Laden, he got put in a very exclusive rich person's place. Again, his family's one of the most powerful families in Saudi Arabia. Remember, his family members were literally in the same meeting at the Carlyle Group with the Bush family, just blocks from 9/11 the day of. But again, he got put in a private school in '68, the same year Bush graduated from Skull and Bones, the same year World Trade Center construction began in New York, the same year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. By the way, 1968, the same year coronavirus was coined as seasonal flu, the same year fentanyl was approved. And again, about 68 and fentanyl. Your governor in Oregon, she went up before you guys on March 8th, the 68th day of the year, and said the fentanyl policy failed. She had to do it on the 68th day of the year like it was approved in 68. And again, March 8th, 3/8. Again, Gematria, look it up. This Kabbalistic practice of calling numbers into words. Fentanyl equals 38. Oregon equals 38. Death equals 38. Murder equals 38. Killing equals 38. Prince equals 38. And remember, that's when it got popular. Prince supposedly died from fentanyl. And ever since then, it's been a horrible epidemic in this nation. I watched it destroy my neighbor's life. He went out to party because he got a job promotion. Somebody gave him something he didn't know what it was. Had fentanyl in it. Instant opioid addiction.
20. I was 20 on me. And I just found out my best friend, my kid's dad, I just found out at a hotel the other night, somebody got on live with me. They were on Facebook Live, and they just told me that they possibly laced his weed with fentanyl, and that's how he died. Because for 2 years.
My wife's co-worker, her friend was at his birthday party and died on his birthday party because somebody gave him something just like that.
For 2 years, I haven't been able to understand it. And somebody that I don't even really know told me, he got on live, and he told me.
Martin John Salter for president. Check it out, Speaks Month.
Again, I want to remind people about this opioid crisis. Go back and look at the story of Pat Tillman, the NFL football player, the Arizona Cardinal, who quit the NFL to go be in the wars in the Middle East. But then in no time, he was making the headlines because he was complaining about what he saw going on. Pat Tillman was mad that he was being made to guard the poppy fields. He said, I didn't sign up for this. This isn't why I came over here. I didn't come over here to guard poppy fields. If you guys don't know what the U.S. military did, they went over there and killed the Taliban, and they brought back the poppy production. And then before long, next thing you know, biggest opioid crisis in the world. And isn't it funny how Rudy Giuliani was so instrumental in 9/11, but also so instrumental in making sure the Sackler family didn't get wasted in court? Isn't that funny, Rudy Giuliani? So connected to 9/11, so connected to the Sackler family, who made Oxycontin. Notice when they finally wind down Oxycontin, just in time to give us something even worse, fentanyl. That's how our government works. It's a mockery. Again, that's why we need to wake up, you guys. We got to stop supporting this government. Here, I'm going to tell you something else. Look this up if you didn't know it. I thought it was the weirdest thing when I was a child. I said, why did Thomas Jefferson say there has to be a revolution every 19 years to preserve liberty? I learned that quote when I was younger, and I thought, that's so weird. 19 years, a revolution? I mean, it sounds pretty radical. Why every 19 years? Why not 20? Here's what it is, you guys. The people who rule over us, they are known as the cabal, and they're into occult stuff. The moon is on a 19-year cycle. Every 19 years, the moon will be in the exact same place in the sky that it was 19 years earlier on the same date on our Gregorian calendar year. Now think about this. 2020 was the year of COVID-19, and they're still calling it COVID-19 in 2024. But COVID-19 came 19 years after 9/11 and the 19 hijackers. And what happened 19 years before 9/11? That's when they started the war on drugs, 1982. What happened 19 years before 1982? It was 1963. That's the year they blew JFK's head off. What happened 19 years before 1963? That was 1944, the year the U.S. deployed the most people to World War II. 1944. 19 major events every 19 years. Just wait until we get to 2039 if any of us are still alive. Again, these people don't miss a beat, you guys. 19. It's funny, in this little gematria code, the word chaos equates to 19. The Masonic and Jesuit motto is order out of chaos. These people create the chaos and then come and provide the solution. You've heard that term, probably, the Hegelian dialectic. That's what it is. But again, you guys, DC, look into it. It is known as the Masonic City. Etched on the temple is all his number. They use the Bible like a playbook. The fourth book of the Bible's numbers. Genesis 11:9. That's where the story of the Tower of Babel ends. 11:9 is how the majority of the world writes the date, the 11th of September. The tower that divided the world, the Tower of Babel. What happened after 9/11? They divided the Abrahamic religions. They told us here it was Muslims who did it. If you were watching CBS, there was 1 week where they showed you the dancing Israelis in New Jersey who got arrested and sent back to Israel. People were paying attention to that, started to blame Jews. They created all this division so everyone would be pointing the finger at every other religion. It's sick, you guys. Here, I know a lot of people are mad at O.J. Simpson, but I want you to understand what they did to O.J. Simpson this year. They announced O.J. Simpson's death at the same time the Masters teed off. They announced it at the same time the Masters teed off. Now look at this. O.J. Simpson died 59 days after the last Super Bowl. Of course, he was a football star. We got Super Bowl 59 upcoming. But here's the joke. It's in the Bible. It's Ephesians 6. It's the verses 5 through 9. 5 through 9. It says, slaves, obey your masters. So they announce O.J. dead as the Masters tee off, and they show you on TV that the last time we saw from him was the day of the Super Bowl, 59 days earlier, when he was out golfing with the Titleist hat on. In Gematria, the word slave equals 59. The word Negro equals 59. The word blues equals 59. The word Rasta equals 59. Black History Month, the awkward month, ends on the 59th day of the year. Motown Records came out in 59. You guys, they gave the Secret Service name to Obama, Renegade. What kind of name is that, first of all, Renegade? But Renegade equals 59. Obama goes to the White House with Biden, and then Biden wins the 59th election with Kamala. Again, you guys, these things aren't an accident. It's ritualism, it's racist, it's sick. Here, you guys, some people are laughing. Who remembers Coolio? Who remembers the rapper Coolio who did Gangsta's Paradise? Go back and tell me I'm wrong. Coolio died at age 59 on the 59th day of his age on a 59 date numerology. And it wasn't just that. He died on the 46th anniversary of Stevie Wonder's song Pastime Paradise, which is the sample for Gangsta's Paradise. What in this gematria code, sacrifice equals 46, like Genesis 46 is about sacrifice. And by the way, why did they pick so much on black people? You got to read the book of Enoch, because then you start to realize the Jews got hair like wool. What's it say in Revelation? It says the synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be Jews but are not. Again, Hebrew Israelites, they might not like people like me, but they're not tripping. They're not wrong. The identity's been stolen. They're using the Bible to shame and kill black people day after day in the news. I wrote a book about this 11 years ago, about this 59 code and how wicked it is. Since I wrote that book, I got 1,000 more examples. It doesn't stop, you guys. I've been covering this every day for 11 years. I got books out there that I made free for everybody. I tried to pass out free books to Antifa in front of pals the other year and got bear sprayed in the face. Nobody cares. What do you mean nobody cares? You don't care that people are being murdered? No, right. Well, hey, ma'am, the fact that you don't care that people are being murdered is quite sad. You shouldn't yell at people when you don't even know what we're talking about.
Grow up.
Grow up. Say something.
Y'all know, girl. Something.
If anybody else wants to speak again, I got the RFK Jr. voice coming on.
I got
it is open mic night.
You're losing your voice. Can I have change for 20?
I don't have cash on me.
Anybody?
What do you need that you need change for?
I was trying to give somebody.
Guys, this
I was
assassination.
going to say, if you need something, I can help you out with it, but I don't have change.
Look back at it. Why would they think about it? Just for assassination, you would probably choose something like a sniper rifle, right? But no, it's always got to be this AR-15 assault rifle It's always got to be this assault. What is even an assault rifle? It's a defense rifle, right? You call it an assault pistol, an assault machine gun, an assault shotgun. No. But you got to call it an assault rifle because it's got to be that assault, right? Even though you're using it in complete defense, just look at how every time there's these mass shootings in the news, on the TV, always got to be an assault rifle. Assault rifle, never defense rifle, never a sniper, never anything else. That's how they do it, you guys.
Right home in the mics in the back.
They got to make everybody so afraid. Give up all their rights and liberties. Give up your guns. Give up your Second Amendment. Give up your First Amendment.
I appreciate it.
Because how dare you speak out? It's like you're in the classroom. You don't have that freedom of speech like you think. You know, you say something wrong, you mark something wrong. Well, you get penalized for that, right?
Salt
Well,
packets,
that's what they want.
salt water.
You know, that's what they're doing right now.
I'll have to do that next
Making
time.
all this stuff way more ridiculous than it needs to be. You know, and a fake assassination attempt, AR-15 supposedly, so we give up all of our assault rifles, defense rifles. This is what they do, you guys. This is part of the agenda. They want everybody to basically just be, well, it's like you're living in a bubble, basically. I mean, that's basically going to be the bubble world. That's where they're going to probably have us by 2039. 2039, most likely we don't have a whole another 19-year cycle to go. There's more than likely going to be major events in the next 14, 15 years till we get to that point. And again, with the 19-year cycles as they are,
I hope so. I don't know.
we know between cycles, we know lots of other things are happening. It's like you still got people voting right now, but right now people got to know this election coming up. It was told that the last presidential selection was going to be equivalent to the 93 World Trade Center bombing. They told you this time was going to be equivalent to 9/11. So once again, they're telling you what's coming down the pipe. Now, regardless if there is selection or not, regardless of where we are, by the time 2025 rolls around for Inauguration Day, whatever happens next year, things will get worse. AI. Nobody's talking about AI. AI. Think about people that are going to be lawyers, you guys. All these lawyers that are signing up. You know, it's supposed to be one of the best jobs out there, 8-year for college. But now with the new AI lawyer, all these jobs are now going to be taken away because AI can just make a website in 10 minutes. So you guys got to think about where things are really going. You know, you're going to lose jobs. You're going to lose more rights. You're going to lose more liberties because this is what they want. And with AI bots, you know, your AI girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it's going to be.
They're using AI to censor speech online right now.
Yep.
Mass censorship.
Mass censorship with AI. Big thing they got going on, AI with the censorship. Ever since 2017, what they've done is basically just completely eliminate your freedom of speech online. Your right to speak out, your First Amendment rights, stuff that was already being, you know, kind of trampled before that, but 2017 they really put an end to it. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse. Now you can't even get, anything out anymore. You know, you used to be able to get millions of views on YouTube videos. Now you can't even get anything because it's so suppressed. It's all suppressed now. That's all the information and all the correct information will just be taken down and labeled medical misinformation. You could be talking about gun control and they'll call it medical misinformation. That's how they do it. You know? That they're doing so much stuff with AI, you guys, so much stuff with this AI, especially when it comes to your freedom of speech, online censorship. Just like how you can look at your phone, pull out your smartphone, whatever you're thinking. You could be thinking something, you look at your phone, whatever you were thinking is right there. You know, you be thinking of, you know, purple flowers, and then all of a sudden you look at your phone and then boom, there's purple flowers, just like that. It's reading your mind, you guys. The AI control is literally reading your mind. They literally already have this mind control. And with the MK Ultra, look at what they've done. The predictive programming, conditioning the masses. You know, look at what they did with 9/11. There was commercials back in the 90s. You can literally look up planes flying
literally into or around the World Trade Center. There's so much of this. There's people jumping out of the buildings, jumping out on the big mats, big stuff, already simulating and getting it in your mind of what was coming. This is what they do. Again, every time they go with something, there's always got to be a simulation. With COVID, there was a COVID simulation. There was a simulation before the COVID went down. There was a simulation before 9/11 happened. Before Kurt Cobain, before he died, there was the Rome suicide attempt. They always got to have that predictive programming in there. And remember, coming up, if they do go with Disease X and the lockdowns in 2025, if whatever they got coming, remember, they've had this stuff out for a long time already. Lockdown 2025 was out back in 2020 with COVID already. Why would they be putting that out back then? It's just like, you look at it, Osama bin Laden, Obama. I mean, think of that connection. Think about why would these names be so similar? The way they mock us, you guys.
It's a seasonal flu.
No, look at your dollar bill. You will see gematria in your dollar bill. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4. They put it in your money for a reason. They always got to tell you and show you what they're doing. That is how they play the game. You got to know your money, your currency. Most people want to call it Biden's economy, Biden's inflation. Well, who printed all that money back in 2020 to get us in this mess? That was Trump, wasn't it? This is Trump's economy. This is Trump's inflation. You mean the 2020, when all this went down, I just wanted to know. This is what all created what we have today.
Listen, if you can remember my name, Zachary K. Hubbard. If you remember my name, Zachary K. Hubbard.
You turn on the TV right now.
You can find my books and download them for free. The first chapter of my first book talks about how important Southeast to all this.
They're also going to tell you that this assassination was legit.
Yeah.
And of course, it has to be that assault rifle, like I said. Got to be that AR-15, not using a sniper, not using nothing else, like you would normally expect.
Both is super important.
And don't forget,
Superman. So you know how we have a 26-letter
5 years.
Is that okay?
Basically, by 2030, with you owning nothing and being happy, Klaus Schwab is already at the finish line, saying we got this. That's how far ahead they are. They had our whole life planned way before our existence, you guys. We're living on a plan, living on a script that's been planned decades, centuries. The United States of America, or the United States of amnesia, was never what you really thought it was. It never really was this great free nation, this great free country. It was just used, for the military and the military-industrial complex. Think about it, we've been at war almost every year of our country's existence. I mean, why would we want to be always at war? War ain't good. We know nobody wants that, but we're always at war. We're always involved in something. There's always got to be some event, something going on. And the conflicts never end because as soon as something happens, America's always got to jump over there and do something about it, right? We're always got to be in everyone else's business. All these countries, people think there's a difference between America, Russia, China. No, it's all the same. It's all the New World Order, the Jesuits, the Illuminati. They run the world. There is no difference. That's why all these countries, why do you think the whole world learns the English language? The whole world learns the English language. They teach this everywhere. They teach the English language everywhere else. But here in America, we're not taught other languages. You could choose to maybe take something in school and maybe learn something here or there, but for the most part, it's everywhere else. They all know the English language. We don't know their language. Most other countries, way more advanced than us, other countries, they don't even pay taxes. They don't pay taxes for their roads. They got way better road systems. Look at American road systems. All tore up, ripped up, falling apart, potholes. Our infrastructure's old. Our infrastructure is way behind. Everything's just so far behind. And then back in the day, like I said, these other countries that supposedly aren't as advanced, they aren't as technologized, They have way better road systems, way better buildings, way better everything, way better infrastructure, way on top, way ahead of the game. Well, America is falling behind. Is that because they're getting ready to just come in here and just level the whole place? They might be. They might have plans just to just crumble this whole thing to bits. Maybe that's why that's going that way. People think America's just some great free nation. You got to ask yourself, how is it so great and free when everything you do in life, your quality of life, your money, everything costs so much. You have no control over it. You're forced to go to school. You're forced to pay your taxes. You know, you're forced to get up every day and do what you got to do. You know, there's no, you know, other people, they're living off the grid. They're living off the land. They're living, you know, the way people used to live. Now, like I said today, people don't got those survival skills. They don't know how to, you know, survive like the way people used to do. You know, think back in the, you know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was way more predators out in the wild.
Zachary.
There was way more stuff in nature that could have killed you or took you out. It was very dangerous. You know, there was way more tigers, way more grizzly bears, you know. But people knew how to survive. You know? Now, people could go out there and they just die because they have no survival skills. They don't know how to do anything. And that's all purposely done. Look at how what they've done. You know, in the school systems too. You know, the school systems. You know, how many schools now are, depending on where, you know, where you went to school and how you went to school.
If you can
there's so many schools now
my name in
where it's like year-round school.
You can download it for free.
I mean, it's like the kids never even get a break. They're going to school even longer. They're getting up earlier to go, and they're staying later at night. More and more school. You know? And instead of having time when you get home from school to run around and play, they got to have you doing that homework. They got to have you, you know, spending your time doing that. When you should be, you know, exercising. You should be doing other things. You know, spending time with your fake friends, family. Yeah. Exactly. And they're going to tell you, you know, you got to go to the doctor. You got to do this. You got to do that. I haven't been to the doctor. I can't tell you how long. I haven't been to the hospital. I can't tell you how long. You know, I don't go to my checkups. I don't need them. It's really not hard, you guys. You know, just eat decent, get decent, you know, exercise, sleep, just do the basics. It's not that much. It would change society completely. You know, imagine if all the, you know, all the kids, you know, like imagine school, everybody, you know, you get a diploma. You get a diploma, what's that? They give you a picture of the school. You went here for, you know, 13 years of your life. You know, maybe you count the preschool years, 14. You know, you go to school, you come out, you got no skills. You got no skills. You can't do nothing. You don't know nothing.
No. You got skills, but it's only one. It's a
right, you got limited options. You got limited skills, limited options. And like I said, with AI and all these other things, you know, jobs where people, you know, being a lawyer, one of the better jobs, one of the better careers you could have, go to school for 8 years. Well, now AI can just make a website in 10 minutes, so there's going to be no need for lawyers. You know, you just have your AI lawyer. You know, and all these other AI things where we don't need people anymore. You know, you don't need people. How many things you can hear now? You know, you don't even need. You know, what's the point of having men? You know, we don't need men. We don't need this. We don't need that.
That's a lie, like penis.
Right.
You know, that's all goes hand in hand. You know, the depopulation. They got people.
I like penis.
They got so many people now. You know, they don't even know what they are.
I think that's the plan.
All by design. People used, you know. It was never, you never would imagine this 20 years ago.
For 42 years to reduce the Earth's population of 500 million. You know what the Georgia Guidestones are? Yeah, they had it written in stone. You know what's crazy?
That's
Amazon, which has that streaming show, after they declared the pandemic and the lockdowns, Amazon added a show called Utopia, and it's about billionaires faking a pandemic to get people to take vaccines so they kill themselves to reduce the Earth's population of 500 million. Exactly what's written on the Georgia Guidestones.
So isn't it weird how the pandemic hit right before fame?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, guys, make sure, you know, if you're going to school, you're still in school these days. If you got kids in school, if you are going to school, you know, it's got to be pretty hard because, you know,
friend said we.
Sure, sure.
Don't get rid of your penis. I agree. Do not.
Hey, man, yeah. Keep those strong.
Absolutely.
Everything that we have today is because of Meg.
Don't you get rid of penis.
Oh, man.
Wait,
Don't get rid of penis. It could be gay penis. I don't care. It could be. Don't get rid of penis. No.
Amen. Good job.
Fuck them cockburgers.
Drop the mic.
Sorry.
Absolutely, yeah. Mic drop.
Don't. Hey. Hey. Stop cutting your penis off. Woo.
See?
I'm serious.
I knew she was supposed to be part of this day.
Keep the penis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said.
Yeah, children are coming.
Very well said.
Oh, it's kids?
Right now. I'm just saying they're coming. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't you dare.
We need them. We need everybody.
Absolutely.
So,
You're right. Everything you said is 100% correct, sir. I'm glad you're still here.
Guys, and all these allergies, all these allergic reactions.
Here, you want me to write down my number?
All from different things, the poisons.
Can you take off the lid for me real quick?
Like Zach was saying before, it wasn't about all.
White salt and white sugar. Stop eating that bullshit and processed fucking food. Yeah.
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 And that, people still eating the McDonald's and stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen this Super Size Me. Well, that guy actually just recently died.
I'm starving, bro. That's all I can do.
You need some food? You need some food?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys mind filming real quick? I'll be right. Or actually, I'm going to keep this right here.
The food tastes good,
If it
guys,
gives a,
but it's
if
no
it gives
good
a
for
warning
you.
about the power,
The thing is, too, there are people that do eat that
I
stuff,
think it's
but
good though right now.
again, exercise is very important, especially for those that don't, if you don't get a lot of exercise.
Get up your ass.
Get up and play 60 minutes a day, just like when we were kids. Just get up and play 60 minutes a day.
Stop it. Don't time me. Just walk. You see how people walk? You ain't got time that shit. That's why it don't work. Because people time it.
Let's go.
Nothing. Just walk.
Walking is great exercise. Walking is one of the best exercises you can do. It's great for your body. There's so many things you can do, you guys. You don't even have to just go to the gym. You don't have to just lift weights. You don't have to, do all stuff like that. You don't have to run or go to the trampoline park. You could just walk, basically. But if you walk 5 miles a day, you'll be fine. You won't have any problems.
Yeah, but you just walk and fuck with people like I do.
Guys, how many people even remember it was about like 2006-ish where they changed all the food labels where they won't even tell you what's actually really in the food anymore.
FDA, nothing. Cook
You
your
heard it
own
here
food
first, people.
from scratch. I think I spit on the mic. Anyway, you got TikTok and all kind of shit that show you how to cook your food from scratch. Stop buying it out the box.
Preach.
Hey, remember, guys, back, when I was a kid, all the labels on all the food and stuff are there. Now it's not. So like I said before, you think you're eating an apple, you think you're eating a banana, but it's not really an apple or banana. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It got 4 numbers on it. Don't buy that shit.
Look at the color codes on your food. Your food has color-coded labels. It may even tell you where it's from, but they have color-coded labels now. That'll let you know where your food is from and how good it is. But it's come a long way in a short amount of time. There's, sugar, guys. There's so much sugar and so much stuff we eat.
Yeah, but talk your shit.
There's so much sugar. People, soda.
Talk your shit.
Soda, no good. All the stuff they have, it rots your teeth.
Fuck
honestly, off mic and off camera, she's actually said some things that make some sense. But then she's also drunk. So
water flavor is very good. I use water flavor.
Hey, Ducks, it's raw, man. We are here. This is
I
what happens.
don't remember back. You remember those candies you used to have?
I look forward
there used to be so many candies
more
now.
heavily moderated
Now the candy stuff is so different because
on the street,
all the way food used to look. Now your food and stuff is so small. You used to get so much more. You used to get a big bang for your buck no matter what you bought. Now your food is even getting smaller. Everything's getting less and less. You're getting less quality. You buy, it's like you buy a car now. A car in the 90s, early 2000s. You could get 400,000 miles out of it. Now, it's probably going to be junk at like 100,000, and you're going to pay way more just to maintain it for way less time. You don't know Stanley Meyer, the guy who made the waterless engine. He had his own dune buggy that ran on water. Drove it all over the country. Had patents back in '95 to make anything run on water. You can convert any engine into water. There could be water cars. Every vehicle today should be running on water. Every vehicle today should be running on water. But that's not where we are, because we know he got murdered on March 20th, 1998. Because they can't allow that to happen when they got the gas industry where everyone's making all this money. The money that they make from the gas and all this stuff that's supposedly so bad for the world. We could easily have a great society, all these cancers. Then you wouldn't have to do all these states with emissions tests. Well, you could just get rid of that emissions test because you got everything running on water. You wouldn't have to worry about all this stuff. Like some states, every place is different. Some places they'll put salt on the roads, and they'll salt the roads, and that's going to eat away your car, deteriorate your car, and then you got to buy a new car every 5 years or every couple of years because it just rots right out. When they could just easily not even use that stuff, or just have different methods of what they make stuff out of. If you own a 90s Honda, 90s Toyota, the thing is basically indestructible. The ones nowadays, they're way more expensive. They have way more problems. It's not efficient for the world, for the economy. Well, it's efficient for them to make the money off you, but it's not efficient for you. Or it's like go out and buy a Tesla and spend 70 grand because you're going to make the world better when you're really not. Back, things were so different, you guys. Things used to have such great quality. The quality of life has gone down. The price of everything has gone up. How many people now can't even afford, simple basic groceries or simple things because, they'll change the price on it how many times a day, to make people have to shop in the daytime, or, to force people that are shopping at night because the prices are cheaper during the day. They're manipulating prices. Prices fluctuate. Manipulate the dollar. They want you to think, the value of the dollar is basically 3 cents or less now. I mean, the dollar's been completely devalued, but all the inflation, like I said, they want you to think it's Biden's economy, it's Biden's inflation, when really Trump was the one that printed all the money out in 2020 to get us in this mess, creating things, making things worse. There doesn't have to be all this inflation. There didn't have to be the big scamdemic. We could have shut it down. We could have said, no, we're not going to lock ourselves away for a 99.9% survivable disease. No, I will not give up my business. No, I will not give up my rights. But people did because of fear. And look how multifaceted the agenda was. The BLM, the riots, the protests. Then look what else they had. I mean, every place you went, there was fires everywhere, smoke. Every area was under attack. No matter where you went in 2020, this is what you had to deal with, because this is the world that they created, and it's basically stayed the same. Like I said, here in Washington, we live in the fire, the smoke. Pretty much, you get to August every year, and this has been this way for 5, 6, 7 years now. Pretty much the whole time I've been living out here. Or before, it used to never be this way, because they don't want. They got to burn everything up. You You live in the central part of the state, central Washington out there, you get your fires and stuff. You know, out here on the western part, it shouldn't be that bad. It's not even, you know, that hot, but, you know, things are just burning up because they're using weapons, you guys. They're using weapons. Mountain Dew. I'll be all about that Mountain Dew.
Hell no, don't
direct energy weapons.
It's called don't do it.
Direct energy weapons.
Mountain, don't do it.
Don't do the do.
I'm leaving, but I'm having fun and I'm enjoying y'all and y'all, you talking.
Guys, look at all these electric bikes they got now. They saw this, you know, these Limeline bikes are everywhere now. You know, people not even walking or pedaling anymore. They're just getting these bikes, just cruising around on these bikes now. They got these things everywhere. Look outside. Look how big the bike lanes are. The bike lane takes up. It's like for streetcars. It's for your bike. You know. They got all these things just changing, you guys. They don't want, you know, for certain people, you know, they're going to make life pretty much impossible for you down the line. You know, you live far away from stuff, you know. You can't afford a car because you can't afford the car insurance, or, you know, you can't afford your rent because you can't get insurance because they got to have, you know, all these disaster laws and, oh, they won't approve this or they won't approve that, you know. To make it to the point, you know, you can't, you know, get a gun or own a gun because you're a felon because you had too many weed possession charges, something stupid like that. That's how they do it, you guys. Weed was legal for most of my life, you know, majority of my life illegal. You know, the state I was from, you know, I had, you know, multiple weed possession charges against me. You know, could have landed me in prison just for something so stupid and petty. But they're going to tell you how free and how great you are. You know, alcohol has only been around, only been legalized since, you know, 1933, but since it's been around, it's caused a whole lot of damage. You know, alcohol, you know, kills way more people, obviously, than weed. You know, alcohol, from alcoholism to drunk driving accidents. What's that? That's right, free the people. Let's do it. That's why it's revolution or bust, you guys.
You better get back. What the fuck? Go back. Nothing. I was walking out. Sit your ass down. Where you at? Show yourself.
Might be on the verge of a civil war here, guys.
Come on. Show yourself. These people ain't. They've been speaking truth. Stop playing. Come get some. Put a shirt on. What the hell? What the fuck's going on with you? Woo! Nothing. Walk back.
Yeah!
Somebody.
Yeah, let's go!
Your booty. I bet you want to
Hometown people.
Not up in here. Come on.
Live in effect.
Come here. Now come here. Now come here. Now come here.
Oh no.
Fuck, you're coming. God damn it. Alright, what's your card?
Don't you up?
Hand back. Where the hell is your shirt?
Exact same.
I just got close. What the hell you going to do?
I worked it off.
Don't put it on.
There's some odd tension going on here, guys.
Okay, let's say something.
Okay.
Oh no.
My name's Little Clifford.
Oh god.
Are you kidding? I'm too close to that. There we go. Okay. My name's Little Clifford. I'm the chief of the Willamette Valley. My mother is Martha Francis Trout. God rest my mother. She's a Hell's Angel president.
Zach should be back soon. I don't know.
I'm the prodigal son, and I've come home.
Yeah, post this, guys.
Well, I worked it off.
Just maybe leave out the hashtag Gematria. Just to not really.
That's my son, my last born child. I have 7 kids. I love my kids, and they live here.
Hashtag keep Portland weird.
I came home because my people won't live like this. This ain't how it's supposed to go. Man, the Constitution. Whatever happened to that? I thought we were supposed to get a Constitution. Why are we paying rent? My family gave Portland, the Pilgrims, the homestead on a homestead basis. Oh yeah, all them contracts and the properties that the foreigners, foreign banks gave to the Americans are no good because they were. It wasn't theirs to get a loan on. It still belongs to Mutual of Omaha because of that land lease. Called the Constitution. Oh, I'm not being loud.
We gotta hear you. We gotta hear you.
Oh, okay. So, yes. And I'm here because my people are being forced into slavery with big money. And I see it, and it's just, oh my God. Free the people. Break the chains.
Y'all told me not to leave, and you leave it. I'm just gonna go rip for a little old the hell? Go for it.
They just don't want me to talk.
No, you good.
Okay. But anyways, the people, man, all the downtown activity, man, I've been down there for about 4 years now, and I'm telling you, people got a lot to say because they don't
Hell
want,
yeah, they ain't shit.
they just don't want no finger pointed at them.
Yeah, see?
I'm telling you.
Hey, close up of your tats, sir.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
awesome,
boy.
Michael. I love you, son. I know. Yeah, some people, some really bad people threaten harm to my family if I talk. So I haven't been able to talk to my son for a while, man. I love you, son. It's hard to be a Hell's Angel. Look what happened to my people.
I call them Earth Angels.
Earth Angels too, yeah.
Yes.
But this is hell, baby. Look at it.
Who wants to call it hell? I don't want to call it hell.
The people causing the misery want to call it hell.
Earth Angels.
Yes, we are Earth Angels. I'm an Earth elf. I'm a woods elf.
Top.
God, they're so
Willamette
good
Valley it's beautiful. It's a rainforest with this sector, and it's amazing. I can't even go home because
Absolutely.
I'm alone. I'm bored because people are too busy.
You know,
working
people are willing
for
to
big money.
take
Man, I'm telling you,
the main points of
when
what
we
we've
did that
talked about, especially Austin
Constitution,
talked about.
we wanted
Zach as well talked about
families to
the
sit
fentanyl,
for
and the drug addiction
parents
leading
to
to
actually
homelessness.
teach their children. The only person opposed to that is big money because they want to brainwash
Here's an example right here.
to stay
It's
in
real.
control. I know it's hard to accept. Wake up, America!
Wake up!
We're free! We're free! Thanks to our forefathers. Thank you. Yeah.
The forefathers.
And and by the way, for everyone, Jesus Christ is here. I'm telling you, because I had to ask him in my heart to become a Christian.
Let's go, man.
And this is the land of the Christian. So if you're still listening to that Pope that keeps telling you, wait for Christ, he's coming. Man, you're going to miss this, boss. Because I'm telling you, he's right here. He's right here in our hearts. We're American. Christian is the way to go.
The resurrection?
Oh, man, better than resurrection, man. This is what I get to tell the Pope that went to church for hope to come out looking like he sells dope. Okay, it's bad. Swing on the road. Take his Jews, his IOUs.
Little clip going in,
And
dude.
his Roman Empire go home. Woo, woo. This is America. This is the Christian land.
Yeah.
And my mother is on the moon. I'm telling you.
On the moon!
When
pilgrims asked us. Now listen, you guys got to listen. Don't judge until you hear it. Okay? When they asked us, who do we talk to about purchasing this land? We pointed to the moon and we said, Mother. Mother leveled the Roman palace because they defied her. Understand that magnet is a great weapon. And man, it don't matter if you build these stone palaces as high as you want. It's more dirt that'll be dumped on top of you when she levels it. For we the people stand united means we all come together as Christians with Jesus in our hearts. Man, if you follow that light, if you follow that light, you're going to be lost because you'll follow it forever. Man, I'm going to grab that light and I'm going to harness it. It is my tool. I can see my face. Yeah! We're there. That's what we are. Everybody calls me an idiot, really.
Nothing.
But you know what?
You can taste that you're present.
Yeah, you know, think what you want, say what you want about me. But please, in this country, we love our neighbor, we respect our elders, and we look out for one another.
I would say he has more poignant points than
if you really don't
Ted
like
Wheeler.
me, then go home. Because if they hear home, it's fine. I was here first. Oh, yeah, we gave it to the African American. That's why we named him American. Thank you for saving us. You saved our race. 4th of July is the birth of the African American into our land. And I'm so thankful for what the choices you made saved our race. America needs to know the truth about everything. Stop the lying, man. Go blow the dragon somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah, not here. We're all about the truth. And man, please quit harvesting my western pole. That is why the ozone layer is depleting. The magnetics around the earth are weakening because that magnetic pole is being dried. As you harvest the gold out of that pole, it weakens the ozone layer. And that is why we have global warming. So let science be the proof you need in the pudding. I like that joke to myself.
Sorry.
Nobody
This
else
is raw, Neil.
It's the truth.
This is what's out here, man.
That's about what I can say about it.
Keep going.
Well, man. Oh, I got a lot to talk about. Those agent jobs are never done because we never leave a man behind.
Good one, Blue Sky. I hear you, Sosa, but
my mother told me
that's kind of what you give up. You take that chance with an open mic, and for sure, trolls. For sure. I mean, apart from these people who have been closer, there have been people circling over and over and over again. I've seen the same people come back and forth, and the same cops. So it's crazy seeing it live, but we've all seen the tactics they use on his lives.
If you are a United States American, okay, I don't care if you're a felon or not.
Yeah.
You have kids. Your vote is important for your child.
Yes.
As a parent, you should not neglect your choice of free will, man. Equal liberty. I don't care what kind of charge you got. Your opinion counts for your child. And that is it. Man, I'm telling you, it is. I'll move to making it against the law to take any child from a biological mother for whatever reason or purpose you think you have. Because you couldn't keep up with the agreement with better lives, better way of life, better education from us, emancipating them out on the street, calling them homeless, and because they're surviving off your foreign stores, okay, you call them terrorists. You start executing my Americans. These POWs, they're my children.
You got this like weird artist guy who is like instigating and only wanting to film the crazies to get on the mic.
And they're still there. They're called Koi now. I found the guy that owns the Alton Baker Hotel, selling those koi on the internet in Chinese kitchen. The last one go for $100,000. Now those weren't his fish. Those belong to them homeless, okay? But I gave them to them for the kids of the future. Oh yeah, I got a lot of truth to talk about.
Got you this.
How about my $600 million that Harley Davidson gave my family for endorsing their name on the bottom of that hat? Dang it. $600 million we gave to Afghanistan.
Zach
to help
is
their homeless,
currently,
hot-bellied
he
kids.
took off with
Why
this
are you
other
over here
guy, and I'm
hurting
currently
black people?
watching his stuff. But I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Get you out of poverty.
He seemed
Not
pretty
to put
interested
us
in what
in
this other guy had to say. Hopefully he comes back soon. Otherwise, I'll be going
Now,
to look for
if
him.
I'm an idiot for pointing this very truth and factual point out, then let me ask you another question. Why is 90% of the homeless on the street here Americans? Why? Well, no, because you're breaking the law by charging them rent. Because in this country, we homestead, we earn our keep, so we do not draw off the community. And I do work my ass off for my people. Amen? No, it's all men are equal. The Pope says amen. And he's got lots of Jews. And they have IOUs. And they're putting my country in slavery. Because
This is
they're
an
taking
open mic
you from
side
your
effect.
child. You should be homestead, cleaning this rainforest to preserve this planet. That is the Constitution of America. Wow. Where have you guys been? Brainwashed? I'm telling you. Yeah, that's America. And they say I don't know nothing. I'm stupid.
Fuck that shit!
You go, girl.
No, fuck that shit! Vagina venom, fuck that!
Hey, we can't do that. Anyways, thank you very much. Set this presentation.
Hold her tight.
Well, man, I want to say I love my kids. Love them very much. All 7 of them. Not just Austin. I love my girls too. I love my kids. I'm just scared for you.
You brought up a lot of great points. We should be homesteading. It's very important.
Very much. But the ecosystem balance.
Hopefully that's not what the homeless people are calling what they're doing nowadays.
You ain't got to bail your food out at the local market.
There's the man
at the local grocery store. You don't have to pay all that tax. You can just be right there. Your food, water, shelter, living off the land like our ancestors did.
Looks like he's doing some Samaritan work.
Hey, TK, you just missed the main event right there.
We are very extremely wasteful. That's true. We're very wasteful.
You can
Wasteful in many
watch
ways.
the replay, but
all those tax dollars in
homeboy
other
over there
countries,
had
they
a
got
lot to
way
say.
better roads than us, way better infrastructure. And they don't pay for nothing. They don't
said
got to pay no
some
tax.
good
They have way
stuff,
better
but
roads, way better
it all
infrastructure. We're
was
so far
decent.
behind.
I don't know if I can corroborate everything. He seemed to think that he says that he's
Guys are so wasteful in
more
America. We
prominent
pay for so much
figure, or
and
his
get so
family
little
has
in
prominent
return.
figures, and
So he's
You got to pay so much and get so little in return.
I mean,
how many people think that?
You know?
You know what I'm saying?
that's
And none of it's cheap. Nothing's cheap.
Everyone
you know,
thinks
it's
like
very
they're
hard to
living
get by.
in the main time, and they're the main
You know,
character.
it's very hard.
It's rough. He did
You know,
say
it used
some
to be
poignant
pretty
stuff,
easy because,
but it's
you know,
also rough.
the
'cause
money had
he's going through it.
a lot of value. You know, things were relatively cheap. You know, you could start a business. There was, you know, if you worked hard, it was pretty much you were gonna make it. You know, now there's 99% chance whatever you do is gonna fail. But that's all part of it's all part by design. It's all part of the agenda.
Yep. He's got great points.
They don't want you to have all these freedoms and rights. They don't want it to be easy.
No.
So they gotta make it so hard when you're going to school all these years.
What was that?
And you come out.
No, chow down.
You get a diploma, but you don't have any skills. When people they come out, they don't have any skills. They can't do anything. They don't know nothing. They want to go to school and do this. Want to go to school and do that. It's too expensive. Colleges are way overpriced. And then they're stuck. And they're in debt.
Yeah, they've kind of like sucked.
You know, might be in debt till the day they die. They can't even get out of it.
Kind of like
that's the future they want. That's what they tell you in schools. You need more school, right?
do something or be anything.
What good
for
is
a
the
kid
school
nowadays.
system going to do?
And you look at the
It just
adults,
tells you
they're all
vote
just going
for
with
the
the
man
status
every 4
quo
years.
and walking
Things
around,
get
bumping
worse.
into stuff.
Yeah, tell you that you could be the president of the United States.
All their parents trying to get
Well, none of that could be farther than the truth. They have all this stuff. It's all ready to go, pre-packaged, tens, hundreds, thousands of years in advance. Guys, our ancient civilizations were very advanced. How did they survive out in nature? Think about tigers, lions, bears, all kind of things out there to get you in the wild. But people survived, lived off the land. You know, we couldn't even do that today. Infrastructure stuff we can't even build today. Things were built.
The largest growing,
you know,
or the
look at our
largest,
infrastructure. Look how old the buildings are. Things are
the
falling
largest
apart,
growing
way behind.
industry is
Roads, potholes
in America is
everything is just
AI.
crumbling to bits.
Insane.
But what are the tax
Happening
dollars
right
doing?
before
It's
our
more and more
eyes, and
taxes, right? But where does that
very
money really
similar
go?
to,
That's
I've
just gotta
seen
look
so
at,
many
guys,
things
where's that
in
money
the
really
last few
going?
years where
It
it's like you look at it, it's like this can't happen. People wouldn't let this happen. Like I never thought that everyone
going
would
to your demise.
order food from somebody.
All this technology
from
we
a
have, these
restaurant
phones,
that's 5 blocks down the road for an exorbitant
it could
amount.
be used for better. That's the thing. You could use the weather to make things better. You could use technology.
But they're willing to do it. Yep.
But that's not what they're doing. They want this all. They want the world to themselves. The 500 million that are left. It's 14 out of 15 out of us got to go.
Broadway and Morrison and Southwest Portland.
14 or 15 out of us got to go. Highly unlikely you're going to be part of the 500 million when you really think about it.
What's really going to happen?
Here's the main event you guys have been waiting for.
Again, good people of Portland, if you got that Amazon movie streaming service, look up the show Utopia. Amazon added that show as soon as the lockdowns began. And it was actually originally a British show that came out in 2013, but Amazon did a remake just in time for the lockdowns. And if you never saw Utopia, here's what it was about. It was about billionaires who control the media faking a pandemic for the sake of getting a shot in everybody's arm that was meant to sterilize them, because the billionaires who controlled the media had an agreement to get the world's population down to 500 million. And you just got to think, I mean, it seems kind of like an inappropriate show to remake and put out as they're locking us down. You know, as they're telling us that it's a serious pandemic, they got to get a jab in our arm. Again, remember William Henry Gates, he said in his TED Talk a decade earlier, he said, we got to reduce population, and we can do it if we do a good job with vaccines. And if you think I'm lying, look it up. That's exactly what he said in his TED Talk, Innovating to Zero. So about the same time that they winded down the pandemic and let us come back outside, you might recall the Georgia Guidestones. They were a big story for a day. They came crumbling down. Some explosion messed them up, so they demolished them. If you never looked into the Georgia Guidestones, again, they were 10 new rules for a new world order. And again, the first rule on the Georgia Guidestones was to limit the Earth's population to 500 million. To limit the Earth's population to 500 million. That was the first thing etched out on the Georgia Guidestones, written in 10 different languages. Now, funny enough, those Georgia Guidestones came crumbling down 201 days after the Pope's birthday. And if you missed what we were talking about earlier, again, we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. And it's interesting because 201 is very important to the Jesuits that were created in Paris, France, August 15, 1534. Again, the last French Pope in the history of the church was the 201st. If you missed what we were talking about earlier about the significance of 201 to the Jesuits, it's a very important number, and that's why the coronavirus pandemic was called Event 201. And it happened the same day the Military World Games began in Wuhan, China. And if you look at the history of the Military World Games, they began in Italy in 95 and were credited to the Jesuit order, whose original mission was to counter Martin Luther and the 95 Theses. And again, don't forget, they assassinated Martin Luther King Jr. on the 95th day of the year, and then gave us the nation's first major gun control legislation 201 days later. And by the way, about gun control, shooting, shots, vaccine shots. Go back and look and tell me I'm wrong. Was not the first vaccinated American, was her name not Sandy? And she not get the shot on December 14th, the anniversary of the Sandy Hook school shooting? If you go back and look, the Sandy Hook school shooting was compared to the Dune Blaine massacre in the UK that got gun rights taken away. And from the Dune Blaine massacre to Sandy Hook was exactly on the nose 201 months later. Again, you guys go back to the Jesuits, their beginning. From Martin Luther penning the 95 Theses to the creation of the Jesuits was 201 months later. Again, in Gematria, the practice of coding numbers into words, the Jesuit order equals 201. Again, Ignatius of Loyola equals 201. He's the founder of the Jesuits. The first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, his birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equals 201. If you look into the history of the Jesuit suppression, they were pursued by Catherine the Great, the leader of Russia, and she saved the order with 201 Jesuit priests. It's written down in their own history. The Jesuits wrote that down. Not the man on the corner talking about it. Again, when Biden and Putin met to discuss the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, they had to do it 201 days into the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year. And they had to do it on Pearl Harbor Day of all days. A day associated with war. Here's what's sick. Pearl Harbor's Hawaii, from the day that Joe Biden was born, November 20th, 1942, to the day that Hawaii was made a state, 201 months later. If you guys missed it, last year when they burnt down Lahaina, they burnt down Lahaina right after The Rock, who plays the fire god Maui in the Disney film, right after The Rock debuted the live-action role-play of Moana, where he's Maui the fire god. Maui just happened to burn up right after that. And here's what's crazy. Joe Biden didn't show up in Maui until 13 days later on Hawaii's 64th birthday as a state. Again, in Gematria, Joe Biden equals 64, just like Maui. And the thing about 13 days later, if you look into it, when Hawaii was overthrown by the U.S., the thing that overthrew it was called the Committee of 13. Just like how the U.S. is the land of 13 stripes, where they send us to slave school for 13 years and fill our heads with a bunch of crap. And again, you guys, if you doubt that, I mean, just take a look at all the best jobs in the nation. Take a look at big tech. How many Americans work at the big tech places? Not that many. It might be 10% of the workforce. 90% are foreigners. India, how much do they spend on taxes for Indians to go to school? Hardly anything. A fraction of what we do, yet they have a much better education. And that's because what they do in the U.S. is they indoctrinate people to think U.S. is the greatest nation ever. Christopher Columbus discovered the land where brown people already lived. They didn't count. Genociding them was just manifest destiny. This is the kind of stuff we learn about in slave school. In India, China, Russia, the people who have the jobs in big tech, they're learning mathematics. They're learning science. They're not wasting their time with indoctrination. And I still remember a kid coming up in the school system. I had multiple teachers tell me I was lucky I wasn't Chinese, because we'd have to go to school all year. We'd have to go to school for longer hours each day. You know what? In hindsight, I wish I went to school in China. I might be able to get a job in big tech and make a nice salary and help my family out. Again, you guys, I mean, you think it's an accident? Look at the American child now. When I was a kid, my elementary school had I'm from Portland. My elementary school had, I still remember, people used to tease me. We had one fat kid out of 500. One fat kid. You go to an elementary school today, man, nearly half the children are fat. Isn't it a tragedy? Come on, you guys, we gotta wake up. Our corrupt government, we have no leadership. We just have people leading us into death traps. They want us sick and diseased. Here, I'll tell you what, the Fred Meyer next to my mom's house, we're remodeling right now. They are moving the pharmacy to the middle of the store. I think it's symbolic. The pharmacy right in the very middle of the store. Why do you think they sell you all that processed crap that makes you sick? Next thing you know, you're in the pharmacy line, the most profitable part of every grocery store in the nation. Processed junk food, sick people, needless disease and illness, and crazy money to big pharma. Why don't we do something about it? Don't we care about this younger generation? Is it tragic to see? I mean, seriously, hey, it's probably the same story for all of us. The park I grew up next to, summer break, we were out there in the park every day playing every game. The park's empty now. And how did the park get so empty? Because this culture of fear, right? The culture of fear, scaring everybody, putting Amber Alerts above the freeway. You're driving in Portland, they got an Amber Alert for a stolen child in California. I mean, sort of in a way I get it, but what happens to the average mom? She's thinking, oh my God, somebody's gonna take my kid, he better just stay parked in front of the TV. And then little Johnny grows up and he's dying from diabetes and everything else. Mom just thought she was doing her best, but really she fell into the trap. You guys, they're controlling us with fear. We gotta stop being so afraid. Again, COVID, it wasn't really that scary. When it was coined in 1968, coronavirus, it was seasonal flu. Just like every year, there's seasonal flu. You shake your head no, huh? So, hey, do you think it's a coincidence that in 1968, coronavirus was coined? Fentanyl was approved by the FDA? George W. Bush got out of Yale Skull and Bones, powerful secret society. Same year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. Same year World Trade Center construction began. Same year 2001 The Space Odyssey came out. Movie about AI overtaking man. Hey, do you think it's a coincidence that the governor here in Oregon reversed the fentanyl policy on the 68th day of the year? Out of all the days, on the 68th day of the year. Look at him shake his head. Hey, dumbass, I bet you got the fentanyl. Yeah, fuck you. I bet you got the jab from Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, the two most sued companies in the history of the world for wrongful death. I bet you wore your slave muzzle like a good little sheep. That's what they want. Good little sheep. Dumb motherfuckers like you. Am I wrong, security? No. Am I wrong? You're on the clock. No comment. How many people you know that dropped dead from a heart attack? Myocarditis. How many you know? Turbo cancer. Hopefully you didn't get the jab. Might be you.
Security jaywalking.
Just prime example of fear. This is a prime example right there. I'm so scared to even say anything.
It's probably hard to hear this all the time.
I'm so scared to even say anything. Someone might hear, oh my gosh, my opinion. Yeah, you have the right to your own opinion. You know? I'm too scared to say anything.
How many people out here are thinking about voting for Kamala Harris? Who's voting for Kamala? You're voting for Kamala? Hey, did you see her on the Breakfast Club when she was laughing about how she smoked weed and inhaled? How many tens of thousands of people did she put in prison for smoking weed in California? Who would ever vote for a person like that?
Okay.
You're proud to vote for Kamala. Somebody who laughs about smoking weed then puts people in prison for smoking weed. How could you ever vote for someone like that?
Why don't you go do a step? Let's do a little step. I'll change mine.
What do you think? Should we wrap it up? You guys been out here a long time.
Up to you, my man. Up to if you. Hey, you going, dude.
I don't know, man. Nobody's doing it.
I don't know if we should relocate though, just because of the music. I don't think they can hear some of the music.
Oh, there.
You gotta compete with that.
Seems to be some sort of concert going on in the courthouse square.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can't figure out what's really going on.
Right. Yeah.
Sounds really bad, but a lot of people going in there for whatever reason.
Am I the only one who feels this way? I noticed after 9/11, what I noticed about my peers is they really just believed everything they saw on the television. We had 2 perfect demolitions of 2 towers that were supposed to hit by 2 planes, and then even a perfect 3rd demolition of Building 7 that fell 3 hours later. And by the way, the building numbers that fell that day were buildings 1, 2, and 7. And they called it the new Pearl Harbor, like how Pearl Harbor happened on 1/2/7, December 7th. But what I noticed is sharing that kind of information, nobody wanted to hear it. They just wanted to watch a football game, go to another concert, watch another TV show. Again, that's what I noticed. Everybody just cared about entertainment. Meanwhile, we're being made to pay taxes for wars, sending our young people off, killing innocent people who probably had nothing to do with 9/11. And it's 20-some years later, still the same thing. It's like so few people want to think about anything. They don't want to look into what's really going on. They just want to take the authorities' word for it, march along, pay their taxes, and go to the next concert. And I'm not mad at entertainment. Of course, there's a place for entertainment. But really, again, you guys, well, what did the founders say about this nation? Again, Thomas Jefferson said, if you want to preserve your rights and liberty, you're going to have to revolt every 19 years. And again, you got to look into why he said that. You should all see it. At this day and age, again, COVID-19, 19 years after 9/11 and the 19 hijackers, 19 years after the war on drugs, on and on and on. All of those wars, the war on drugs, the war on terror, the war on germs, all of them were all of those were wars on our rights and liberties and freedoms. That's what the real war is. We are losing our rights and liberties. And again, all these years ago, Thomas Jefferson, he said, if you want to preserve it, you got to revolt every 19 years. Nobody's revolting, and you see what happens. The quality of life declines. We now effectively live in a surveillance state. The First and Second Amendment hardly exist, and seemingly so few people care. Again, people wonder why cost of living is so high. Again, it's because we haven't done anything to stop the agendas in motion. Maybe relocate so the waterfront looks better. We gotta find a place where maybe some people are, but it can't compete with the music.
All right, now it might not be coming through stream all that clearly, but it's quite bassy, crappy music coming from Pioneer Square there. Kind of hard to compete with, and people are distracted enough already.
It's like, sorry, it's bad because in 2016 my average video probably got close to 100,000 views. Now I feel good if I get like 2,000 views. That's how bad it is in 2024.
Quarter after like Rumble or something like that. Which one? Rumble.
Man, if you're not a Republican, then Rumble doesn't want you on there. That's a Republican platform. BitChute. I used to be able to get views on BitChute. Now for the last 3 years, I think Google really owns them now.
Well, I think Alphabet was there.
Exactly. They bought DuckDuckGo.
Who's going to be Kick? Who's going to be Kick? I just found that recently.
That's a video.
Yeah, it's a video platform. Sure.
I got to check that.
It's like for gamers and streamers. Good.
So I remember there's some other gamer ones that I tried out. Twitch,
yeah.
Twitch up there.
Twitch, Kick. There's another one.
I don't think you could. You couldn't get a stream like this. Probably wouldn't fly on Twitch.
You're banned everywhere, man. You're not supposed to talk about these things.
What do you mean we're not supposed to? That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
No. That doesn't mean we are, but I mean, I'm big tech, you know. So
I know.
You're done again. You're deleted.
Keep it up, man. What are you guys preaching about, man? I'm just curious. I heard something about vaccines and this and that. All kind of things.
The issues of our times that we talked about.
Everything's connected to these. We don't talk about it all.
We talked about Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh.
No, I didn't know. I get it. I know
Bill Walsh, right? Bill Walsh won the only championship ever for the World Championship.
Okay.
It's just very California Celtics.
Give him the Kobe facts.
Yeah,
otherwise, what's in there? I get it.
No. I still live there. I stay there. I love it. It's a lot. It's expensive. Here, working is expensive to work here. That makes sense.
Taxes are crazy.
Yeah, it's
Are you working in Vancouver or Oregon?
it's not. Okay. Can't talk about it.
But just things like this, like, so the day that Bill Walton died, he finished his career with the Celtics, right? It was the same day the Celtics advanced to the finals. This stuff goes on all the time. Pay attention. He died at 71, and it was Gematria's total letters number Celtics equals 7. All year before the season began, we were explaining to people why the Celtics are the most likely team to win the finals this year, because there's only one team in the whole league that equals 78. This is the 78th season. Boston Celtics equals 78, plus game 1 of the finals was on their 78th birthday.
You're tying it all in again.
Dude, we do this every year.
It's the Matrix right here.
Is your name Ducks because you're a quack?
USA
Is
Today
that the
wrote an
joke?
article about me in January 2016 for exposing everything about Super Bowl 50 in October. I said why the Panthers would lose to the Broncos and Peyton Manning, why Von Miller would be the MVP of the game, and why you'd see a big Black Panther tribute at the game. All three of those things that happened. Beyonce got criticized as draft sniper as a Black Panther at halftime. How did we call all those things in October in week 3 of the season? Cam Newton, you know, you follow NFL?
I do not.
So Cam Newton was the quarterback of the Panthers at the time. He's considered the greatest player in franchise history for the Panthers. Now, the founder of the Black Panthers is Huey P. Newton, okay? So the greatest player for the Panthers is Newton, right? So the Black Panthers were founded in the Bay Area. That's where the Super Bowl was that year. San Francisco hosted Super Bowl 50. San Francisco equals 50 in Gematria. Like how there once 5-0 in Super Bowls. So anyway, what I was showing is the year that Huey P. Newton died is the same year Cam Newton was born, 1989. Cam Newton is born on the 131st day of the year. Huey P. Newton died on the day leading 131 days left of the year. In Gematria, Super Bowl equals 131. So does Huey P. Newton. Okay? This number comes up every year with Super Bowl rituals, 131. The word championship also equals 131. They use it in the NBA Finals this year. Boston beats Dallas, and in the deciding game, Dallas picked up their 131st loss all time in the playoffs. Number always going to be championships. But anyway, I was showing people that Cam Newton was going to be the 58th quarterback to start the Super Bowl. He was drafted one spot before Von Miller. Where's number 58? 58's not an arbitrary. I don't know if you heard us out here earlier talking about how Vanity died in the 58th Grammys, the 58th election, and the Prince died right after that. Vanity was Prince's girlfriend from the time of her morning. But I just told you that Huey P. Newton equals 131, right? There's a big way and a small way. The small way is just applying numerology to the alphabet. The small way, Huey P. Newton equals 58, right? So Cam Newton becomes the 58th quarterback to start the Super Bowl. They do this stuff every year. Rituals like this, paying tribute to history. This year's Boston, Dallas NBA Finals. Does that remind you of, like, if I said, name one president you associate with Boston and Dallas? Come to mind? One president that you associate with Boston and Dallas.
You're going to say that loud?
Kennedy. Yeah, he was mayor in Boston, dies in Dallas. So he was killed at age 46, right? This finals, when Boston and Dallas played each other this year, Boston came into that series with 46 wins and Dallas, right? This stuff's not natural. They couldn't have scripted it any better. You say that all the time to us, right? Sometimes they're like, oh, what a Hollywood script. They are mocking everything. And ritual sacrifice, great games, tributes to history, just non-stop.
So where we go with all this information, right? So non-stop tributes to history happening, and again,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so what happened shortly after our NBA finals? Listen, I've been telling people since RFK Jr. got in the race, there's going to be some kind of Trump assassination type story because he officially got in the race on 4-5, right? Like Trump's number 45. The Trump assassination scare was total bullshit. Okay? He was a Hollywood actor. That was 45 days after JFK's birthday anniversary. And they've been doing so much for me. Remember earlier this year, there was a crazy earthquake in the East Coast, the biggest in like 200 years? And then the sun goes on Trump's golf course on 4-5. Again, Jesse Ventura said years ago that it was Navy SEAL. He put it out on his show Conspiracy Theory that it's Navy SEAL. They plant bombs for experimentation near phone lines. So, anyway, what I'm trying to educate people about is what the government's really about, how rigged games are. I tell people you should not be showing up to these games. Do you remember the other year when Cliff Robinson, the Trailblazer, died?
Yeah, I'm not a sports guy, but
remember how the Lakers won the finals the other year? Okay, so the Lakers went through the Blazers that year. And the game where the Lakers beat the Blazers was played one day after Cliff Robinson died. He's one of the most famous players of all time. Uncle Cliff. People knew him in the city. He was always out about Lloyd Center. He'd be out with the fans. Really cool parents look like Uncle Cliff. Your name's Cliff? What's up, Cliff? But listen, this is how sick it is. So in Gematria, Los Angeles, Cliff Robinson dies at 53, the day of the 53rd game between the Lakers and Blazers all time in the playoffs, as the Lakers close out the Blazers in advance on the way to their big finals that year. And I actually, I don't know if you do sports gambling, but 5 Dimes is a major site. Literally, yours truly put 5 Dimes out of business because of how many people follow. 5 Dimes had to announce that year that they weren't paying out their futures on the Lakers, and people just quit on 5 Dimes. The website was over like a month later. I had so many, this is when I could still get views. I had so many people on why Block City, the Lakers were going to win the finals that year. When LeBron went from the Cavs to the Lakers, they went there on the first day of the 7th month. And Ohio is the 17th state or state NBA equals 17. So I said, watch. In his 17th NBA season, he will win the Lakers their 17th championship to tie the Celtics. And that's exactly what he did in the 17th season. But that was the season they took out Kobe. I should remember Kobe Bryant, right? I wrote a book in 2017. You can look it up. I made it free. It's called Letters and Numbers. My name is Zachary K. Hubbard. If you look for that, you should find the link to download it for free. But in that book, there's a chapter on Greek sports, and I have a big section on how important 41 was to Kobe's career. This is years before he dies. And on that book is 800 pages long. Page 29 talks about how all roads lead back to Rome. So the Jesuits doing this. When Kobe died at 41, it was on the Pope's 41st day of his age while he was traveling to Catholic Mass. When Kobe scored his career high 81, the rest of his team scored 41 points. In Kobe's last career game, he scored 60. The rest of his team scored 41 points. And there's 1,000 other things in between. But in Gematria, Kobe Bryant equals 41. Small way. Big way, the word king equals 41. Like they call LeBron King James. LeBron won the finals that year, and they moved the finals to October because of Kobe. If you look it up on the calendar, the day the Lakers won the finals was father-daughter day on the calendar. It's a real thing. The day that the year Kobe and his daughter died, exactly 41 weeks after LeBron's birthday. There's been so many deaths connected with LeBron, Tom Brady's the one guys who are at the top of these leagues. Right before Brady won the Super Bowl the other year, the Brady Bunch actress died. It's just, I don't know how people don't notice. It just simply goes on. And so yeah, you know, when Cliff Robinson died, I actually drove down to Portland, and the playoffs are going on then. And people are still hanging out outside the Rose Garden. And I'm trying to tell people, I'm like, you guys, you got to stop supporting these leagues. They are literally ritually sacrificing people. Like what they just did to Cliff Robinson. And the problem is every other year was at the game from California. I remember who Cliff Robinson is, man. It's not a game. Everyone was like mad at me. They're like, get out of here. We're trying to enjoy the game. I'm like, go ahead.
You got a lot of numbers, a lot of statistics. Where do we go from here? Well, there's a lot of commonality. There's a lot of coincidence. There's a lot of things.
Sure.
So where do we go from here?
What I'm always trying to tell people is there is a corrupt system that is ruling over us. It wants us constantly in entertainment rather than, like, every single people was simple in America has to go to a game or a concert.
Well, it's distractions.
Absolutely. And I understand there's a place for entertainment. Absolutely. You know, part of life is having fun, having a good time, laughing, smiling.
You may not think, or you do think, but we're distracted. To me, how do I put this? At some point, it's good to be distracted.
Sure.
It's bad, but it's good.
Everything has a place.
Everybody has a place. Everybody has shit going and stuff going. Sometimes you want to just check out.
Sure.
Get it.
Absolutely.
Politics is not a good distraction. It's kind of fueling the fire, I feel like. But what I'm asking is, the information that you have can educate them. Where do we go from here?
Well,
like, what do we do?
Here's my
and I'm asking because I
you're right. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the way you listen to the question. My motto is revolution or bust. Did you hear what I was saying about Thomas Jefferson? If I could.
Yeah, I did, but
so Thomas Jefferson, when I was a kid, I didn't know what it meant. I liked Thomas Jefferson a lot. So I was reading books about Thomas Jefferson. One day I read that Thomas Jefferson said there had to be a a revolution every 19 years to preserve liberty. And I thought that's the weirdest thing. I was like, every 19 years? It sounds like a lot of revolutions. Why every 19 years? I had no idea about it. So, again, he wasn't lying. If you could hear me,
I got a question for you. What do we do about this? I have in California. Family or not.
Help where you can.
How
My
do
man
we-
came and told me he was hungry, so I got him food.
No, that's cool. We can do that all day long. I can help you, you can help me. Sure. I want to help. I'd love to help. I interviewed a guy the other day and I got some shit for it. But I want to understand, like, how is it as a society? And let's not think about government. Like, everything you're saying, I get it, I hear it. But how do we mitigate this? How do we help this? Right?
Hey, great to meet you, Travis. You got my number, man. Hit me up.
This isn't going to stop unless we figure out a way.
Right.
And I'm not saying there's anything bad about these dudes. They're just in a spot. So how do we get these dudes out of this?
I totally get it. So what I'm showing is there's agendas being waged against man. We have to stop. First of all, we have to be aware of these agendas, and then we have to help stop them. And again, seriously, the way I feel is, you know, I understand we want to be entertained, but God, man, people should be coming together. Because our leadership's not going to do it. We should be coming together to figure out how to help this.
Maybe the revolution would be the people instead of revolting. Well, yeah, helping to a certain extent. You know, the old saying, you can lead a horse to water. We can do this for these boys all day long.
Sure.
They may not drink.
No.
We can do, but at some point,
my man over there is explaining that he doesn't like, he got messed up in the war.
Yeah.
My man Travis, who I just met, he knows what's wrong with his life. But a lot of these guys, I mean, if they don't put their medicine back in their body, then they're convulsing out here.
You got to get rid of the medicine.
I agree. For years, I've always talked about 1968. That's the year coronavirus was coined. Fentanyl was approved. A lot of major agendas went into motion. That was the year the book, The Population Bomb, was written by a Yale professor about how we have to reduce population. I'm showing how all of these agendas really do come back to population.
How about Afghanistan for a second? Did we go there for oil or did we go there for heroin?
I've talked about that probably about 10 times today.
So we're going to go, not we, they're going to go there and then we're going to come back and then now, here we are.
Exactly.
That's a snake at the head.
See, we fell for the lie of 9/11. Yeah. They blamed it on a boogeyman, which wasn't true. We went over there and killed the Taliban. We destroyed the poppy production.
They're back and running, baby.
And then they brought back all the poppy. And next thing you know, it's an opioid crisis across the world like we never seen. No, it's been about the poppy. It's been about the poppy. Trust me, I've been out here talking about that 10 times today, and I made the point about Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani was so instrumental, of course, in 9/11, but then he was so instrumental in making sure the Sackler family didn't get wasted for Oxycontin.
Big pharma you can't control. You're not going to do too much.
That's how you see how they got these characters on the world stage, and they're so instrumental in there.
What I'm getting at is you're spreading a word. You're spreading it. I love it. It's awesome. You guys are killing it. But let's spread that word and figure out how to
You're right.
heal that.
There has to be more of a message about what to do.
It's not even what to do. So let's do it next year. Let's make something. I don't know what the answer is. If I have it, I'll text you.
No, you do. You do have the answer.
I mean, I wish it was. Personally, cut the snake off of the head. Make it happen. It's good. A lot of people are going to suffer, but for the greater good. That's my personal opinion. Now, that's not very empathetic because I feel like being here in Portland, I'm from California. There's a lot of people, in my opinion, we need to help these people. We need to give them drugs. We need this. I disagree with that.
No, I agree. We don't need to give them drugs. We need to help them get off the drugs and get their life reestablished. That's what we need to do.
True. So
it's
how
hard.
do we do that?
It's a very difficult thing. I mean, in my life, I've worked in group homes. I've worked in teen homeless shelters. I've tried to help out people in need. It's a very challenging thing to do because addiction's a very real thing, especially when your streets are flooded with this crap. 100%. So, again, the only way that, again, that's why I think the revolution's instrumental. It might be hard. Maybe you're right. Maybe people, I don't think the American people are ever up for voting against the government, but I don't know, how do you get the people to listen? It's a very difficult thing, but you're right. We have to figure out a way to help these people and stop what's
Here's the deal. You're out here, you're doing your thing. You're doing what you can do. You're using your voice. Free speech. Let's keep it there.
I agree.
Speech is, you got to keep it. Let's not let our governments here in the States stop that. There's other things like the Second Amendment. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm very strong for it. We got the rights.
Man, you got time to come back and watch our stream.
I do. I'm going to come chat. But listen, keep doing a good fight. What you boys are doing, it's good. But let's focus on cleaning this up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have kids. I have kids.
I got a little one on the way.
Listen to me. This will be compounded times 10.
Sure.
When that little person comes in.
Oh, I know.
And just so that's what we got to do.
11 years ago, I was telling people that I really want to have children someday because I love children. I have spent my life, like I said, working in group homes, teen homeless shelters. I used to be a teacher. I used to teach 5th grade. And, I was 30 years old 11 years ago. I said, I really don't want to bring a child in the world as much as I love child, as bad as things are. But then, you know what? All of a sudden, I'm 40. Like, I really want a child. I'm getting a child right now. I'm grandpa dad. But yeah, I feel bad because where I live, I grew up in Portland. I was born here. But now I live east of the mountains. And I'm out in agriculture land. And this year we have toxic algae all in our irrigation water, which is watering all this produce. All of the Gerber baby food in the world is made out in Prosser, Washington. I mean, this is tragic. So, no, I get it, man.
We can talk about how we change. Let's get involved.
I think
Talk about
it starts with community. I think it just like a lot of people's individual problems are hard to get over. I think it would be because of where they're at, it's tough. Yeah. If you have a weak community that can't uplift another person because they're all too busy trying to stay afloat.
Yeah.
So I think it's having a better sense of community, and it comes down to it's still going to be tough though, because the average person doesn't want to put down their phone. They don't want to get off Netflix. They don't want to cut off the subscriptions. They don't want to cut out the fast food. They don't want to cut out the easy things, and that's what it's going to take. And going and relying on each other. That way you can uplift your fellow man who needs it. And in my opinion, I mean, what's happening now should be happening. From what I've seen, I live in Southeast Portland, and it is just riddled with, I mean, obviously down here is riddled with camps as well. But I mean, we have these huge tent cities going up, and now they're going to be even regulated tent cities instead of making shelters, because the city has found that the homeless people won't use the shelters to where now there's going to be an ordinance to where if they deny shelter, they'll be arrested. So now they're going to go into be a statistic for their slave prison system.
So what happens when they're arrested? Who pays for that?
We do, and it's more of a strain on us. But at the same time, what they're doing is they're building parking lot cities with everybody gets a canopy, which is basically what they're doing now. Only it's going to be within a chain link fence. And like, tell me that doesn't look like, some sort of.
I don't want to be, like I said, unempathetic, but has anybody ever thought about like the old cowboy way, like, fuck it, let's get them the fuck out of here? And I don't mean like, just bye, clean it up, go.
I'm not as empathetic.
I don't want to see people, because people are struggling, people going through stuff. But at some point, it's like when you're going to be a dad. You have a child. Your child's going to throw a tantrum. Your heart melts for that child. You want to do it, but at some point, it's the old. You may not have heard this. It hurts you more than it hurts me, or hurts me more than it hurts you.
I get it.
You have to do. That's my take on it. I'm not a politician. I don't know, but I think that as a community, we need to set some ground rules. We need to tell people. We need to tell our I don't know, politically, whoever our leaders, enough is enough. Let's stop placating to all this nonsense. Let's fucking get down and dirty. We're here to fight.
If that was everyone's focus out here and put that pressure on our leadership, it would happen.
Well, I gave you guys some content. I hope it goes somewhere. My point is that I hope the word gets out and I hope you guys
the best conversations we had today, absolutely.
No, I love it. Like, people need to be enlightened. I love what you're doing with all this stuff. You can get into.
I'll tell you what's challenging too, because this was the solution I was advocating for a few years ago. And when I really got on this message, my financial support got cut off by big tech in a big way. But what I'm saying, the only way I really see to get around the problems we're facing is to have real community, bring back our own agriculture, help people get out of the system, because if you have shelter and food, you don't really need much else. But it takes an amount of resources to have the land, and Big Brother's coming and saying, well, where's my property tax? Out in agricultural land, it's not that expensive though, so that'd be the place to do it.
Let's bring it like down.
How do you mean?
You're gonna be a dad. Hear me out. Your little son or daughter, Daddy, I need this, of course.
Sure.
It's not even about doling out bills or this or that. It's like milk, food. You're gonna do it, and you do it because they are at some point, or that person is gonna be. They're relying on you for everything. But at some point, as hard as it may be, you're gonna have to say, figure the fuck out.
That's true.
And it's hard. But I think that's what our society needs to do. And look, government is now the daddy or the mommy that keeps taking care of you.
Right.
And now we're all Oh my God, we need more. We need more.
You're right. That's by design.
Oh my God, a hamburger costs $14 now. Oh, okay, I need more.
But that hasn't happened by accident, though.
I
That's
see.
happened through agenda. I mean, they purposely destroyed homes.
So as a young man, you know, I might be a couple years older than you guys. How do we change that? Let that be the topic. We can talk. The past is the past. We can't change it. We can do numbers. We can do statistics all day long.
Sure.
And I don't want to take away from what you're saying.
No, I get where you're coming from.
But how do we? Pardon me. How do we change it? Like let's put our mind there. Let's take it over again. Let's go back. Let's take it back to why our forefathers wrote the Constitution.
Sure.
They knew what they were doing.
Sure.
They had an idea.
Sure.
So, because you're going to talk to all these people, and more than half these people here, in my experience, are going to be frustrated. Be like, dude, that guy's a fucking crackpot. I don't want to hear it. Black Rock, Bilderberg, I don't want to hear it. What are you talking about? WEF. I don't want to hear about it. Right. You know what you're talking about, but let's, instead of educating people on what to look for, let's take it back and show them how to look.
I totally hear what you're saying, and I think you're probably right, because one of the criticism you're giving me right now is the best criticism that I constantly
Constructive.
Absolutely. I'm not mad at it. No, I like it.
No,
it's good. Everything you're saying is right on. It's just so difficult because I've been trying to speak out since I was 18 years old. I've been speaking out since I was 18, and I just see how difficult it is to get, because people are so indoctrinated by what the authorities tell them in the screens. Part of me's been thinking all these years that you have to help people get out of that indoctrination before they start having conversations like what you're saying. But maybe the better way is to, show them like a winning method to make society
good. Podcast?
I do.
Okay, keep the podcast going. What's it called?
Well, GematriaEffectNews. I have Wake the Fuck Up Radio. I have a few different things.
Right now, they haven't closed that platform down. Get a podcast, spread the word. Do it. I like what you're doing. I got to jam. I got to call my old boy. I got to get home. Okay, likewise. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Give you guys some content. Play with it. Do what you're doing. Keep spreading the word.
You know, before there was Mick Jagger, there was the other singer who was found dead in the pool, right? Yes. Tell you about that too, man.
I'll find you.
But hey, I like the music styles too. The music's good.
Thank you. All right, later, guys.
It's good to have people that get it and appreciate it.
No, he's cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything he's saying, man. I mean, he's right on. It's hard. It's like, I don't know, I guess. But yeah, I do feel like I've been doing this a long time, and it's not good enough. But it's like, what's the right thing to do?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like if we had if there was just like groups, like support groups, and for like people like homeless people or people trying to do what we're trying to do, but it's so hard to get that, it's so hard to get people to come together.
And see, the downside of that is, if people are addicted, then you might have a shelter for them and stuff, but they're still not solving their problems if they can't get off their addiction.
Oh yeah, you can't do that in those shelters. And so to my point was, if you have these state-of-the-art shelters that cost us, you should see the budget that Tina Kotek got, $300 million to build these things along with the housing, and they're not using them because there's obviously rules, and it's they've taken the space from where there could have been a home for somebody or whatever. And I understand that these people are strains obviously on society. They have an issue that they need help with, but I think it does, to his point, honestly, I do think the lead a horse to water thing, I do think that it's going to take some effort. And I know it's probably really hard. I've never done drugs like that. I wouldn't know about that. I've quit other things that were hard.
Did you ever see when I was helping that dude Chris out in Yakima? He was on Percocets. And man, when he'd be out there and he'd come off me, he'd just start tweaking out all over. And he had to get it back in. Otherwise, it's like tweaking out like crazy. And he understood that he needed to get off it, but he's like, look what happened there.
Yeah. So I just see so much of it right outside my front door, and a lot of it is just so, in my opinion, I don't know, if there was some sort of tasteful way to be homeless, not to say it, like you should expect that of anybody, but it's so far from that. I see such destruction of everything around.
There's a massive agenda to destroy. It's like, how do you stop this agenda? Especially when almost nobody cares. It's like, I'm just going to go outside and watch Netflix.
Well, and just look at how many people came out today. I came out, they came out. It's just us, and then all these others.
Hey,
but
where's all the Portland Truth Seekers that came out of Powell's Books the other day? Where'd you guys go? You know what's sad though? They probably didn't even get a notification. They probably didn't have made a video.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be more people coming out today.
Back then, every live stream had 1,000 people.
I got 200 people. They're probably not getting a notification.
Yeah, if you remember last year when we went to Pike's Place back in December, I mean, that video got like 9,000-10,000 views. I mean, I don't know what today's going to get, but
Right, 2,000.
yeah. It's crazy.
Should we go out and get some dinner? Dinner's on me.
Go get some dinner, yeah.
And I got some mic for you. And you guys been out here all day. Hey, thank you for supporting the work. We have to like and share. If there's people out there that can maybe like take little clips here and there, share them in other places, minute clip, 2-minute clip. If there was something you liked today, that's helpful. Because I know nobody's going to watch an 8-hour stream. But yeah, shout out to everybody who was in a lot of the stream. I think everyone supports the work. And yeah, I think this is a great way to close it out. Nice conversation. That guy came with all the right feedback. That's what we got to figure out. I mean, they say where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, honestly, what I'm trying to do is inspire a will into people. Maybe this is, I don't know, maybe this is the way to do it, but we did create something. We definitely planted some seeds today. Definitely got a few altercations, you know me. So, but again, shout out to all the truth seekers. Shout out to Logan and his son. Austin, who came down from the Seattle area. First
right
man on the
ears are
street.
hitting you. If it hits the right ears, that's the best you can do. That's the most you can hope for.
Yeah.
People's ears got to change, not your message.
Yeah. Well, you can always get the message to be better and more effective. But I did see a lot of those stopping and listening today.
Oh, yeah. No, it was a good day. It was very effective. I mean, there was a lot of people coming and going throughout the day, too. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of car support, I noticed. People were...
Yeah. People listening in their car. I mean, there was a lot.
This guy in his car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He walked to his car, yeah.
Like I was saying, I agree with a lot of stuff he was saying.
No, people need help.
Well, and it's only going to get worse. It's getting worse everywhere, too. You know, it's just for so many reasons, many people just can't even afford to live.
This almost became a stream that is becoming so popular on YouTube. It's like those walking down the worst parts of your city. You know, it almost became that for about 20 minutes.
Well, you got people, too. They're prepping to go live in their car, you know, live in a van, you know, come up whatever they can. Because, I mean, you can't do anything about it. You know, it's just, that's where they're taking us. I mean, you know, so it's like, what do you do when you're being pushed in this direction? There's nothing else you can kind of do. I mean, it's like if we had like groups and support groups, people like that, but it's like, you look at today, it's like, well, we got 4 people that showed up to this, you know, it's like, that's what's crazy. Like, I thought there was going to be like 5-10 of us out here, you know?
I mean, it was shorter notice, but I mean, I've seen quite a few people in the comment section, you know, claiming Portland, but I mean, people's lives are busy and such. But,
yeah.
I mean, I worked this morning.
Water?
I think that's, yeah.
Where are you parked at? Close to me, right?
Yeah, right by you.
All right, we can walk back to the cars. You got a good spot to eat? You want to go to?
Nothing I know of. If it's preferably on the healthier side.
Why don't you call it, Logan? Wherever you want to eat.
I haven't eaten out in a long time.
Well, we're driving. Are you have to drive back home tonight? I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Well, there's not gonna be traffic.
Yeah, we got an easy ride back.
All right. I'm down on 2nd. One last tour of Portland. Well, I don't have cash. Where at? What's something you want to get? Squirt? Okay.
Me and him we live in Washington. These 2 guys are from Portland.
Yeah, I live just 40 miles south there. I live in Parkland right now, so drive back tonight.
Portland is a lot cleaner than Seattle. Anyway, it was. When I was there in 2009, I started. 2000.
Everywhere's going to shit now, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here too. But busy. Not seeing most people like. Was it because, that, they died. And then we had all these spaces. They died. That's what we have to do. God is good. That's why it's not as busy.
Yeah.
But you are wonderful. Building up the record.
I wonder what happened if they took the man off and said, "Oh well, we're gonna." I'm sure if we started speaking, it just clear out. No, that's what I realized. You gotta figure out how to turn it into entertainment to reach people. I think it has to be entertainment to reach the masses.
It does.
I might have to start making up skits and edit videos, play different characters.
Like I said, we just got to be funny. You got to make people laugh. It's that sense of humor.
Laugh is voice. The wrong way. We're walking away from the wall. No, we came this way. So when you do go out, what's the spot? I don't mind Mexican food. Let's do it. I like Mexican food. I hardly ever get it. Eat Mexican food. Marcus doesn't like Mexican food. Is there a Mexican spot?
I'm not sure of anywhere around here specifically, but
because if we can figure out the spot, then we can tell him the address. You want to come eat with us, right?
Yeah, I'll come eat with you.
Is there any Mexican restaurants you're a fan of?
Well, he's from the ICL. He's not going to know the spots.
I don't know.
When I was a kid, we used to always go to the original taco house, but I think they went out of business.
I looked up. Let me do a different type of search. Maybe I can get something. Everything I looked up is closed.
Really? This early? There's got to be a Mexican spot. Check out my electric car's acceleration. How many people have we still got in the stream?
It says 185.
We've dropped below 200.
Yeah.
It hovered around the 250, 200 all the day, all day.
I was surprised it didn't go more up than that.
I started to think about how bad that is because I'm streaming on 2 different YouTube channels and one of them has nearly 90,000 subs. You think the GematriaEffectNews sports channel though is dead. Like nobody gets a notification.
Yeah, a lot of times. I mean, I rarely ever get notifications on your videos either.
Somehow my trolls are always in there right away. Though. It's like, maybe only people get a notification.
Yeah, usually the way I find out you're live is I'll go to Free to Find Truth and I'll flip on that, and then I'll click that, and then I'll see, oh, Zach's live, because I won't even see it on my phone.
Let's go there. They're open.
Yeah. It's actually right by where I work. Okay. But I think it's decent. Either that or I'm going to look up. Have you guys been to Baja Fresh ever?
I know Baja Fresh. I like that spot. That's fast food, no, but their food's good.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, if you guys want to go there, it's quick.
Yeah, let's do Baja Fresh.
Okay. You won't get the sit-down chips and salsa.
That's all.
No, I do like, I haven't eaten there in like probably 15 years, but I remember their food quality is good. When I worked in real estate appraisals, I ate there almost every day.
I think I've only been there once or twice, but I liked it both times. It was always just, we're growing out. I was always into cheap food back in the day. I haven't changed my ways.
Right. Yeah, Baja Fresh isn't exactly cheap, but it's definitely higher quality food.
Yeah, for sure.
You go to Taco Bell and save some money, but then you also get cancer sooner.
Yeah. We're on second, right, Zach? Are you on second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on second, too.
I'm right across, right over there. We're almost back to where we were. Well, we didn't get bear mace today. That's positive.
No. No lighter fluid either.
Right.
I'd say it was a pretty productive day.
Well,
Nice weather again, too.
Yeah.
Not too hot, not too cold, just right.
The nice weather. The days are limited here in Portland.
Oh, yeah.
Might be a month left. Summer always goes by too fast.
Yeah, it does. I'll have to hit up Pike's Place here soon.
Yeah. I'm going to have to do that. Well, you know, it didn't mute us the whole day, I don't think. Nice. Live stream I do on StreamYard because of random me. Car is still there. This side, the windows aren't broken.
I want to check under the car for a bomb.
Yeah.
Checking your car out.
Yeah, my neighbor came over and he said, dude, some guy pulled up and was photographing your car. Like, he didn't look like he put anything on it, did he? No, when I went to Oklahoma City, they dude keep my car. What's your lot, Monster?
It was something milk. It had milk in it. Whatever the name was.
Right, renamed after Harvey Milk.
Harvey Milk, that's what it was.
The Baja Fresh address for where we're going. Because we're going to have to get that to Austin.
It says Barber Boulevard.
I think we can wrap up the stream so we can get you the information. Thanks again to everyone who help get the word out there. Shared the stream. Again, if anybody out there can take their favorite clip, if you had one, and share that somewhere, that helps get out the word. Nice little clip. And I think there's some future now on YouTube where you can even in a stream just like do a quick clip in it. I don't know. I guess it shows up on your YouTube channel.
Sure. Peace out, YouTube.
Peace, peace, peace.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good night, all. Thanks again.
Peace out. Peace, peace.